Chapter 612, Extremely Shameless. Such an abrupt change. Not only was it unexpected for Qin Yi, even He Yunlan also found it unexpected. She mediated with good intentions, and actually suffered the duress of a companion. It was so sudden that she couldn't guard against it, and was easily subdued by the other. Qin Yi, this woman is deeply attached to you, are you willing to let her die here? Zhou Zifei tightened his right hand. As the blade cut open He Lan Yun's skin, blood oozed out, and made He Yunlan let out a groan in pain, her almost shaped eyes filled with fury and regret. Qin Yi looked coldly at Tseng Jianseng and the other three and said, "Are you guys also going to wallow in the mire with him?" Tseng Jianseng and the rest didn't respond, but stood closer to Zhou Zifei and guarded him on all sides, evidently not giving Qin Yi the chance for a rescue and expressing their stance with their actions. Ha 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 ha. Hu Qingfang laughed loudly. He truly found such a turn of events unexpected. The enemy of the enemy was a friend. He said, "Everyone come have a seat on this young master's carriage, this young master will protect you guys." Zhou Zifei and the other four were obviously overjoyed. They immediately shouted, "Get out of the way, let us through." Qin Yi looked at He Lan Yun's delicate face, his hand trembling slightly. "What are you still distracted about? Need I strip her of her clothes and blow a load first?" Zhou Zifei shouted loudly. Hu Qingfang's eyes immediately lit up as he said, "This idea's not bad, but this young master needs to get the first load, you guys line up." He was of the Wind Moon sect, and obviously wasn't embarrassed at all about doing that thing in public. Rather, it would make him feel even more excited. "You're inhuman." He Lan Yun finally shouted, her delicate face flushed. She'd rather die than to be defiled in front of the person she liked. "Base person." Qin Lianyu reproved. She knew Zhou Zifei and the others were shameless, but never expected it to reach such an unbearable degree. "Hee, if you're reluctant to part, why don't you change places with her?" Zhou Zifei stared at Qin Lianyu with insatiable eyes. This woman was 10 times better than He Lan Yun in both her figure and looks. He even dreamed of getting intimate with her, but fearing her strength, he only dared think about it. However, now that things had come to this, he risked it all. Under extreme emotions, people would naturally do some things out of what was proper. Dirty? Shameless? Qin Lianyu and Zhu Xian both reprimanded him furiously. He Lan Yun wished to die to avoid suffering from such humiliation. Hun Yo yawned and said in a sweet voice, "You guys are so useless, still need Lord Nyo to do things. Please help." Qin Yi saluted Hun Yo. He'd never asked anyone for help, but this time he decided to make an exception. "Don't you come over." Zhou Zifei immediately felt a chill all over his body, and his desire faded completely. Hun Yo was too frightening, killing a spiritual infant-tier elite with one punch. Although it was done with element of surprise, it still reflected her strength. Otherwise, why didn't Zhou Zifei and the other four try to kill a spiritual infant-tier? "You say don't come over here and I won't. Who do you think you are, Nyo's Ling Han?" Hun Yo snorted, appearing extremely displeased. Zhou Zifei hadn't spoken yet, but she already turned into lightning and charged over. Peng 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 peng. Tseng Jianseng and the other three were instantly sent flying, unable to withstand more than one exchange against Hun Yo. Zhou Zifei gritted his teeth and roared, "If I die, I'm dragging one down with me. Ha ha, with a beauty keeping company, I won't be lonely on the road either." He tightened his right hand and was just about to kill He Lan Yun. Ding, he felt his grasp become lighter, and astonishingly discovered that this sword was actually broken by Hun Yo's bite. Fuck, it was forged with a 6th-tier rare metal, and although it hadn't been refined into a spirit tool, its hardness wasn't any inferior. A small monster. CC. Hun Yo raised her head and peng, punched Zhou Zifei's left eye. Ah! Zhou Zifei screamed, and instantly staggered backwards, no longer able to control He Lan Yun, covering his eye with both hands and appearing to be in extreme pain. He Lan Yun was finally free. She directly took out a treasured sword from a spatial ring, thrusting it at Zhou Zifei. Pooh, the sword tip pierced Zhou Zifei's chest and penetrated his heart. Zhou Zifei's limbs twitched, then stopped moving. Pah! He Lan Yun spat on Zhou Zifei's corpse, still feeling as if it wasn't enough to vent her hatred. Ayaya, Nyo still wanted to leave this bastard to Ling Han, and now he's killed. Hun Yo sighed but then was pleased again. Whatever, Ling Han wouldn't mind such a small thing. Tseng Jianseng and the others all shivered in fright. Although they didn't act, they still participated in the coercion, clarifying their stance. Now that the hostage was lost, what were they to do? You guys die on your own, or should Nyo do it? Hunyo crossed her arms in front of her chest, and stared coldly at the four people. Tsing Jinseng and the other three completely lost the will to fight. The strength of the two sides was not on the same level at all. They shouted loudly one after another, "Young Master Hu, save us! Save us!" Qin Lianyu, Qin Yi and the others were stunned. These four people were actually shameless enough to beg Hu Qingfang for help. This truly pushed the word shameless to new heights. Hu Qingfang also seemed to have found it unexpected. He couldn't help but laugh and applaud them. Laughable, laughable, truly laughable. But since you guys don't have the hostage in your hands anymore, then what use are you guys to this young master? Tseng Jinseng and the other three were all in despair, and looked towards Helan Yun, hoping she'd plead on their behalf. Helan Yun's face even turned pale in anger. These four people had the nerve? She turned away and didn't take another glance at them. These people? I'll kill them. It's not worth dirtying Lord Nyonyo's hands. Qin Yi brandished his sword and charged out. His fury was great and his killing intent was burning. Tseng Jinseng's and the other three were no match for Qin Yi to begin with, let alone now that they've lost their will to fight. In a few moves they were all killed by Qin Yi. Whoa! Helan Yun finally cried out, throwing herself into Qin Ye's arms. Qin Yi was obviously startled, not knowing how to react. After being startled momentarily, he finally knew to put away his saber and wrap his arms around Helan Yun's shoulders, patting lightly as if to coax a child. Idiot! Fool! Qin Lianyu and Zhu Xianair remarked. On the other side, Ling Han and Duan Mingda's battle was drawing to an end because Ling Han unleashed the demon birth sword. He was the most skilled in sword techniques, and as the treasured sword was brandished by him, 29 flashes of qi were raised, reaching the limit of qi. How could Duan Mingda rival such might? T29 flashes of sword qi. Qin Lianyu's beautiful eyes burned brightly as if she discovered a new world. Zhu Xianair took it all in, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly on more person she needed to be careful about. Hu Qingfang's face turned pale. He never would have thought failure was still unavoidable even after enlisting the help of a peak-stage spiritual infantry expert. He hurriedly hid in the carriage, urging the four beautiful women to drive it away. He didn't care whether Duan Mingda was dead or alive, for obviously running away to protect his own life was more important. Peng, a human head swept over and landed in front of the carriage, splattering spiritual infantry blood and emitting a powerful coercive force. Where do you think you guys are going? Ling Han stood with his sword in hand, seething with killing intent. Chapter 613, Beheading Hu Qingfang. Everything had first and second time, but how could there be third one as well? Hu Qingfang already escaped twice, and actually wanted to escape for a third time and then request deity transformation tier elites to come over. Ling Han obviously wouldn't tolerate it. With an imposing presence, he barged in with his sword to block the carriage. Cool. Qin Lianyu said, infatuated. She was actually a romantic person and obviously adored heroes the most. Ling Han was the same age as her and not too different in tier, but his strength was much more powerful, conquering her heart in no time. Of course she only idolized Ling Han now, it was different from falling in love. Ugly Monster is thinking about Ling Han as expected. Should I kill her? Hunyo stroked her chin and seriously considered the thought. Ling Han condensed sword qi and formed a pseudo-ray. The 10,000 techniques returned to one was prepared to be launched. Brat, you certainly are very strong, but this young master is Wind Moon Sect's young sect master. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of me? Hu Qingfang threatened. Now that he was forced to bring up his background to scare him, it was clear that he certainly was at his wit's end. Ling Han laughed grimly and said, the Wind Moon Sect is such a shameless sect. I might as well uproot it so as to avoid the great suffering of others. Big talk. Hu Qingfang shouted sternly. Although Ling Han's battle prowess was strong, it was only at spiritual infant tier, and the Wind Moon Sect had heaven tier elites and not just one. Even deity transformation tier warriors were enough to roll over spiritual infant tier ones, let alone heaven tier warriors. I'll kill you first for a good start. Ling Han already completed the accumulation of power, and with a swing of the sword, 29 flashes of sword qi gathered and turned into a light golden-colored stream, sweeping towards the carriage. The carriage already set up its barrier, blocking the stream, but it only lasted for an instant. Peng, the barrier actually shattered under the assault of the sword qi, and the stream continued to sweep by from the center of the carriage, instantly slashing the carriage into two parts. Terrifying. When the carriage activated its defense, it could form a barrier at the spiritual infant tier, which relied on origin crystals as its source of power. So as long as there were origin crystals, the barrier could be constantly maintained and instantly replenished. It was destroyed with the strike of the sword, so how terrifying would Ling Han's strike have to be for the barrier's replenishment to unable to keep up? Inside the carriage, Qing Fang leapt out, his face pale. This guy was too fierce. He was sitting in Wind Moon Sect's ancient war chariot, which theoretically couldn't be broken through by any spiritual infant tier opponents. In the middle state, deity transformation tier cultivators could be called elites, and who among those that reached this level would easily start a war against the Wind Moon Sect? For this reason, Qing Fang always ran wild in the ancient war chariot without scruples until the recent few days, when he knocked into 2 iron plates consecutively. Hunyo could bite open the war chariot's defense, and Ling Han was even more kick-ass, slicing the carriage in 2 with a sword strike. You, don't come over. Qing Fang's greatest trump card was lost, and he was finally thrown into a panic, completely losing composure. Then scream. See if anyone will come save you if you scream your throat out, Ling Han said indifferently. Ha 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 ha. Hunyo began to laugh loudly, while Zhu Shen laughed lightly with her mouth covered. Qin Lianyu thought shortly, then began to laugh as well. Her idol told a joke, so whether it was funny or not, she'd just laugh first. Go. Qing Fang pushed the 4 beautiful women while he turned tail and ran. What a joke of a man. With a flash, Ling Han turned into a flash of lightning and caught up to Qing Fan. With a strike of the sword, Qing Fang's head soared into the sky, blood gushing violently from the severed neck. Young sect master, the 4 beautiful women cried out, their faces pale. Jackals of the same tribe. Ling Han turned around and swung the sword again, killing the 4 beautiful women as well. In the Wind Moon Sect, men harvested origin Yin and women harvested origin Yang. The higher their tier, the more people they'd harm to get there, so none of them needed to be spared. Ah, you actually did it? Qin Lianyu looked at Qing Fang's corpse and sighed. Wind Moon sect master might have countless wives and concubines, but he only has one son whom he spoiled extremely. You killed him, which means making an enemy of the Wind Moon sect. Ling Han looked towards her and said, then should I silence you too? No need, no need. Qin Lianyu waved her hand hurriedly. Isn't there still a Yang Yun who slipped through the net? You don't need to silence me. This woman had quite the self-amusing spirit. Ling Han shook his head, and walked over to store the spatial rings that Qing Fang and Duan Mingde dropped. At a glance, these 2 people were really quite rich, especially Qing Fan, who actually had a 7th tier rare metal in his spatial ring. Presumably, when he advanced into the spiritual infant tier, it would be used to forge a weapon for him. Nice timing. I've only got 6 arrows remaining, and though this piece of rare metal isn't too large, forging 5 arrows shouldn't be a problem. Ling Han walked back and said, where are you 2 going? These 2 people obviously meant Qin Lianyu and Helan Yun. You guys are going to the Restore Heaven Academy and I'm also going there, so of course we're going together. Qin Lianyu immediately said. Helan Yun glanced at Qin and said, I'll also go with you guys. Qin was somewhat flushed and a gentle look flashed across his eyes. It seemed like the disaster earlier opened up the film that separated the 2, having positive effects. Ling Han laughed loudly and conveniently took out a handful of medicinal pills from the Black Tower, handing it over to Yun Lan. He then said, come, this is a greeting gift. Yun Lan instantly blushed, but still reached out to retrieve the medicinal pills, glancing at Qin again and feeling sweet in her heart. She felt the humiliation she'd suffered earlier all turned into mist. Qin Lianyu also reached out her slim hand and said, do I have any? This woman was so brazen. Ling Han sneered and said, no. Stingy. Qin Lianyu muttered. Ling Han ignored her and said, let's go. When the Almighty of Wind Moon Sect are drawn over, we'll be in some serious trouble. Everyone nodded. This was a forest anyway, with wild beasts running rampant, it could naturally destroy all evidences such as corpse for them. Without Qing Fang's threat hanging over them, they walked back on the main streets. After all, the mountain and forest landscape were complex and would affect their speed. Brother Ling, have you got any interest in going to a certain place? Qin Lianyu approached to strike up a conversation. No. Ling Han declined directly. You haven't even listened to me saying what that place is. Qin Lianyu was somewhat aggrieved. For the first time she doubted her own charisma, being rejected by Ling Han so laconically. Not interested in any place, Ling Han said. It's a medicinal valley. Qin Lianyu spoke out. Ling Han was slightly surprised. A medicinal valley? For him who was the alchemy emperor, a medicinal valley was still quite attractive, and in his hands, the effects of medicinal ingredients could be maximized. Now that his tier was higher and higher, the more he needed higher-level medicinal ingredients. He asked, "What level's the medicinal valley?" Chapter 6:14, Yi Rong. If it were a flower blossom tier or spiritual pedestal tier medicinal valley, Ling Han would have no interest in it, since he would soon cross the flower blossom tier and advance into the spiritual infant tier. I'm also unclear. The valley entrance had a spiritual infant tier beast keeping watch over it, so I didn't dare to go deep. However, at the location of the valley entrance, I also discovered a spirit fruit tree, Qin Lianyu said. It was also because of this medicinal valley that I bumped into Hu Qingfang. This, Ling Han muttered. By valley entrance, there was already a 7th-tier spirit fruit tree, so there might be higher spiritual medicines inside the valley. Even if it were only 7th-tier spirit medicines, that was also considerably useful. Brother Ling, are you moved? Qin Lianyu said smilingly. Are you smug? Ling Han said. Follow me. Qin Lianyu didn't take the chance to make sarcastic remarks, and led the way instead, talking about how she discovered the medicinal valley. Since there was still half a year before the Restore Heaven Academy officially opened, she wasn't in a rush and wandered about, also seeking some luck for herself. She really was lucky in that when she was tracking a large white rabbit, she came to this medicinal valley, but there roamed a spiritual infant tier beast which scared her. As she was thinking of finding people to break in together, she unexpectedly encountered Hu Qingfang and was constantly chased by him, being entangled for over half a month. Thus, they were still somewhat far from the medicinal valley. Qin Lianyu obviously took many roundabout ways at the time, but it wasn't necessary for them. They only needed to walk in a straight line, so it would only a journey of about 5 days. After one day they arrived in a small town and stopped to rest for the night. Lady Qin. Lady Qin. The first thing in the morning when they were about to set out, a young man rushed over. He looked 26 to 27, and was already in the peak stage of the flower blossom tier. His strength was quite extraordinary. He also looked impressive, and wore cyan clothes all over his body, drawing out the contours of his well-built physique. His hair was dark and his skin sparkling and translucent as if it could emit light, smoother than many women's. Yi Rong. Qin Lianyu revealed an astounded expression and said, "Why are you here?" I heard Lady Qin was entangled by that evil crook, Hu Qingfang, and immediately rushed over. Not bad, looks like I still came in time. The man in cyan clothing let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted, with evident affection in his gaze. Qin Lianyu pretended not to see it and said, "This is Flying Star Sect Master's cherished disciple Yi Rong, Brother Yi. Brother Ye's martial arts talent is extremely high, and he's obtained direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy." Yi Rong immediately revealed a lofty look, with his hands behind his back, appearing insufferably arrogant. Being able to obtain a direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy explained that his martial arts talent was certainly extremely kick-ass. Such a genius was obviously proud of his own talent, and regarded many things as beneath him. Being courteous to Qin Lianyu was obviously because he liked this girl, and in front of others, he obviously revealed the loftiness that geniuses usually had. Things of a kind came together, and a genius like him obviously wouldn't stoop down to associating with Ling Han and the others. Ling Han simply smiled and said, "So it's Brother Yi." Seeing Ling Han greet him, Can Yi Zhu Xian Air, and He Lan Yun also called out one after another. Hu Niu, however, ignored him. It wasn't worth her time to acknowledge such a self-important guy. Yi Rong took everyone's greetings as something obvious. Being able to obtain a direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy already sufficiently confirmed his talents, and was his reason for arrogance. He completely considered everyone beneath him and just looked at Qin Lianyu and said, "Lady Qin, it's better that I escort you to the Restore Heaven Academy." Qin Lianyu was displeased and said, "Brother Yi, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" I'm only worried for you." Yi Rong didn't take it as uncongenial. However, if someone else said this, he would definitely be furious and possibly even kill them directly. How could an exceptional genius be slighted? Qin Lianyu looked at Ling Han with an inquiring gaze. They were going to the Medicinal Valley, and with one more person, the treasured medicines they obtained would obviously be split with one more person. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Since Brother Ye is so sincere, let's go together." Rong couldn't help but glance at Ling Han, and felt that this person knew the cues, knowing that he was pursuing Qin Lianyu, and intentionally assisted him. Yes, it wouldn't hurt to guide him a little in the future. He opened his mouth arrogantly and said, "You're all going to the Restore Heaven Academy?" After receiving everyone's affirmation, he suppressed a laugh and said, "I'm a direct entry disciple anyhow, and have certain special rights. In the future, when you guys go to the academy to participate in the exam, I'll say some good things to assist you guys." Then thank you," Ling Han said, not caring at all. He'd seen many conceited people and didn't care at all. Zhu Xian'er, Qin Lianyu, and Yun Helan laughed lightly with their mouths covered. If this guy saw Ling Han's battle prowess, he probably wouldn't say, "Assist," even if he were beaten to death. How embarrassing. With Rong, the 7 people continued to advance. Rong certainly had powerful backing. Flying Star Sect was a super sect no inferior to the Wind Moon Sect, and was only beneath the Absolute Saber Sect, the Heaven Sword Sect, and other such ancient sections. Rong was Flying Star Sect's Sect Master's 7th disciple, and one of the most exceptional 3, being able to obtain direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy proved so. He was now only 29 years old, but looked 26 or 27. That was because he advanced into the Flower Blossom tier early, and the changes in facial appearance slowed. He was at the peak stage of the Flower Blossom tier with 16 stars battle prowess extremely outstanding. On the way he was the only one that spoke, bragging about his combat scores like how he once beheaded some elite or genius, as if nobody could beat him. However, everyone paid no attention to him, which made him unable to continue, appearing extremely awkward. In the night after 4 days they passed by a village. As it wasn't far from the Medicinal Valley, they wanted to rush there in one go, and didn't think to stop here. However, Ling Han suddenly stopped. "What's the matter?" Zhu Xian'er asked. Rong was very dissatisfied. If it weren't for the sake of Qin Lianyu, he wouldn't pull these people along at all. But now, Ling Han actually dared to hold him back. "It just became night, so why are there no lights in this village?" Ling Han asked. "Maybe they sleep early," Rong said thoughtlessly, appearing extremely discontent. A mere mortal village, even if anything happened, would it even be worth taking it seriously? The typical superior's mentality. Ling Han ignored him and turned to walk towards the village. Rong trembled in anger. Dared to ignore him, how hateful. He said, "Ignore him, let's..." Before he said the word go, the others already followed Ling Han, making him almost faint from anger. Were all these people bewitched? Chapter 615, Corpse Traces. Ling Han entered the village. It was like a graveyard, deathly silent. No movement could be heard. "It's too quiet," Qin Lianyu said, and kept looking at the places where the moonlight failed to reach, as if a monster would suddenly jump out from the dark and forbidding place. "No breathing and no heartbeat," Zhu Xian'er said seriously. For experts like them, breathing and heartbeat could still be heard even across several hundred meters and several walls. It wasn't a problem at all. But now there was none of these sounds, and there wasn't even a tiny bit of the barking of dogs and the clucking of chickens. It was as if this village was already abandoned for countless years, but it could be clearly seen that hanging from some people's houses were corn cobs and red peppers, which represented there were still people living in this village not long ago, maybe even the previous day. Strange. Everyone discovered something was amiss. Rong also walked over and couldn't help but sneer as he said, "It's only a mortal's village, what's there to make a fuss about?" No one paid attention to him. On the contrary, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Ling Han pushed open a door and walked in. The house's furniture was all there. Several dishes were even placed on the table, but now they were obviously cold. Smelling them, they hadn't gone rancid yet. What happened suddenly that led to the entire village's death? Even the livestock was no more. After searching the room, Ling Han came to another room, but it was much more chaotic here, with obvious signs of battle. There was fresh blood on the walls and the floor, making for a ghastly sight. A conflict happened, but the scale wasn't large. Should be just a dispute between mortals, Qin Lianyu inferred. But what exactly happened that actually involved the entire village and even livestock? This was puzzling. Even if 2 people fought, it would be impossible to involve the entire village, let alone making the chickens and dogs suffer. Ling Han walked into the inner chambers and suddenly he halted in his steps. Hong, a black shadow suddenly scuttled out and pounced on Ling Han. It spread its arms as if to hug him, but its mouth was open wide, revealing ghastly white teeth, directly aiming for Ling Han's throat. "Humph, a mere mortal even dares to assault people?" Rong said in disdain. He flicked his finger on the right hand, and that figure instantly fell down backwards. Traces of blood burst from its forehead. Ling Han was astounded, and with a shake of the right hand, origin power turned into flames, lightening up the surroundings. That certainly was a villager with a bloody hole on its forehead, but the blood didn't splatter everywhere. It was just a bloody hole, oozing out traces of black-colored blood. "What's there to look at?" Rong said dissatisfied. The medicinal valley was nearby, so why waste time here? "This is a corpse soldier." Ling Han frowned. This person had already died for a long time, so the blood was all congealed. If corpse soldiers weren't tempered, they would be left with the most primitive instincts. Slaughtering and devouring the flesh of living creatures. Evidently, the village's livestock was all eaten by the villagers that turned into corpse soldiers, and most of them should have entered the mountains and forest to continue searching for food. This one remained in ambush in the room, and was just a corpse if it wasn't disturbed, but once it smelled the presence of living creatures, it began to move. The mystery was solved and everyone let out a sigh of relief. The unknown was the most terrifying, and now that they knew what they were going to face they felt relieved. "Strange, why are there corpse soldiers here? Could it be Thousand Corpse sect's doing?" Ling Han muttered. Some time ago the Thousand Corpse sect was quite high profile, besieging Million Treasure City with the fourth killing formation. If it were for Feng Piyun's appearance, Million Treasure City would most likely have fallen into the hands of the Thajuan Corpse sect. He had a feeling that Thousand Corpse sect, which acted low-key constantly, would rise entirely and abruptly in this lifetime. This was both the best age and the worst age for it. Nothing more than low-level corpse soldiers. Rong actually recognized corpse soldiers and didn't just know how to be arrogant. Ling Han searched the entire village. There was a total of 5 corpse soldiers, and what surprised him was that there were 2 that were much stronger than others. They probably devoured other corpse soldiers and obtained an increase in power. At the Fallen Moon Gorge, Ling Han stopped the Thousand Corpse sect schemes once. They wanted to use medicinal pills to turn everyone in the desolate north into corpse soldiers, which would start devouring each other to foster a corpse king. Could the Thousand Corpse sect act so reckless now even in the Middle State? In terms of population, the Middle State had enough to foster many corpse kings, but the problem was that would Absolute Saber sect, Heaven Sword sect, and other such super forces let the Thousand Corpse sect act so recklessly? This world was bound for turmoil. They set out again and passed by several small villages, discovering that everyone there had turned into corpse soldiers. In this situation, not only was Ling Han shocked, even Qin Lianyu and Yi Rong became solemn. What was the Thousand Corpse sect trying to do? They didn't find people of the Thousand Corpse sect, because they were already in the depths of the mountains and forests. They soon arrived at a valley under Qin Lianyu's guidance. Extremely remote, the entrance was blocked by a firmament tree, and if one didn't climb up intentionally, one definitely couldn't possibly discover it. After the entrance there was a long valley path, very tight and narrow, but after walking over 30 meters, it became broader and broader. Above their heads, layers of protruding rocks concealed them. Even if flying by, one would only think this was a solid mountainous region, so how could one possibly know that there was actually a hole underneath? Rays of light shone down through a mysterious refraction, and although it wasn't very bright, it was enough for people to see things. After walking a while, the mountain valley finally showed itself. As expected, at the valley's entrance was a 7th-tier spirit tree. It was a peach tree that produced lots of glowing red fruits, each one the size of a bowl rim, and the alluring fragrance could be smelled from far away. Everyone's fingers itched, wishing to immediately pluck off a fruit for a taste. Hunyo's saliva almost dripped down onto the ground. However, no one dared to act recklessly, because at the valley entrance was a crimson-red mountain leopard, with a total of 9 fist-sized vein-like patterns on its back. Gray-patterned leopard, a spiritual infant-tier beast. The vein-like patterns on its back represented which layer it was at. 9th-layer spiritual infant-tier beasts were usually much stronger than normal 9th-layer spiritual infant-tier martial artists because beasts were thick-skinned, and their claws and fangs were equivalent to rare metals of the same tier, surpassing same-level martial artists in both destructive power and defensive power. Why is it a 9th-layer spiritual infant-tier beast? Rong frowned. Although he believed that it was hard to find opponents in the same tier, it was game over when he'd encountered a spiritual infant tier opponent, let alone this 9th layer spiritual infant tier beast. Although the spirit fruits were before them, they could only look. Ling Han was overjoyed. If this peach tree could be stored into the Black Tower, then there would be a steady flow of 7th tier spirit peaches to eat. Chapter 6:16, Retrieving Peaches. What do we do? With a 9th layer spiritual infant tier beast here, it's impossible to harvest the spirit peaches. Rong began to worry all on his own. As he saw it, Chu Hao and the others were just impediments, and there were no experts other than him to rely on. Otherwise, why was he the only one that received direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy among them? This was equivalent to having the word expert printed on his face, and those who didn't receive the qualifications were obviously all dregs. Did experts need the opinions of duffers? No way. He thought for a while and said, I'll lure away that gray-patterned leopard and you guys pluck the spirit peaches. Pluck as many as possible and in a while, we'll converge at that small village 35 kilometers out. Ling Han was indifferent to it. With a smile, he said, Then thanks for the trouble, Brother Yi. Rong looked as if it was only natural and felt somewhat out of sorts. These people would be able to receive a share of the spirit peaches without expending any effort. If it weren't for the sake of Qin Lianyu, he truly wanted to chase the other people away. Everyone rose up and hid between the cliffs and precipices, while Rong charged out and picked up a stone, enveloping it with origin power. As his martial intent surged, the stone seemed to turn into a spirit tool, emitting an astounding brilliance. He shouted loudly and flung out the rock, and shio, a ray of light flew towards the gray-patterned leopard. With a paw, the rock smashed against the gray-patterned leopard's head. If this were a martial artist that was also at the spiritual infant tier, their head would definitely explode if their origin power wasn't activated. The gray-patterned leopard, however, was a beast that was born thick-skinned, and while attacks by same-tier martial artists and beasts were something it didn't dare to take head-on, a flower blossom tier opponent's attacks smashing its body were nothing to it. It shook its head slightly, then propped itself up on all 4 limbs, peering left and right as if to search for the amateur that assaulted it. Xiao Rong flung another rock. This time, the gray-patterned leopard didn't take it on as roughly, and waved its claws to shatter the flying rock. Fury in its eyes, it suddenly exerted power with its 4 limbs, dashing towards Rong at a shockingly fast speed. Rong hurriedly took to his heels. No matter how confident he was, he wouldn't dare fight against a peak-stage spiritual infant tier beast. He ran a few steps and turned to look, then was almost frightened out of his wits. The gray-patterned leopard's speed was too fast, far surpassing what was normal at the spiritual infant tier, and it rapidly closed the gap between him. Damn it, he cursed and hurriedly took out a spirit talisman from a spatial ring with a pained look, yet unhesitatingly stuck it on his body. Instantly, a flash of white light enveloped him and his speed skyrocketed. This was a divine travel talisman bestowed to him by his master. He had a total of 3 that could be used to save his life, but now he used 1 for a few spirit peaches. Truly a great loss. Even if 10 spirit peaches were harvested and all given to him, he would still have suffered a great loss. Could it be compared to a life-saving treasure? As matters stood, he could only take to his heels. Ling Han and the others laughed as they watched. If this guy hadn't talked and acted on his own, with Ling Han and Hunyo present, why would have there been a need to go through such great troubles? To say the least, even if Ling Han couldn't beat that gray-patterned leopard, it would definitely be safer and more efficient for Hunyo to draw it away. Hunyo drooled as she said, What a pity Nyo wanted to eat roasted leopard legs. Well, Rong not only didn't succeed in doing a favor, but also made Hunyo bear a grudge against him. Qin Lianyu wanted to charge out, but Ling Han grabbed her by the wrist, not letting her do as she pleased. What are you doing? Are you trying to harass this lady? Ling Han rolled his eyes as he said, What are you trying to do? Of course, plucking the peaches. Qin Lianyu looked at him like at an idiot, feeling that her idol was extremely strong, but his brain didn't seem to be function that well. Couldn't he tell such a simple thing? Don't pluck. Ling Han shook his head and began to dig it up by the roots. Qin Lianyu gasped in astonishment. This guy was truly Blackheart, not only wanting to eat the peaches, but also digging the tree up by the roots. She immediately said, This spirit tree can only grow in certain places. Even if you dig it up, it can't survive elsewhere. Who said so? Ling Han laughed mischievously and dug even faster. If he weren't afraid of harming this spirit tree, he'd shovel it up in one go. His divine sense was limited and wouldn't be able to envelop the entire peach tree, so if he dug too deep, then it wouldn't be able to be stored in the Black Tower. Never seen anyone lick you. Qin Lianyu stared in astonishment. This guy was truly a robber. Of course not, I'm the one and only. Ling Han laughed loudly. Nyo's Ling Han is the one and only. Nyo also felt self-satisfied. One adult and one child, both were puffed up. Qin Lianyu ridiculed them inwardly, but she had to admit that these two were both freaks at an abnormal level, far surpassing the level of geniuses. In the middle state, only a few rumored freaks could compare. For example, Heaven Sword Sex Yao Hui Yue, Absolute Saber Sex Small Saber King, Cloud Phoenix Sex Dong Ling Air, and Azure Thunder Sex Yatian. Ling Han soon dug up the entire peach tree and with a flash, he stored it into the Black Tower. Ah! Qin Lianyu was startled. How big is your spatial ring for it to store such a large spirit tree? The fruit tree was more than 300 meters tall, and the root system spread out was also that long. There were pitifully few spatial spirit tools in the world that could contain such dimensions. Zhu Xian'er and Qin Yi smiled faintly. If this girl entered the Black Tower and saw the vast space inside, she'd probably cry out for her mother. Let's enter the valley and have a look. Since this was a medicinal valley, there was definitely more spirit medicine inside. Ling Han wanted to enrich the amount of spirit medicine inside the Black Tower. Be careful. I once surveyed it at an elevated height before. Although it's not lacking spirit medicine inside, there are even more high-level beasts. Qin Lianyu warned. Ling Han nodded. However, he was also puzzled and said, the stronger the beast, the more it likes to live alone, so why'd it run into the mountain valley? This mountain valley wasn't that large and might not be enough for the gray-patterned leopard's territory alone, not to mention that there were other beasts inside. Hong Long Long, they hadn't moved yet when heard a loud bang as if 10,000 beasts galloping from within the valley, and the ground trembled fiercely. Everyone looked towards the valley, and saw a plume dust as a bunch of beasts charged out. *T we haven't even entered, so why are they charging out? These beasts varied in type. There were fierce tigers with wings, great snakes with 4 legs and azure vultures without feathers but with scales, but each one was extremely powerful. The deity transformation tier. In front of these beasts was actually a large white rabbit the height of half a man, holding a purple carrot in its mouth. A rabbit on the run ran the fastest. Oh. Ew. All the beasts roared loudly, looking at the large white rabbit with eyes filled with fury. These beasts are chasing that rabbit. We're caught in the crossfire. Run. Chapter 6:17. Uncle Rabbit. Ling Han and the others all cried out in dismay. They were innocent, and were brought a disaster by a large white rabbit. Go go go. They hurriedly broke into a run. This wasn't something they could resist. Any beast there could take care of them and give them great trouble. They couldn't care about exposing their tracks and they flew in the sky as fast as they could. Oh my, that damned rabbit actually followed us. Ling Han turned to look and saw that when the large white rabbit saw them, it actually ran behind them. This damned rabbit's speed was truly fast. A push of its feet was over 30 meters, and it rapidly closed the gap between them. This damned rabbit. Everyone gritted their teeth. It not only implicated them but actually continued to bring disaster to them. What grievances did it have with them? This rabbit seems to be the one that drew me into the mountain valley, Qin Lianyu suddenly said. This rabbit's a habitual thief. It really screwed us over. But we certainly stole the things, so it's not unjust treatment. Ling Han grabbed everyone with origin power and carried out the fairy daemon step, suddenly speeding up. Giddy up, giddy up. Hunyo was mischievous and rode on Ling Han's shoulders, shouting excitedly. In her dictionary there was never the word fear. Pew pew pew. That large white rabbit also pushed off into the air and rose into the sky. Pushing off its feet, the speed it tread on air was also surprisingly fast, not the slightest bit inferior to Ling Han using the demon fairy step and activating the thunderclap 9th heaven. It was no wonder, without such a fast speed, how would it dare enter the medicinal valley and steal under the eyes of so many deity transformation tier beasts? Qin Lianyu couldn't help but shout, "Damn rabbit, you've got yourself into big trouble." Back then, it was the rabbit that drew her here to discover this medicinal valley, but now it was also because of this damned rabbit that they were being hunted down by deity transformation tier beasts. Rabbit so fat. Hunyeo turned her head and instantly drooled. Nyo wants to eat rabbit meat. Ah, Pa, you want to eat Uncle Rabbit's meat? You're still 100 millennia and 8,000 years too young. This large white rabbit grabbed the carrot that it was holding in its mouth with its small claws so that it could speak to mock Hunyeo. Pooh. Everyone instantly stuck their tongues out simultaneously. This damned rabbit actually knew how to talk. After beasts advanced into the flower blossom tier, their intelligence developed, and they possessed intelligence no inferior to humans. However, speaking like humans, that was too dreamlike. What? Seeing Uncle Rabbit talk, you guys all got scared? Haha, Uncle Rabbit's formidable as expected. The large white rabbit was self-satisfied, and very much like a ruffian. Damned rabbit, you did it on purpose, right? Ling Han said. Not running elsewhere but drawing pursuers over to us. Hee hee, everyone running together is livelier. The large white rabbit didn't deny it all. Qing Lianyu was even more furious, crying out, Damn rabbit, just you wait. If she weren't grabbed by Ling Han's large hand made of origin power, she'd definitely go fight this lowly rabbit. Rabbit meat seems really delicious. Hunyeo's eyes lit up, staring at the large white rabbit. Come, Uncle Rabbit's here, bring it on. Whoever's scared, whoever is the B****. The large white rabbit was very rascally, and wiggled his tiny tail, appearing base to the bone. Nyo's rabbit meat. Hunyeo was excited and suddenly charged over. Her speed was extremely fast, and in a flash she rode on the back of the large white rabbit. This large white rabbit was the height of half a man, while Hunyeo was also the height of half a man, one person and one rabbit same in body size. One was white all over with two eyes like rubies, while the other was white jade and delicately sculpted, extremely cute. From appearances alone they were awfully cute, but in reality. Hunyeo opened her mouth, biting down on the large white rabbit's tail. It was so painful that this lowly rabbit instantly trembled all over, its figure unimaginably sped up by one-fold, Xiao rocketing out and swiftly surpassing Ling Han. Ah, it screamed. You born in the year of the dog or something. It hurt like hell for your Uncle Rabbit. Hunyeo was also depressed. Her teeth could be said to be successful in every endeavor, but she actually didn't manage to bite off this lowly rabbit's tail, truly inconceivable. Her viciousness was unleashed, and she bit on the rabbit's tail without letting go, shaking her head constantly and trying to forcibly pull it off. The large white rabbit screamed constantly and ran even faster. Ling Han also sped up in a rush, but could only stare blankly as one person and one rabbit disappeared before him. After all, he hadn't cultivated the thunderclap ninth heaven to great mastery, and also brought a group of people. Fortunately, the pursuing beasts were falling more and more behind them, soon disappearing in the distance. Ling Han traveled forward a while longer, and saw that the large white rabbit had already stopped running, doing its best to shake off Hunyeo. However, Hunyeo just bit on the tail. No matter how this lowly rabbit shook, she just wouldn't let go. Let go. Let go. The large white rabbit jumped in a rush. Uncle Rabbit's tail is short to begin with, so if it's bitten off, how would Uncle Rabbit have the face to see others in the future? Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Base Rabbit, hand over the dragon blood tyrant ginseng, and I'll give you a hand. The large white rabbit was startled and stopped its movements, looking towards Ling Han and said, You actually recognize this spurt ginseng? It immediately screamed again as Hunyeo began to grind her teeth. Human, hurry up and make this little girl loosen her bite, your Uncle Rabbit's about to die. The large white rabbit continued to scream. The ginseng. Ling Han reached out his hand. The large white rabbit revealed a pained look. He spent tremendous effort to steal this from the Medicinal Valley, and had only licked it a few times, but now it was being told to hand it over? However, its tail was in so much pain from being bitten, and this strange little girl gave it an indescribable feeling of deterrence, making it not dare to unleash an ultimate attack, as otherwise, there'd be an unimaginable calamity. It could only cup its two small front claws, throwing the ginseng at Ling Han. Ling Han received it and examined it momentarily, seeing that the ginseng's roots were still present and its life force still very sufficient. He laughed loudly and stored the ginseng into the Black Tower. Now that was good. 1 year later they'd be able to eat large amounts of treasured ginseng. This was dragon blood tyrant ginseng. According to the legends, it was 1,000-year-old ginseng soaked in a dragon's blood, becoming a deviant treasured medicine. Dragon blood was extremely overbearing, for this ginseng not to die soaking in dragon blood and absorb its essence. The medicinal effects were obviously extremely amazing. However, this definitely wasn't the first-generation dragon blood tyrant ginseng, so its effects were obviously somewhat worse, but it was still a gem amongst 9th-tier treasured medicine. Even heaven-tier elites would be moved. Plant it and in 1 year it could be reaped like carrots. Hunyo let go. This lowly rabbit hasn't been cooked thoroughly, it's not delicious. Ling Han said with a smile. Hunyo finally relaxed her bite, then thought shortly and said, "This rabbit's delicious, even uncooked, it's delicious." She targeted the large white rabbit again, drooling once again. Chapter 618. Nyo wants to eat rabbit meat. The fur all over the large white rabbit's body bristled in fright, and its 2 hind legs began to quiver, wanting to hop away. However, it was unwilling to after some consideration. The dragon blood tyrant ginseng was seized by this human youngster in front of it. It went through great efforts, going through countless checkpoints before scooping out this ginseng. "Human, why don't everyone eat ginseng soup? Uncle Rabbit will go catch an azure pheasant. Making a black-bone chicken ginseng sole will definitely be tonic." This rabbit immediately emulated Hunyo, drooling all over the ground. "Make rabbit meat ginseng soup." Hunyo immediately raised her hand. "Fuck your uncle." The large white rabbit almost kicked Hunyo, but trembled in fear, not daring to act recklessly in the end. Ling Han shook his head and said, "That ginseng can't be eaten temporarily, we still need to wait 1 more year. I promise you, you give me 1 stalk now and 1 year later I'll return 2 stalks to you. How about it?" The large white rabbit involuntarily opened its bright red eyes and said, "Human boy, you're talking too big. You think Uncle Rabbit was amused growing up, believing in such lies? The spirit medicine that Uncle Rabbit's eaten are more than the rice you've eaten." Ruffian rabbit. Ling Han pointed the middle finger at it. "Anyway, that's all I have to say, whether you believe it or not. He had the treasured ginseng, didn't he? Believe it, Uncle Rabbit obviously believes it." The large white rabbit hurriedly nodded. "Ah," it suddenly screamed again. "This girl's biting Uncle Rabbit again." "Hunyo," Ling Han said. Hunyo finally unwillingly let go of the large white rabbit's leg and said, "This rabbit's delicious, Nyo wants to eat rabbit meat." She bawled and behaved like a spoiled child. Hunyo cut it out. Ling Han picked up Hunyo and couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. Although Hunyo loved to eat, she'd never been so ravenous. He took out a piece of dried meat and handed it to Hunyo, letting her eat it first. Hunyo gnawed on it unhappily, her eyes still staring at the large white rabbit, making the rabbit tuck its tail between its legs. However, its tail was really too short and clutching it was very difficult. "Since the pursuing beasts have retreated, let's eat something first to recover from the fright," Ling Han said. He took out a pot, then put in the ingredients inside the black tower. He specially pulled out a few 1,000-year-old ginsengs. However, even inside the black tower, ginseng could only grow to 1,000 years old, and could not progress further, because their seeds were of the ordinary kind, and 1,000 years was the limit. Thus, Ling Han didn't mind taking it out to share with everyone, or else it would just rot in the mud. 1,000-year purple ginseng. 1,000-year jade ginseng. 1,000-year yellow ginseng. Qin Lianyu looked at them one by one, her eyes showing surprise. Regarding these ginseng kinds, they were just 4th-tier and 5th-tier spirit medicine, but their age was very impressive. 1,000 years of age was enough to raise their social status by another tier. The key was that Ling Han now took it out to boil soup. How extravagant was this? She'd seen tycoons, but to this degree, there was definitely no second one, even shattering void tiers couldn't do it. After all, there were only so many 1,000-year-old spirit ginsengs, there was an upper limit. However, Zhu Xian'er and Qin Yi were without a shred of surprise, as if it were a common occurrence. Could they possibly eat such extravagant meals often? The large white rabbit was also surprised. It had stolen a lot of spirit medicine, but the offerings were all 1,000-year-old treasured medicine. Even it felt its heart palpitate. "Ah!" But it immediately screamed again. It turned out Hunyo couldn't help but bite it again. Ling Han boiled the food and asked out of curiosity, "Ruffian rabbit, you're a spiritual infant tier expert, so how come you're such a pushover?" This made him think of Hellion Sun Shui. He had no clue where this sea girl ran off to, and after a while he actually missed her a bit. Uncle Rabbit won't bother arguing with a kid. The large white rabbit said proudly, but seeing Hunyo bare her baleful white teeth again, it hurriedly jumped behind Ling Han in fright. "Rabbit, play with Nyo." Let's play eagle and chicken. Nyo's the eagle, and if you're caught by Nyo, Nyo will eat you. She shifted her body, and like a lightning flash she tried to grab the large white rabbit. Fuck, still trying to eat Uncle Rabbit? Your freaking uncle. The large white rabbit took to its heels. One person and one rabbit circled around the open fire. One was fast and the other wasn't slow either. Neither succeeded at catching/shaking off the other, coming to a draw. Ling Han took things leisurely, boiling the soup undistractedly. You're not going to intervene? Qin Lian, you couldn't help but speak up. I don't need to, she'll stop to eat on her own when she's messed around enough, Ling Han said indifferently. How irresponsible. No wonder Hunyo was taught to be so fierce. As expected, when the iron pot emitted an alluring fragrant smell, Hunyo immediately stopped and sat up properly, but she couldn't help looking on with eager eyes and began to drool. Give Uncle Rabbit the eagle's butt. The large white rabbit also sat down but far away from Hunyo. Rabbits eat meat? Ling Han asked with a laugh. These lowly eagles have eaten countless of Uncle Rabbit's ancestors and descendants. Uncle Rabbit's getting revenge, the large white rabbit said righteously. Bullcrap, clearly just ravening for it. Ling Han scooped out the eagle's butt and picked out a ginseng, then fetched some soup, handing it over to the large white rabbit. This eagle was the one killed not long ago at the flower blossom tier level, and was greatly tonic for them. Unfortunately, it wasn't a king amongst beasts. Everyone received their portion of ginseng soup one by one, and began eating one after another. The eagle meat was juicy, and the essence within the treasured ginseng was also all squeezed into the broth. It was both delicious and tonic. Everyone glowed all over as they ate, with flashes of vein-like patterns rising. When Ling Han was cooking, he fused in the techniques of pill refinement, and extracted all the essence within the treasured ginseng, interweaving it with heaven and earth, so it was obviously awfully tonic. After drinking the soup, Ling Han also took out a spirit peach, one for each person they wouldn't be able to digest anymore. Everyone sat in meditation to refine the benefits they ingested. After a while, the essence would naturally run off. Ling Han, Hunyo, and the large white rabbit ate the most. Ling Han and Hunyo had enormous appetites to start with. As for the large white rabbit, first it was high in tier, and second, it was also somewhat of a freak, eating no less than Ling Han and Hunyo. It drank bowl after bowl, not knowing how to hold back at all. After a long while, everyone finished and stood up one after another. They all revealed a satisfied look after benefiting a great deal. But Yi Rong should have waited for a long while now. This is somewhat rude. He shouldn't mind. Hee. Everyone had no positive feelings for Yi Rong, and obviously wouldn't mind what he thought. Let's go. They obviously didn't dare to go to the Medicinal Valley again. Inside were a nobility of deity transformation tier beasts. The waters were deep, and charging in recklessly would end terribly. They made their way to the appointed location. Although they didn't like Yi Rong, they'd already agreed and weren't ones to go back on their word. Ling Han began to ask the ruffian rabbit about the background of the Medicinal Valley. Chapter 619. Origins of the Medicinal Valley. What's the mountain valley's background? Why are there so many deity transformation tier beasts? Ling Han was curious. One deity transformation tier beast could rule a mountain region alone. So many of them living together was completely unreasonable. The large white rabbit said, that's obvious. There's a heavens tier eagle king, purple jade azure Uglier relic species, a king amongst kings reigning over all beasts there. Ling Han sighed. Placed in the previous life, this eagle king was definitely an invincible existence, not as simple as just being a king amongst beasts, but a king amongst kings, on par with Sword Emperor and Heavenly Divine Phoenix Maiden. In this life, such a beast king had the chance to progress one more step, advancing into the Shattering Void tier. If it really crossed this step, then it would truly be the world's most powerful being, almost without an equal. You're rather daring breaking into such a place, Ling Han said with a laugh. Rabbits and eagles are incompatible. Uncle Rabbits obviously has to stifle that wretch and steal all its spirit medicine. I definitely can't let it advance into Shattering Void tier. The large white rabbit vociferated. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, unfortunately, a heaven tier king amongst beasts can teach you how to behave with a single claw. Brat, do you know how to have a chat? Can't you say anything pleasant to hear? The large white rabbit said grouchily. Biting your Uncle Rabbit again. Hunyo snorted and said, don't be rude to Nyo's Ling Han, or else Nyo will eat you. Let go. Let go. The large white rabbit only knew to scream. As they were speaking, they arrived at the promised rendezvous point. The small village was in sight, but the villagers had all become corpse soldiers, which were already killed by Ling Han and the others earlier. Why have you guys only come now? Rong said, displeased, to everyone as he appeared. Did they know how long he waited? He was a genius that received direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy, and his time was extremely precious, yet they made him wait half a day. We encountered some things, Qing Lianyu said, and spoke about encountering the beast tide outbreak. What? Rong was terrified. No wonder I saw mountains collapsing, so it was actually an eruption of a beast tide, and they were all deity transformation tier? Lady Qin, thank heavens you're all right. His eyes looked keenly at Qin Lianyu, so invasive that it was truly somewhat unbearable. Ling Han gave an "oh" and took out a spirit peach. She threw it over and said, "Your share." Rong caught it instinctively, momentarily startled, and said, "You guys actually still harvested the spirit peaches?" Truly unimaginable, being able to harvest the spirit peaches under the erupting beast tide. However, he expended a divine travel talisman, and exchanged it for one spirit peach. Even if it were a 7th-tier spirit fruit, it was still truly a great loss. They unfortunately encountered a beast tide, so getting one spirit peach was still better than getting none. Rong gloomily put away the spirit peach. This was a 7th-tier spirit fruit anyhow, and obviously shouldn't be eaten randomly. It was best to save it for a cultivation bottleneck after taking the spirit fruit, insights of heaven and earth interweaved, which could lead to a breakthrough. Everyone watched and shook their heads. They all ate their spirit fruits casually. Not all people had the same fate. Why's there a rabbit? Rong stared at the large white rabbit. A rabbit that could grow to such a size was undoubtedly a beast. Earlier, Qin Lianyu only said there was a beast tide eruption, but didn't mention that the beast tide was actually set off by this ruffian rabbit stealing dragon blood tyrant ginseng. With Rong's discernment, he obviously couldn't see through a spiritual infant-tier beast rabbit. The ruffian rabbit revealed its true colors and yelled at Rong, "What are you looking at? Uncle Rabbit'll kick your bloody face." The corner of Rong's mouth twitched. A beast actually knew how to talk? This was extremely inconceivable, but even more was that this rabbit's mouth was so dirty, being able to piss people off in a matter of minutes. This beast rabbit actually knows how to talk. He suppressed his fury within and raised his head to look at Qin Lianyu for confirmation. This was hard to believe, since there certainly were beasts with intelligence no inferior to that of humans, but being able to speak was unheard of, let alone being so rascally. In the boundless world, nothing is too strange, Qin Lianyu said thusly. Let's go to the Restore Heaven Academy, Ling Han said. Everyone set out again. The ruffian rabbit was set on Ling Han. This human casually took out 1,000-year-old ginsengs as side dishes. His possessions should be extremely abundant, making it covet Ling Han for food. However, it would always suffer Hunyo's sneak attacks, and being bitten countless times, screaming became its daily routine. The strange thing was that no matter the thousands of times Hunyo tormented it, it would only run and never thought to counterattack, making Ling Han click his tongue in surprise. What a truly strange thing. After entering Flying Blossom County, travel-worn youngsters could be seen from time to time, and the majority hadn't reached 50 years old, of course. 50 years old flower blossom tier and spiritual infant tier experts could also rank amongst the young. However, those surpassing 100 obviously wouldn't contend with the youngsters, as it'd make them lose face. Isn't this Rong, brother Yi? Just as Ling Han and the others exited a small town, starting to hurry on the road, a group of people walked out at an slanted angle. Someone recognized Rong and immediately cried out with a pleasantly surprised look. "You are..." Rong slightly hesitated. He didn't recognize the other person. "I am Ho Ji," the other person hurriedly introduced himself. "A disciple of 5 Elements Valley. I once saw Brother Yi on the Chain 12 arenas. At the time, Brother Yi boldly won 12 consecutive victories and became one of the few victors since the start of the Chain 12 arenas, truly making me admire you." Rong gave an "oh," and revealed a look of sudden realization. In reality, he only remembered the Chain 12 arenas, and couldn't possibly remember the figures below the stage. However, he became famous through the fight at the Chain 12 arenas, and having it brought up by the other person, he naturally felt self-satisfied and revealed a complacent look, instantly having a favorable impression towards this person. Come, I'll introduce everyone. This one is Yi Rong, brother Yi Flying Star Sect's highly praised disciple that received direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy. Hoji introduced to his friends. Everyone instantly cried out. The Flying Star Sect and 12 arenas were all abstract to them, but the words direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy could represent everything. Boss one. A genius. Instantly those people all circled around him. They couldn't help but reveal looks of admiration, greatly satisfying Yi Rong's vanity. He was in no rush to leave now. Qin Lianyu couldn't help but cough and said, "Can we get on our way? In front of young Master Yi there's no place for you to speak." A person immediately reprimanded Qin Lianyu in a rush to bootlick Yi Rong. Yi Rong instantly revealed a displeased look and said, "This one is Dark Glory Valley's Qin Lianyu, Lady Qin, who is my good friend. Hurry up and apologize to Lady Qin." Once that person heard, that person naturally knew that Yi Rong had interest in Qin Lianyu, and hurriedly bowed and said, "I didn't know it was Lady Qin. I hope Lady Qin will forgive me." Qin Lianyu sneered and said, "Yi Rong, why don't you go with them? We sure can't claim connections with a big shot like you." She'd had enough after hearing him brag along the way. Chapter 620. A Word of Warning. "Lady Qin, why would you say that? I like you with all of my heart, do you still not know?" Yi Rong hurriedly explained. "Goodbye." Qin Lianyu waved her hand and marched off. Yi Rong wanted to chase her, but a group of admirers was before him, and he'd just been ridiculed. Finding it difficult to urge her to stay, he could only wear a gloomy face. "Young Master Yi, there are plenty of fish in the sea. With your identity you can have any beauty you want," someone said. "That's right, that woman's blind for not seeing young Master Yi's goodness. Maybe young Master Yi is too accommodating, making her feel self-conceited, thinking that young Master Yi must indulge her. Young Master Yi, as an experienced man, I can assure you that facing such a woman, young Master Yi only needs to treat her indifferently and intentionally pay no attention to her. After a few times she'll lower her stance and come to you on her own accord. Correct, women shouldn't be pampered. Once pampered, they'll be on a pedestal." Hearing everyone's opinions, Yi Rong's expression was somewhat better. Anyway, in less than half a year was the Restore Heaven Academy's inauguration, and he could still see Qin Lianyu then, so there was no rush to chase her. Hearing everyone's fulsome praises, he finally felt as if he'd returned to the Flying Star Sect, being revolved around like the moon with a myriad of stars around it. It was different than before. When he was with Ling Han and the others, they treated him like air. Damn it, they must have led Qin Lianyu astray. "Where do we go first?" Qin Lianyu asked. "Not we. I am me and you are you." Ling Han raised his fingers and said, "Having arrived at Flying Blossom County, we should part ways." Qin Lianyu couldn't help but grit her teeth. How much did this guy dislike her? Why was he always thinking of chasing her off? She was someone with self-respect, and obviously wouldn't hang on to him shamelessly. She thought that this guy would definitely be able to enter the Restore Heaven Academy, and she'd settle things with him then. After Qin Lianyu left, Ling Han had Qin Yi leave with Helan Yun. Qin Yi was a young prospect with amazing saber talents, and following by his side, he wouldn't be able to find his own path. Once the three people left, it was just the small party of Ling Han, Hunyo and Zhu Xianer. Of course there was still a ruffian rabbit. "Where are you guys bringing Uncle Rabbit?" the large white rabbit asked. Ling Han rolled his eyes and said, "No one forced you to follow us, right? Pa, you cheated Uncle Rabbit out of his treasured ginseng, and want to profit all alone?" The large white rabbit jumped up and was about to grab Ling Han, but Hunyo bit it on the thigh, making it scream in pain again. "Didn't I tell you? Come back 1 year later, I'll give you back too," Ling Han said with a smile. That dragon blood tyrant ginseng would soon produce seeds, at most a few more months, and it would be able to spread its new seeds. Then after a year, the treasured ginseng he'd obtain would be in the hundreds. "Uncle doesn't believe it." The large white rabbit screamed in pain, walking forward while dragging Hunyo, who was biting its thigh that was really arduous. Ling Han shrugged his shoulders and said, "Do as you wish, follow us if you want. Anyhow, you're a spiritual infant-tier beast and I can't chase you off, right? So long as you know your uncle's tremendousness." The large white rabbit crossed its arms. Sadly, with Hunyo hanging on its thigh, she heavily damaged its formidable image. Ling Han referenced the map and first went to Silent Might Mountain, which could very well be the mountain range containing Boundless Mountain. Since it couldn't be confirmed, they could only search inch by inch. This was no different from fishing out a needle from the sea because it had already been close to 10 millennia, and maybe Clear Harmony Palace Hall already collapsed, or it could have been buried by falling rocks during battles between martial artists. They searched carefully but got nowhere. The rabbit couldn't help but ask, "Boy, what are you guys searching for?" A palace that existed 10 millennia ago," Ling Han said. "Then why hasn't it been found?" the rabbit asked. "Because we can't be sure if it's this mountain." "Dang." The rabbit almost fainted. "Boy, does your head have a problem? You're not sure which mountain it is, yet you've already begun searching. If you can find it this way, then Uncle Rabbit will follow your surname." Ling Han gave it a condescending look. "Do you have a surname?" "Who said I didn't?" The rabbit, pleased with itself, said, "Uncle's surname is Zong. My ancestor is Zong Qing, who inspired awe throughout the world, sweeping through the world with one sword strike in former years, and later broke through the void and ascended into the god realm." "Never heard before." Ling Han shook his head. "Of course you've never heard before. Uncle's ancestor is a figure from several hundred years ago." Does this have to do with why you're able to talk?" "Boy, you're rather smart." The rabbit didn't deny it. "After a beast like me reaches the god tier, I'll transform into human and be able to speak. However, Uncle's ancestor was truly too powerful, and after blood inheritance, though Uncle can't transform, speaking isn't difficult at all. This is the nobility of bloodline." Hunyo's saliva flowed in streams as she said, "Ling Han, this is a divine beast's relic species, it's definitely tonic. Let's slaughter and eat it." "Eat your freaking uncle." The rabbit stamped its feet in a rush. "Little girl, Uncle Rabbit's begging you, stop thinking about Uncle Rabbit's flesh. There really isn't much to fill the gaps between your teeth." It had seen Hunyo's big appetite. Hunyo cracked a smile and said, "Just eat one leg, all right? You have 4 legs anyway." "To hell with that." The rabbit was almost driven mad. How could there be such a little girl? Was this forcing it to die? Ling Han laughed loudly and muttered, "If there was an ancient map, I wouldn't need to fish out a needle from the sea." "Chia, why didn't you say earlier? Uncle Rabbit knows where to get an ancient map, let alone from 10 millennia ago. Even 100 millennia ago wouldn't be a problem," the rabbit suddenly said. "Oh, where?" Ling Han asked. The rabbit counted with its claws and said, "Heaven Sword Sect, Absolute Saber Sect, Cloud Phoenix Sect." Of course. These sects had stood for at least several millennia, and obviously had maps of different periods, and they'd make it much faster compared to him searching blindly. The key was that even if he narrowed the range, to completely search over it once would take several years. Not to mention that Clear Harmony Palace Hall could be buried underneath the ground, or within a mountain, making it more difficult to find. After entering the Restore Heaven Academy, I wonder if there's a chance to access them. Yes, wouldn't hurt to find a reason saying that an ancient treasure map was obtained, but because the geographical features and names changed, the treasure trove's location couldn't be found, and an ancient map was needed for reference. Ling Han thought for a while and decided to go to the Restore Heaven Academy first to get acquainted with a few disciples of the ancient sections. Then, luring them with gains, he wouldn't have to worry about them not trying to go back to their sects to retrieve an ancient map. Ancient maps shouldn't be too precious. Once the idea was set, the 3 people and 1 rabbit set out towards the Restore Heaven Academy again. After 10 days they finally arrived at 9 Dragons Mountain. Now this area became a holy land of martial arts. The geniuses of the 4 regions and 1 state all came upon the news, and although it was still early, quite a few of Middle State's geniuses already came and gathered at the base of the mountain, sparring and improving their techniques whilst waiting for the academy to open. For martial artists, battle was a daily routine. Just as Ling Han and the others arrived, they saw 2 people fighting in the sky. Ling Han was astounded because one of them was actually Rain Emperor. Chapter 621, Mu Rong Qing. Rain Emperor was still as domineering as before. His fists had closely interwoven vein-like patterns, and as he punched out, fist ray intertwined, just like a crimson fury dragon. He was truly an extraordinary talent, breaking away from the confines of the title of Emperor. After walking out of the desolate north, his improvement was shocking. Earlier in the dark demon forest he had crossed into flower blossom tier not long ago, but now he'd shockingly crossed into spiritual infant tier. After reaching the spiritual infant tier, Rain Emperor looked younger by a few years again. Before he was a middle-aged man in the 40s, but now he only looked to be in the 30s. Spiritual infant tier experts possessed a lifespan that reached 500 years. Reign Emperor was in his 60s, and by conversion, it was only equivalent to a 100-year-old person back in their teens, naturally looking young. However, the increase in lifespan couldn't be seen. Facial features and the body's regression were much slower, and would only occur during breaking through by a large tier. Ling Han nodded inwardly. Reign Emperor probably also received some amazing and favorable circumstances. Talent alone was insufficient for such progression. Reign Emperor cultivated rays, and his battle power was obviously terrifying. Who was it that was able to fight against him? Ling Han looked at Reign Emperor's opponent. It was a youngster that looked to be in his 20s, also bare-handed, with shocking brilliance enveloping his fists, fiercely exchanging blows with Reign Emperor. The two battled fiercely in the sky, and each shock wave would make many people flee. Even more people cooperated to form defenses, unwilling to retreat to a further place, and watch the battle at a close distance. That's not a ray. Ling Han saw clearly that the youngster, who was exchanging blows with Reign Emperor, also had brilliance enveloped around his fists, yet it wasn't ray but many flashes of qi interwoven together. Pseudo-ray. It seemed like Xinyuan Ziguang wasn't the only one that cultivated pseudo-rays, and there were some more geniuses similar to him. Counting, the amount of qi actually reached the 20s, but exactly how many was unclear to him because the qi was tangled too closely and enveloped by that person's martial intent. It was impossible to see for outsiders. However, even with such an amount of qi, a pseudo-ray was a pseudo-ray after all, and couldn't truly rival an actual ray. Reign Emperor only condensed 10 flashes of qi into a ray, yet possessed an overwhelming advantage. However, the martial arts skills that the opponent grasped were extremely amazing, forcibly remedying the gap between qi and ray. Who's that youngster? Ling Han inquired a person on the sides. You don't even know him? That person revealed an astounded look. Ling Han laughed and said, should I know? You must have just come, that person said with certainty. Right on point. Impressive. Ling Han laughed loudly. If you came here earlier, you absolutely would not know that gaudy person. That person pouted his mouth, indicating towards the sky. North Region's Mu Rongqing, who's been challenging geniuses of all paths in this half-month but hasn't met a single defeat to this day. The geniuses that qualified for direct entry aren't even here, or else with Small Saber King Yao Hui Yue and Dong Ling Air, wouldn't any of them could take care of him easily? Someone on the side interjected. However, this Mu Rongqing is certainly formidable. I'm definitely no rival for him, the first person conceded with a sigh. The expression of person that interjected changed irregularly. He obviously wasn't Mu Rongqing's rival either, but didn't want to admit it publicly. He simply snorted and said, cultivating a few more years than me, he's bound to be higher, or else I'd suppress him with the turn of my palm. Ling Han swept a glance at him. This person was at the flower blossom tier and looked roughly a little over 30, looking about this age judging by qi and blood as well. However, Mu Rongqing was much younger, at most 30. Who'd cultivated a few more years again. That would be him and not Mu Rongqing. He was truly too envious. Haha, Mu Rongqing's met a rival this time, the first person said with a laugh. Ling Han looked at Reign Emperor and said, then who's Mu Rongqing's opponent? A very low-key guy. Before he attacked, no one expected him to be so fierce, and didn't even know that he was actually a spiritual infant tier elite. The first person cried out. It seems like no one even recognizes him. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, I know him, he's known as Fist Emperor. Fist Emperor. Many people on the side heard, revealing startled expressions. How could the word emperor be used rashly? Monarch and emperor represented the extreme of martial arts. If one wasn't a shattering void tier elite in this life, who else dared to claim the title of monarch or emperor? One as powerful as Small Saber King was only a king, with a small word before it. Fist Emperor represented the pinnacle of the fist path, and claimed that anyone who used fists wasn't his rival. Only then could one be crowned with such a title. Ling Han said unhurriedly, believe me, he'll definitely live up to that name in the future. The greatest genius of the desolate north wasn't Qin Yi, but this Reign Emperor. Comparatively, Qin Yi still lacked that assertive domineeringness, so he served under Ling Han. If it were the Reign Emperor, no matter how much help or pressure he was given, he would only be grateful and never submit. This was an emperor's domineeringness, and a characteristic that unparalleled elites had to possess. The people nearby obviously wouldn't believe it. Although spiritual infant tier experts were strong, the middle state wasn't lacking in deity transformation, heaven, and shattering void tier elites. With the suppression of 3 great level of elites, how could it be easy to claim the title of the emperor? Mu Rong Qing and Rain Emperor were still fighting fiercely. Of the two, one was superior in martial arts skills, emitting azure divine light all over his body, and the other had formed Ray early on with terrifying fist power. Even more, he had a natural sensitivity towards martial arts, and could improve during battle, becoming stronger the more he fought. After fighting for a day and a night, the situation was still at a stalemate. Eventually the two shook hands and made up. The two were both geniuses in the way of the fist, and naturally appreciating each other's talents, they began to discuss once they descended down. Ling Han walked over with a smile and said, "Lord Rain Emperor, long time no see." Ling Han. Rain Emperor looked over and couldn't help but laugh out loud loftily. "I thought my cultivation speed was already fast enough, but compared to you, I'm immediately eclipsed." He just entered spiritual infant tier, yet Ling Han was already at high stage of the flower blossom tier. Although there was still the threshold of a large tier between them, he believed that for a freak like Ling Han, it wouldn't trap him for long. Ling Han was truly impressed with Rain Emperor. He could ignore the barrier of a large tier because he had experienced it before, but Rain Emperor came from the desolate north, yet relied on his own efforts and talents to break through the 2 large tiers of the flower blossom and the spiritual infant tier in the short span of 2 years. This was truly shocking. Even placed in the previous lifetime, Sword Emperor and the others wouldn't be comparable to him. Of course, this was because Rain Emperor was trapped too long in the spiritual pedestal tier, and absorbed the power of the nation for many years, only then allowing him to soar to the 9th heaven the moment he left the shallow waters. In the following days, Rain Emperor certainly wouldn't be able to maintain such high speed. Come, Mu Rong, let me introduce him to you. This man here is Ling Han." Rain Emperor grabbed Ling Han's hand and turned to look at Mu Rong Qing. Flower blossom tier? Mu Rong Qing revealed an astounded expression. He never wouldn't thought Rain Emperor would be cordial towards a flower blossom tier junior. "So what if it's flower blossom tier, you unconvinced or what? Uncle Rabbit will kick your face bloody?" Who would have expected that the rabbit was the first to flip out? Peng with the push of both feet, it kicked Mu Rong Qing's butt, and with a peng Mu Rong Qing was thrust into the mud entirely. Chapter 622, One Crisis Resolved. The people nearby had strange expressions. People who were able to come here were at least at the spiritual pedestal tier, and often went to historic sites and abodes to toughen themselves, seeing plenty of strange things. However, a rabbit actually opened its mouth to speak, which still made them shockingly confused. Moreover, this rabbit was quite fierce, knocking down Mu Rong Qing with a single kick. Mu Rong Qing's strength was obvious to all. Xiao Mu Rong Qing jumped up, looked left and right and said, "Who dares to assault this young master?" Seeing everyone's gazes focused on a large white rabbit, his face twitched as he cried out, "This damned rabbit knows how to talk. Mess your face up." The rabbit pushed off its feet, charging out, and began fighting with Mu Rong Qing. Look at Uncle Rabbit's 18 eagle kick. Ping 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 ping. The rabbit's speed was very fast. As it bounced repeatedly, its legs threw a flurry of kicks at Mu Rong Qing. "Damned rabbit, this young master has no grievances nor grudges with you. Kick your sister," Mu Rong Qing said furiously. "You dare insult your Uncle Rabbit, so who else is there to kick if not you?" The rabbit bawled, kicking ceaselessly. The rabbit might be bitten by Hunyo the entire day, looking like an uncontentious person, but that was only towards Hunyo alone. When it came to treating others, it was the standard ruffian rabbit, its mouth full of rascally words, rude and unreasonable. One man and one rabbit got into a brawl, soon rising into the sky and fighting fiercely. "No need to pay attention to them," Ling Han said with a smile. He perceived that Mu Rong Qing had amazing martial arts talent, but he was also a silly person. It was better to let him and the ruffian rabbit fight it out and become brothers. After they've fought enough, they'll stop naturally. Zhu Xian learned Ling Han's phrase. Ling Han and Rain Emperor began talking about the things that happened in the 2 years. Rain Emperor suddenly said, "I think you have no need to worry about people attacking you because of the whereabouts of the divine treasure trove." "Why do you say?" Ling Han appeared very curious. "Wen Yi Jian came to the middle state not long ago, and went separately to Heaven's Sword Sect, Absolute Saber Sect and the other ancient sections. Now these sects announced jointly that no one is allowed to kill Wen Yijian, or else it would be making an enemy of the great sections. Presumably, Wen Yijian told those sects about information on the divine treasure trove and exchanged it for protection, Rain Emperor explained. Oh, so there was actually such a thing. Ling Han pondered and had to admit Wen Yijian's helplessness and resolution. Wen Yijian didn't have the Black Tower, so not to mention encountering a shattering void tier expert, even a deity transformation tier warrior could make him have nowhere to run. For him, the divine treasure trove not only had no benefits now, but also would restrict his development. Hiding silently in the mountains and forests for his entire life, would he have any prospects to advance into the shattering void tier and become a god afterwards? Since he couldn't become a god, then wouldn't the divine treasure trove be just empty words? Contrarily, handing over the coordinates of the divine treasure trove, he not only didn't lose a thing, but also was able to discuss some terms with the great sects, receiving some benefits. If his luck was nature-defying, after entering the god realm, he could still contest for that divine treasure trove. If he didn't have the Black Tower, perhaps he could only do the same. Now that the coordinates of the divine treasure trove fell into the hands of the great sects, it wasn't important for others to seize it anymore. If you couldn't even enter the shattering void tier, could you go to the god realm to dig up treasures? Wen Yijian's actions actually resolved a crisis for Ling Han. Wen Yijian also received the qualifications for direct entry into the academy, Rain Emperor went on. Ling Han nodded. Whether it was Wen Yijian's own strength or his credit for selling the whereabouts of the divine treasure trove, to win a quota for direct entry was an easy thing to do. Do you know the examination rules for entering the academy? He asked. Not sure at the moment, but since martial arts geniuses are to be picked, battle is unavoidable, Rain Emperor said indifferently, filled with assertiveness. Ling Han nodded. Rain Emperor lacked a complete art that would allow him to ultimately advance into the shattering void tier. On the path of martial arts, Rain Emperor already created his own fist technique and walked down his own path, no longer needing martial arts techniques. Only mystical powers could improve his battle prowess. After talking for a while, Ling Han took out a large pot and began cooking food. As the alluring smell spread, not only did the people nearby drool inwardly, the man and the rabbit in the sky stopped fighting and descended, their eyes on the pot lid. Hunyeo was fierce, jumping out to say, "Don't get any ideas about Hunyeo's food." Quite the attitude on guarding her food. After the food was cooked, everyone began eating. Their group of people had formidable strength, and whether it was Ling Han, Hunyeo, Rain Emperor, and Mu Rong Qing, they all had the qualifications for a direct entry into the academy. Now that the four grouped together, they could even take out spiritual infantile elites, so who would dare to provoke them? Thus, though people drooled inwardly as they watched and felt it even more strange there was a talking beast, no one came over to bother them. Mu Rong Qing was silly as expected, and soon had an arm around the rabbit's shoulders as they called each other brothers. This made Hunyeo mock him by saying that she was ashamed to be associated with beasts, making this guy quite gloomy. It was bustling here with fights every day. The geniuses from all over the world were unconvinced with each other, starting to fight as they talked, because there were too many geniuses gathered. Some obviously didn't want to go, and those that had no qualifications to enter the academy also came. They set up shop nearby, selling all sorts of things. On the second day, Rain Emperor and Mu Rong Qing both went to the mountains and forests nearby to find beasts to battle. Maybe they could also obtain precious metals, spirit medicine, and other treasures. Otherwise, would they just sit here for half a year? Ling Han had just arrived, so he circled the surroundings enthusiastically. The outer area had large amounts of street stalls laid on the ground, laying out a good deal of items. Some were unremarkable low-level spirit medicine, some were ancient tools fished out from historical remains, and there were both usable and unusable ones. Everything was based on one's own discernment. Zhu Xian'er accompanied him by his side, while Hunyeo held onto Ling Han's hand, appearing extremely impatient. When Ling Han had just taken a glance, the little girl would drag him away, making Ling Han extremely gloomy. Shopping was supposed to be women's favorite daily routine. Just look at Zhu Xian'er, she was so absorbed in it. Walking for a while, a group of people surrounding a small stall could be seen, appearing quite lively. Ling Han also pushed his way through it. Turned out everyone was interested in a bottle. This was an old thing. The tool's body was tattered, the designs on it blurred, and the bottleneck was missing a chunk, but despite it, it still gave people a grand and magnificent feeling. The stall owner was an old man with spiritual infant tier cultivation, making others not dare to seize it by force. Old senior, what treasured tool is this? Ling Han asked. Refined celestial bottle, the old man said dully. Ling Han was startled. Refined celestial? Such big talk to actually refine a divine spirit. But no matter how it looked, this ancient item couldn't possibly have such powers. The vein-like patterns on it almost completely faded. What does it sell for? He asked again. If the price wasn't too high, it wouldn't hurt to take it as a toy. Use treasured medicine as exchange, ones that can extend life, the old man said. Although he was very powerful, he was too old, with qi and blood exhausted, evidently without more than a few years left to live. For such a person, there was nothing more precious than lifespan-extending treasured medicine. Who didn't want to live long? Lifespan-extending treasured medicine was the most precious of spirit medicine, rarely seen on the market. No wonder then that this many people looked, but no one struck a deal. It wasn't that everyone didn't want to make a deal, but the old man's term was too high, such that no one could offer it. Even if they did have it, would it really be worth it to exchange for a broken bottle? Chapter 623, Contesting for the Bottle. Ling Han didn't really care. He possessed the black tower that could nurture spirit medicine extremely easily, and ginseng had the effect of strengthening one's energy and extending one's life, especially thousand-year-old ginseng, its effects even more outstanding. For him, thousand-year-old ginsengs were carrots. He'd pull as many out as needed, not at all distressed. Everyone, don't fall for it. A man suddenly stood out, pointed at that bottle and said, how could this possibly refine a divine spirit? The vein-like patterns are almost all effaced, so how much power could it possibly have remaining? Besides, how could there be a treasure in the mortal realm that refines gods? If it were truly so powerful, couldn't this person here crush Heaven's Sword sect, Absolute Saber sect, and more? Would they be lacking in treasured medicine? Everyone couldn't help but nod. This bottle was certainly out of the ordinary, but it was still broken. What power could it have left such that one would need to use the most precious life-extending treasured medicines to exchange for it? Who'd be willing to? Shopkeeper, make it cheaper. I've got 100 origin crystals here. How about it, trade? I've got 3 green Yang Star pills. I'll use 5th tier Azure Dark Gold to exchange. Everyone quoted a price that they personally could accept. This treasured tool was still quite attractive. Even though it was already broken, with the martial intent almost worn away, it still had an imperishable presence circulating, which made them moved. No exchange. The old man persisted. He had not much life left and had no descendants, so he only wanted to live a few more years. Taking other treasures had no use, they could only be buried along with him. So, how about a 300-year-old fleece flower root? Someone quoted a price. Fleece flower root was a fine tonic, and 300-year-old one was even more extraordinary, being able to extend lifespan by at least 10 years or so. The old man revealed an expression of hesitation. This treasured medicine was lower than his expectations, but after being constantly deprecated by that man earlier, he too now felt that this bottle wouldn't sell for too high of a price, making him somewhat moved. This should be a replica of refined celestial bottle. The true item couldn't possibly fall into the mortal realm, and couldn't possibly be damaged. It was still that deprecating man earlier kept observing the bottle. Although it's not genuine and it's heavily damaged, it still has some research value. He paused shortly and said, then I'll offer 2 stalks of 200-year-old Dark Cloud Ginseng. Dark Cloud Ginseng was also a life-extending spirit medicine, and while 200-year-old Dark Cloud Ginseng's life-extending effects were also around 10 years, this spirit medicine's effect couldn't be stacked. Consuming the first would have its full effects, the second would only have half the effect, and the effects of the ones after would be worse and worse. Thus, 2 Dark Cloud Ginseng's effects would at most extend life by 15 years. However, for someone with 1 foot in the grave, living for 5 more years was an irresistible temptation. The old man's brow raised. He'd wanted to accept earlier, but now, with an offer of 5 more years to live, he was obviously more touched. Ling Han laughed and opened up. I'll offer 1,000-year-old white jade ginseng. Hiss. Everyone gasped in astonishment. 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng, are you kidding? Even if ginsengs were spirit medicine of longevity, 1,000 years was the limit. Basically, there were very few ginsengs that could grow to such age. It was similar to how humans had 100 years lifespan. How many mortals could live fully to 100 years? Moreover, there were so many people who wanted to eat ginseng in the world, the greater its age the rarer it was. 100-years-old ginseng could be seen as a flower blossom tier expert, pitifully scarce. Above 500 years old was like a deity transformation tier elite, and 1,000-years-old one was like a shattering void tier countable with one's fingers. This boy called out 1,000-year-old treasured medicine from the outset. It had to be a joke. Even that old man was somewhat unbelieving and said, "Youngster, are you serious?" Ling Han raised his hand, then threw out a ginseng and said, "You can verify." The old man caught and examined the ginseng closely. In reality, he also didn't really know the good from the bad, but 1,000-year-old ginseng's medicinal powers were deep and could be sensed with just a small look. The old man was immediately certain that even if this wasn't 1,000 years old, it had at least 800 to 900 years of age. This was enough to extend his life more than 30 years. He was obviously exalted and said, "All right, this bottle belongs to you." "Hold it," the deprecating man earlier spoke up and gazed threateningly at Ling Han. He then paused momentarily before speaking. "I'll offer 3 700-years-old yellow dragon ginseng." 700-years-old yellow dragon ginseng were obviously incomparable to 1,000-years-old white jade ginseng, but with 3 stalks, it obviously surpassed the white jade ginseng. Everyone was puzzled. "Didn't you say that this bottle was tattered and worthless? Why have you taken out 3 treasured medicines to trade for it?" They immediately understood that the man earlier had intentionally deprecated it in order to decrease the competition and to win the treasured tool at the lowest price. Now, met with a powerful contender, he still wanted the treasured bottle, so he could only increase the price. For Ling Han, 1,000-years-old ginseng was of little value, but he also didn't want to waste it arbitrarily. After all, this bottle was certainly too damaged, and other than referencing the techniques of the ancient times, it almost had no use. But why was this man so aggressive, even using unscrupulous means? Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth and looked towards the bottle. The bottle's body was certainly extremely damaged, and even if it could still unleash its might, it would probably break down first. However, at the bottom of the bottle was a layer of dazzling light, intense like a small sun, almost blinding his eyes. A treasure. Ling Han was stirred up inside. Those were vein-like patterns so dazzling that even he couldn't bear it. They had to be remarkable. He no longer hesitated. Even if that bottle wasn't usable at all, the vein-like patterns alone were worth it. He threw out another 1,000-years-old ginseng and said, "Then I'll use 2. Counting on years, 3 700-years-old yellow dragon ginsengs were above 2,000-years-old white jade ginseng, but considering that the effects of the life-extending medicine reduced progressively, then the effect of 3 yellow dragon ginsengs were completely incomparable to 2,000-years-old white jade ginsengs. Anyone could do such a calculation. The old man was obviously immediately touched, but still looked towards that man. He wanted to see whether he was going to raise the price. Anyway, he was going to sell to the highest bidder to maximize the gains. That man looked at Ling Han and said, "I'll add another heart protection pill." Heart protection pill? An extremely precious medicinal pill that could save the lives of martial artists below the deity transformation tier no matter how heavy their injury was, and help them slowly recover from their injuries. Amongst medium-level earth-grade medicinal pills, it was also amongst the finest. The old man instantly felt a rush of excitement. With such a spirit pill, he could adventure in historic sites, and maybe seize an opportunity to advance into the deity transformation tier, seizing 200 years of life more from the heavens. This was much more powerful than any life-extending spirit medicine. Ling Han laughed. Competing with Alchemy Emperor using medicinal pills? Damn, heaven-grade medicinal pills he indeed lacked the materials to refine, but earth-grade medicinal pills he got a dime a dozen. He really wanted to compete. "I'll add 2 more heart protection pills," he said. Pooh. Many people in the surroundings already spurted out their saliva. These 2 guys were talking about earth-grade medicinal pills, so why did they feel so cheap like average quality goods? Chapter 624. Invitation. Fire was about to burst out of that man's gaze as he said, "I'm Nong Shui Yun. My great-great ancestor is the heaven-grade alchemist Nong Bo Xan. Brat, are you sure you want to contest with me?" Everyone gave an, "Oh." No wonder this person could take out medium-level earth-grade medicinal pills. Turned out he had a heaven-grade great ancestor. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "We're buying something now. Obviously the one who offers the higher price wins. Why are you bringing up your great ancestor?" "Fine. You win." Nong Shuiyun stared fiercely at Ling Han and turned to leave. Everyone couldn't help but break into hoots of laughter. This person had terrible moral character and intentionally deprecated the bottle earlier, making many people give up on the idea of contesting. Now that he couldn't win, he parted with threatening words, making a joke of himself for nothing. Ling Han smiled faintly, and threw a jade bottle towards the old man before he picked up the refined celestial bottle. The old man hurriedly opened the bottle cork and dumped out a medicinal pill to examine, but he wasn't an expert in this area. Although he saw the vein-like patterns closely interwoven on the medical pill, grand and magnificent, he was completely unaware of exactly what medicine it was. "Don't worry, I wouldn't cheat you," Ling Han said with a smile. The old man was obviously unbelieving, but firstly, the 2,000 years old white jade ginseng already reached his expected price, and secondly, these two medicinal pills also seemed extremely magnificent, unlikely to be of ordinary grade, so he was obviously profiting here anyway. Anyway, even if he accepted Nong Shuiyun's offer, how would he confirm that the other party's medicinal pills were genuine? He packed up the street stall. Since he'd already achieved his objective, it was obviously better to run off so as to avoid being targeted by others. Although he was at the spiritual infant tier, his chi and blood were severely exhausted, and his battle prowess was at most 1/100th of his peak days, so in reality he was only equivalent to a flower blossom tier expert. The youngsters here were all geniuses, and a flower blossom tier elite among them could probably defeat him, so he was obviously afraid of being robbed. Established by customary convention, everyone spent money to buy things, but if someone were really to be robbed, who would actually come forward to stand up for him? So the earlier he left, the more assured he'd be. Ling Han smiled as he weighed the bottle in his hand and examined it closely with the eye of truth, seeing that the bottom of the bottle had a subtle difference from the body of the bottle, probably not an integral part of the structure. The bottom of the bottle was older than the rest, and it was as if someone had intentionally made the bottle over it afterwards for the sake of concealing it. Interesting, he thought. It should be taken into Black Tower and studied carefully. He put away the bottle and saw that many people were staring at him. Wealth shouldn't be revealed inadvertently. He took out 2,000 years old ginsengs and 2 heart protection pills without a care, obviously making many people who wanted to make some ill-gotten gains have ideas about him. However, Ling Han didn't care. If anyone were to rob him, he wouldn't mind robbing them in turn till they didn't even have their underpants left. "Young gentleman, my lady has sent you a written invitation, inviting you to the attend banquet at night." Just as Ling Han was about to leave, a beautiful servant girl walked over and delivered a pink invitation, which had a faint fragrance wafting from it. Ling Han didn't immediately accept but instead asked, "Who's your lady?" "Boy, you don't even know Lady Small Peach?" Someone sneered. "Lady Small Peach is Lady Yi Yun's personal servant girl." "What, Lady Yi Yun?" "Wang family's pearl, Lady Yi Yun." Rumor has it, Lady Yi Yun is not only beautiful like a fairy, but also proficient in music, and even more so an exceptional talent of martial arts. At 9 she was recruited into the Azure Thunder sect as an exception, and although her reputation falls short of Dongling heirs, if we mention the 10 greatest beauties in the Middle State, she's definitely famous amongst them. Beautiful as a fairy, battle prowess like a goddess, an unparalleled woman. Everyone exclaimed with admiration. Wang Yiyun obviously received the direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy and actually hosted a banquet nearby. How truly extravagant. The Wang family is also an influential martial arts family that has an extremely long legacy. It's said that the great ancestor of the Wang family is still alive, having heaven-tier cultivation, but it's probably impossible for them to take the last step, advancing into shattering void tier. With Wang family's financial ability, constructing a temporary palace wouldn't be something difficult. So envious. If only I could also go check out the banquet. There definitely isn't a lack of geniuses that have direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy among the invitees. But why can this guy receive an invitation? Doesn't seem like he's all that impressive, right? Everyone looked at Ling Han, unable to discover anything surprising about him. Ling Han pondered but accepted the invitation and said, "All right, then I'll go have a look at night." The servant girl bowed and turned to leave. Everyone hurriedly made way, treating her with great respect, which magnified Wang Yiyun's dominance. It couldn't be helped that she received direct entry qualifications from the Restore Heaven Academy, right? This qualification was equivalent to dividing people into layers. Those who received qualification were first grade, and those who didn't were second and third grade. Boy, let Uncle Rabbit see that bottle. The rabbit suddenly became interested in that bottle. Oh why? Ling Han asked thoughtlessly. Earlier it was that gnome whatever and now someone's inviting you to attend a banquet. It's obviously not because they know of your strength but because they're targeting that bottle. At the banquet they'll definitely force you to hand it over so Uncle Rabbit's become interested, the rabbit said. Ling Han was astounded and said, your intelligence surprisingly isn't low. Of course, Uncle Rabbit's brain is unprecedented in the last 500 years and unseen in the future 500 years, of course it's tip-top. Wait, you mean you always thought that Uncle Rabbit was a joke? The rabbit suddenly came to a realization. Ling Han curled his lips and said, you said that yourself. You dare insult your Uncle Rabbit, I'll bestow you a bloody face ah. The rabbit thought to sharpen its claws and pounce at Ling Han, but Hu Niu bit onto its tail by surprise, making it scream in pain again. Don't be harsh to Niu's Ling or else Niu'll eat you. Hu Niu looked extremely fierce. The rabbit feared no one but Hu Niu, instantly keeping silent. Since there was still some time before night, Ling Han came to a remote place, and then flashed into the black tower. Where's that guy? The rabbit opened wide its bright red eyes. There walked into the forest. Hu Niu cooked up a lie casually. The rabbit was unbelieving but Ling Han certainly disappeared without a trace. It felt extremely strange. After entering the black tower, Ling Han began studying the refined celestial bottle. This definitely couldn't refine celestials. Ling Han said inwardly and resolutely he shattered the body of the bottle. As expected, the body of the bottle was certainly of inferior quality, at most equivalent to 4th-tier rare metals. With Ling Han's current physique and brute force, it was easily smashed into pieces. Wang, the bottom of the bottle floated into the air. Complex vein-like patterns could be seen on the face that was originally facing the inside of the bottle, and they looked like Dao flowers, making one lost in thought at first glance. What is this thing? Ling Han said, extremely surprised. Chapter 625, Heaven Transformation Bowl. Whether it was too lazy to pay attention or lost its memory and didn't know it all, the small tower didn't respond. Ling Han didn't receive a reply but wasn't disappointed. He originally asked casually, and didn't really expect to receive an answer. He carefully studied these vein-like patterns, deliberating over the profoundness within. I seem to somewhat understand, Ling Han said to himself. The bottom of this bottle itself was actually a spirit tool. After he poured in his divine sense, the spirit tool's mysteriousness emerged before him. That old man said this was refined celestial bottle. Obviously too overblown. But, the bottom of this bottle is flat on the outside and dented on the inside. In fact it's a bowl. It has its own space internally and can absorb all things to refine, turning them into the most original essence energy. Isn't this equivalent to refining origin crystals? Ling Han was extremely surprised. He kept examining this bowl. It only looked like a tiny stone bowl. Its rim was only the size of a palm, but the inside could form an extremely large space, quite miraculous. He pulled out 5 spirit medicines and then unleashed the stone bowl. As spirit power surged within, the vein-like patterns on the bowl's body immediately lit up, and the entire stone bowl became more resplendent, emitting a powerful attraction. Those 5 spirit medicines immediately flew into the air and they entered into the bowl. As expected, the internal part had another space. The spirit medicine was obviously larger than the stone bowl, but the stone bowl devoured it completely without difficulty. In a short while Ling Han smelled a light fragrance that spread from within the stone bowl. Looking again, he saw that the spirit medicine was no longer within the bowl, but had turned into a drop of light green liquid, emitting a mentally refreshing fragrance. Those were 5 spirit medicines and each one was a 5th tier, but were actually condensed into a drop of medicinal liquid. This was too ridiculous. Ling Han withdrew his origin power. The stone bowl's brilliance instantly faded, becoming extremely plain and looking like an old-fashioned ancient tableware. He turned over the stone bowl and poured it towards his own mouth. That light green liquid slowly fell, landing with a paw into his mouth. Instantly, an indescribable fragrance overflowed in his mouth, making him feel as if he were about to ascend to heaven and become an immortal. However, even more surprising was the extremely pure energy that followed down his throat and entered his stomach, and then spread, circulating all over his body. Such pure medicinal power! Ling Han exclaimed. Normally speaking, no matter whether it was spirit medicine or medicinal pills, The majority could only have the effect of accumulating origin power. However, starting from the flower blossom tier, what martial artists needed more was the comprehension of Tao. For example, at the flower blossom tier, if they wanted their Tao flower to grow, they had to engrave martial intent on it. This was nourishment. A powerful alchemist such as Ling Han could extract the heaven and earth's intent from the medicinal ingredients, and after consuming it he could connect with the Tao, from there advancing the progression of martial arts. However, this stone bowl also had the same effect. The spiritual liquid had vein-like patterns of the Tao, extremely surprising. It's equivalent to a great alchemist. Moreover, after the 5th tier ingredients were purified, it actually reached the effects of the 6th tier. This even surpasses the effects of medicinal pills. Not only medicinal ingredients can be refined, even spirit stones and rare metals too. Even living creatures. I understand now why forebears sealed it in another spirit tool to conceal its existence. This thing is truly nature-defying, and even upsets the peace of nature. If it fell into the hands of an immoral person, refining the common people to nourish oneself, that would be too unjust. Ling Han sighed. The forebears were probably unwilling to destroy such a priceless treasure and left this pearl in the dark, sealing it within another spirit tool. Tools themselves have no distinction of good or bad, it all depends on the user's intentions, Ling Han said sternly. I definitely won't use this to plot against the world's people, or else, even if I could receive an endless stream of spiritual liquid, with my heart covered by a demonic temptation, how far would I be able to advance in martial arts? He cultivated the road of the strongest, not the heartless nor the slaughterer. Using this stone bowl to kill all living things would actually rather suit the latter too. Small tower, I think I've obtained an incredible thing. Ling Han said with a smile. Small tower surfaced and stared at the stone bowl for a while. It said, I remember now. This should be Heaven Transformation Bowl, but it's definitely not genuine. In my blurry memories, Heaven Transformation Bowl was shattered long ago. This is a decent imitation. If you give it to me, I can extract 7 streaks of source power. Just 7 streaks. Ling Han pondered and said, that large primal chaos rock, how much source power did you extract? 9 streaks, Small Tower said calmly. This bowl was actually not as powerful as that primal chaos rock. Wait, primal chaos rock was what Azura Demon Emperor was crazy for, and the size of that thing? This stone bowl was only so big and 7 streaks of source power could be extracted. It was clear the quality of it was no less inferior. It was similar to comparing a chunk of divine metal that was only 1.5 kilograms, forged into a 10th tier spirit tool, and another chunk of divine metal weighing 5 kilograms but in its primitive form. Viewed from a different angle, each item's value was different. Ling Han was surprised. This stone bowl couldn't replace medicinal pills, because it could only refine the purest of energy, which was unlike medicinal pills, which had a wide variety with various uses. However, with a purifying effect that made 5th tier medicinal ingredients possess the effects of 6th tier ingredients, the uses were much greater. There was too much low-level spirit medicine within the Black Tower. Originally it was without much use, but now, purifying it with the Heaven Transformation Bowl, 3rd tier became 4th tier, and 4th tier became 5th tier. The junk could be reused. Ling Han carried out a test. He pulled out large amounts of 3rd tier medicinal ingredients and absorbed them into Heaven Transformation Bowl to purify, and they soon turned into 30 drops of spiritual liquid. However, he didn't stop and continued to activate Heaven Transformation Bowl. The spiritual liquid fused once again, purifying, and became 1 drop. He tasted it and couldn't help but reveal a smile. This was equivalent to a 2-star origin crystal but more easy to absorb as it was directly consumed into the body. 2-star origin crystals could only be refined spiritual pedestal tier experts, and was equivalent to 5th tier treasured medicine. 3rd tier medicinal ingredients turned into 5th tier. Although pathetically small in amount, it was still a qualitative change. Ling Han was extremely pleased. Black Tower on top of Heaven Transformation Bowl was an absolute perfect match. With a flash he exited the Black Tower. The rabbit saw it and couldn't help but shout loudly, "Strange, how did this guy suddenly appear?" Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, "My Qinggong is getting more and more kick-ass." This definitely wasn't Qinggong. The rabbit was certain. With its sensing ability that was 1 large tier higher than its cultivation, if Ling Han were to leap over from afar, it definitely would be able to detect it. "It's about time we can go to the banquet," Ling Han said with a smile. The 3 departed. They had inquired earlier, so they knew where to head now. After passing through a forest, a private manor could be seen occupying a large space, and there was actually a lake inside. It was definitely constructed recently. The walls and bricks were completely brand new. The Wang family truly spent a great deal. Their darling daughter was cultivating here, so they constructed a private manor here. Not only so, starting from the entrance was a road laid with limestone that extended for several kilometers, surrounded by forest on both sides. A carriage appeared, rushing fast. The coachman shouted harshly, "Move to the side." Chapter 626, Borrowing the Carriage. Ling Han didn't mind making way, but this coachman not only shouted at him, but actually lashed at them with a whip, appearing extremely arrogant and overbearing. And this was only a coachman. If the coachman was so unbridled and domineering, then what kind of person was the master? Ling Han frowned and pointed out with the index finger of his right hand, showing no anger. The finger touched the whip lightly, but this spirit snake-like whip was immediately as if it had been hit where it hurt, withering all of a sudden. Impudence. The coachman, who had a chilling gaze, raised the whip and was about to lash at them once again. "Want to go a second time?" Ling Han reached out and snatched the whip that hadn't been retrieved in time, pulling forcefully. Ah! The coachman was instantly sent flying, and the terrifying origin power damaged the carriage considerably through the whip. The carriage immediately stopped, and the coachman also fell into the thicket on the sides, letting out groans. "Matong, why did the carriage stop?" From inside the carriage a youngster's voice sounded, somewhat displeased. "Have we already arrived?" "Young master, we're almost there. However, a few arrogant ones blocked the road, so I tried to chase them away and was injured by one of them who attacked." The coachman, who stood up with some difficulty, made bogus accusations. The carriage opened and a lanky man disembarked. He was quite young, looking only around 24 to 25, and had divine light wound around his entire body, appearing extremely formidable. He, who looked full of pride, swept a glance at Ling Han and the other two, and the proud look he wore became even more intense. "A bunch of country bumpkins that don't even have a carriage, could you guys also possibly want to attend Fairy Yun's banquet?" he asked. "So what if we are?" Ling Han said indifferently. "Letting you country bumpkins attend the banquet is absolutely humiliating me," that youngster said coldly. "On top of the fact you guys harmed my coachman, if I don't act to teach you guys a lesson, then how could this acceptable? As expected, like master like servant? If he weren't used to acting unbridled and domineering, why would that coachman attack to injure others without saying a word?" Ling Han cracked a smile and said to Zhu Xian, "Encountering such an arrogant person, shouldn't he need a beating?" "He should." Zhu Xian nodded with a smile. She obviously believed in Ling Han's strength, and to say the least, even if they encountered a shattering void tier expert, didn't they have the Black Tower? Moreover, Feng Piyun was Ling Han's sworn brother. If Ling Han never acted unbridled and domineering with a mighty shattering void tier watching his back, how were other people qualified to? Haha, this young master is truly curious where you country bumpkins crawled out from, without a carriage to ride and looking extremely arrogant. It really upsets this young master terribly. That young man leapt off the carriage. He had a majestic gait with a shockingly imposing presence. "Don't say that this young master bullied you guys. This young master's name is Wuxia Liqing," he said loftily. Ling Han laughed and said, "Should I cooperate with you and reveal an expression of awe and veneration?" "What, you've actually never heard of this young master's name?" Wuxia Liqing was startled, and his gaze instantly turned baleful. "Unforgivable, you've actually never heard this young master's name." He dashed out and attacked Ling Han. As he reached out with his right hand, silver light bound it with closely interwoven vein-like patterns, making it look as if it had turned into a metal arm that kept enlarging, emitting a terrifying presence. In all honesty, this person's strength was truly impressive, and could be called the finest amongst the flower blossom tier. Unfortunately, he encountered Ling Han as his opponent. Ling Han casually reached out and grabbed Wuxia Liqing by the chest, forcibly lifting him up. As Wuxia Liqing still looked full of disbelief, Ling lashed out repeatedly. Pa pa pa, sounds of slaps on the face could be heard. "Damn, see if this bastard can't be convinced with a beating." The ruffian rabbit shouted on the side while waving his small front claws, wishing to charge up and strike violently. Ling Han turned his head and said, "Rabbit, speak more civilizedly, don't lead the kid astray. Hit him, beat this bastard to death." Hui Yue also hooted. The rabbit shrugged its shoulders as if to show that Uncle Rabbit wasn't even leading the little girl astray. She had originally already been insanely violent, the teeth marks all over Uncle Rabbit's but proved it. Ling Han casually threw Wuxia Liqing to the side and said, "This guy's right. If we don't go to the banquet on a carriage, it'll feel like our status is instantly lowered by a level. Come, everyone get on the carriage." Wuxia Liqing was furious beyond belief. These three people were actually going to seize his carriage? Of course their status was going to be raised. This carriage was his family's antique, a treasure passed down since several thousand years. At the time, it was Zhuo Li's ancestors' war chariot when they were on a world expedition. He was also frightened and puzzled. Ling Han was clearly at the flower blossom tier as he was, but why could he not even match one of Ling Han's moves? Could such a guy be the biggest genius, qualified for direct entry into the Restore Heaven Academy? But why hadn't he ever heard of him before? Under the terror and rage, he even forgot what an inconceivable thing it was for a rabbit to talk. Zhu Xian'er and Hui Yue gladly sat on the carriage. The rabbit wanted to get on it as well, but Ling Han threw it in front of the carriage, and the ground-burst wolf instantly barked and snapped its teeth at the rabbit. "Your freaking uncle." The rabbit hurriedly took to its heels. The ground-burst wolf chased, and the carriage was instantly pulled along, traveling swift forwards. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh loudly, but more so felt it strange. The rabbit's strength obviously far surpassed that of the ground-burst wolf, which had just entered into flower blossom tier. Emitting a little bit of coercive pressure, it could frighten the wits out of this beast wolf. However, it chose to run to amuse Hui Yue. Could the rabbit know Hui Yue's origins? Otherwise, why would this ruffian rabbit treat Hui Yue so nicely, not retaliating when hit or insulted, and simply screaming in pain when bitten? And now it pretended to be in a tight corner to amuse Hui Yue. The pitiful Wuxia Liqing, who was tossed by Ling Han, not only dirty but also with torn clothes, had to take out and change into a new pair of clothes from a spatial ring, bawling as he changed. The carriage traveled swiftly. It wasn't too far from the private manor here, so they arrived in a short while. Ling Han tightened the reins forcefully, and that ground-burst wolf's expression became twisted, its teeth bared as it forcibly halted its movement. It was still not resigned, wanting to turn to tear with its teeth, but Hui Yue jumped out and her feet landed right on its head. It was originally in a foul mood and now, being stepped on the head, it immediately wanted to bite this damn small human to death. However, before it opened its mouth, it felt an extremely terrifying presence, instantly making it prostrate on the ground in fright, wagging its tail ingratiatingly. This wasn't a wolf anymore. It was clearly a stupid dog. Young masters Wuxia? For sturdy guards and an old butler were welcoming the guests, and seeing the carriage arrive they also came over. However, when they saw Ling Han and the other two walking out the carriage, they couldn't help but feel it strange. Wasn't this Wuxia family's war chariot? Chapter 627. Bent. Wuxia. Ling Han laughed. He invented nonsense thoughtlessly as he said, "That guy suddenly took a fancy for his coachman and decided to elope with him, so he urged me to attend the banquet in his place." The old butler was astounded. He'd seen Wuxia Liqing a few times and each time, Wuxia Liqing would come for the lady of the house, earnestly pursuing her, so why did he suddenly take a fancy for his own coachman? Could it be that when the lady rejected him she was too cold, which led to too great of a shock for Wuxia Liqing's, warping his view on life, bending it forcibly? "May I ask how to address this young master?" he asked. Anyway, his duty was to welcome guests, and whoever came over on this carriage would be qualified to enter the private manor. This was the rule which he had to obey. Han Lin. Ling Han used a pseudonym again, not that he cared whether or not he'd be exposed by others. "So, it's young Master Han, please?" The old butler gesticulated to proceed, and a sturdy guard immediately came over to take Ling Han and them in. Hold it. Wuxia Liqing and his coachman ran over together at that time. Because of being injured by Ling Han, they supported each other with an arm, looking, well, very intimate. Could it be true the two were really bent together? The old butler instinctively felt an aversive chill. He'd heard that some men swung this way, but never would have thought to personally witness it, making his old face contort. He even took a few steps back as if afraid of being infected. After retreating to a safe distance he asked, "Young Masters Wuxia? That person seized my carriage, stop him. Don't let that wild person enter. He definitely came to start trouble." Wuxia Liqing himself couldn't rival Ling Han, and could only pin his hopes on the old butler. This was a spiritual infant tier elite who'd crossed into this tier countless years ago. Although he'd been delayed in advancing into the deity transformation tier, he improved upon this tier extremely firmly, his battle prowess terrifying. The old butler gave an "oh," and placed his sight on Ling Han, revealing a baleful look. He said, "Young Master Han, are young Masters Wuxia's words inconsistent with the facts?" Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Completely inconsistent. For a young and promising, humble and courteous person like me, how could I possibly be a wild person? I'm going to sue him for slander. Senior, please uphold the justice." This? Wuxia Liqing almost hacked out blood in anger. "You're damned humble and courteous?" He pointed at the wounds on his body and said, "Wasn't this from your beating?" The coachman also nodded hurriedly, and with an aggrieved look, he leaned into Wuxia Liqing's chest, timid and helpless, appearing extremely resentful. "Fuck, this is blinding." Such a scene was something even the old butler didn't dare to look at for too long. Hurriedly casting away his glance he said to Ling Han, "Young Master Han, rules are rules. Since young Masters Wuxia didn't let you attend the banquet in his place, then please show your personal invitation, or else this old man can only chase young Master Han away." How could a country bumpkin receive an invitation? He definitely wanted to sneak in. Wuxia Liqing discredited Ling Han. Ta, another carriage arrived, and out of it walked a man with an imposing appearance and a ravishingly beautiful girl by his side. The two didn't look like couple but rather brother and sister. That man was first startled and then asked curiously, "Isn't this Wuxia? Haha, what do you look so miserable?" Wuxia Liqing was most afraid of having his scars exposed by others, so when he heard him he simply snorted and said, "Mind your own business. Don't you know that I, Li Fengyu, love the most to meddle in others' businesses and watch the fun?" The man laughed loudly. He called over the beauty to his side and said, "Younger sister, let's get a stool and some pumpkin seeds, cracking some while we watch the show." "Brother?" That beauty glared at him. Her physique was ample and touching, and she was extremely bright and beautiful. She truly had no way to handle her brother, who never appeared proper all day long. "And Zhuolu, you're holding on to this person so tightly, could there be a secret between you guys that can't bear the light of day?" Li Fengyu looked at the coachman who was timidly leaning into Wuxia Liqing's chest, instantly looking full of alarm. Wuxia Liqing was first startled, and then discovered that the coachman was actually leaning on his chest, instantly making him feel sick. He hurriedly pushed the other person away, appearing disgusted. Ling Han shook his head and said, "Cast aside the birdie heartlessly, how deeply deserving of disdain." So, it turns out Wuxia actually had this sort of liking, and in order to cover it he intentionally treated the other coldly. A lover? Li Fengyu was surprised and startled. The old butler's throat trembled, he wanted to puke. This generation's geniuses appeared like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, each one stronger than the previous, but it was way too Misito even play in such ways. "You guys," Wuxia Liqing roared angrily. "I'll kill you guys. I'll kill you guys." Ling Han intentionally sighed and said, "With a secret exposed, you become furious with shame? Sigh, this isn't much, really. Each person has the right to love others, so as long as one likes it, why care about how the world views it?" Yes. Li Fengyu agreed from the bottom of his heart. Wuxia Liqing trembled with anger. He wasn't at all bent. He still wanted to pursue Wang family's beloved daughter. However, if news of him muddling hopelessly with other men spread, would he still have hope? "This brother here, let's have a good chat." Li Fengyu's expression had gossip written all over it. The contents of this good chat was definitely Wuxia Lu and the coachman's unspeakable secret. Ling Han took out an invitation and handed it to the old butler whilst walking towards Li Fengyu, and said with a smile, "All right. Don't talk about it." Wuxia Liqing hurriedly shouted. Ling Han turned his head and said, "Don't talk about what?" "Don't talk about the things between me and him." Wuxia Liqing immediately shouted without thinking. Ling Han nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't. I most dislike talking about someone's secrets behind their back." Li Fengyu instantly gave an "oh." This time it was truly certain, even Wuxia Liqing himself admitted it. The old butler wanted to puke again. No, no. After staring blankly for a while, Wuxia Luqing finally came to his senses. There wasn't anything originally, but now that he argued, he instead admitted his own status as a bent male, instantly shouting repeatedly. Say no more, I understand. Li Fengyu nodded sternly and said, Wuxia, don't worry, your secret is with me and definitely won't be told to a third person. Believe your freaking ghost. The sneaky smile on your damned face can't even be contained. Moreover, who didn't know your nickname, Li Big Mouth? You damned sure won't tell a third person, but tell 300 people, even 3,000 people. Wuxia Luqing hurriedly chased over. He had to stop Li Fengyu from talking nonsense, but he just ran 2 steps when he felt his legs go soft, immediately falling towards the ground. Young master. The coachman hurriedly threw himself at Wuxia Luqing and caught him. Hero saves the beauty? Li Fengyu said once he saw it. Filthy, really too filthy. However, the expression on his face was beyond excitement. The trait of Li Big Mouth already began to burn with rage. The old butler couldn't bear it, and with a wah he puked. The youngsters nowadays were truly beyond understanding. Chapter 628. An ugly person with an even uglier heart. Ling Han already walked past the entrance, with a sturdy man leading them towards the place of the banquet. Brother Han, it was you just now, right? Li Fengyu's sister was constantly watching indifferently from the side, yet suddenly spoke up. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Don't you accuse me wrongly. He certainly activated the annihilating Dragon Star arrow and gave Wuxia Luqing a shot. It should have been extremely covert, but she actually saw through it. Li Fengyu laughed loudly and said, In front of my sister, don't you think of concealing any secrets. She's naturally endowed with an extremely shocking perception. Brother? Li Fengyu's sister said, displeased. They just met, and he already divulged her trump card. Li Fengyu coughed and said, Come, let me introduce you, here is my sister Li Zixian. Sigh, she's soon to pass 20, but hasn't found a husband yet. Her standards are beyond reach, with no genius or exceptional talent to her liking, worrying this brother to death. As expected, Li Big Mouth. Brother? Li Zixian couldn't help but blush and stomp her feet. Ling Han laughed loudly. With such an older brother, what sort of experience would it really be like? He also introduced himself. I am Ling Han, this is my friend Zhu Xianer, and this is Hunyo. That over there is the ruffian rabbit. Ruffian what? You in charge of who's a ruffian? Your freaking uncle Ah? The rabbit was immediately displeased, but being bitten on the tail by Hunyo, it instantly screamed in pain. The Li siblings were instantly shocked. This large white rabbit actually opened its mouth to talk. Ling Han nodded and said, Yes, this damned rabbit knows how to talk. Let go, Uncle Rabbit's tail that was grown out with great difficulty can't get any shorter, the rabbit screeched. Don't be rude to Nyo's Ling Han. Hunyo chided it. I really don't know what's so good about this guy, the rabbit muttered. The Li siblings still hadn't come back to their senses from such a shock, feeling their outlook on life collapse. There was actually a beast that knew how to talk. They actually forgot to think about the now obvious fact that Ling Han used a pseudonym. Under the sturdy man's guidance, they soon arrived at the lake, seeing long tables set up here. Food and fine wine filled the tables, yet there was not a single chair. People held plates and fetched some food from the table, walking while eating and occasionally drinking wine. 4 martial artists standing for a few days wasn't tiring, so it didn't matter whether there were chairs or not. Without a fixed seat, people wouldn't be displeased because someone else had a better spot. Moreover, walking while eating could make everyone communicate and converse better. Ling Han nodded inwardly. Although he hadn't met Wang family's Pearl, her remarkableness was already demonstrated. Seeing so many people, Li Fengyu's heart of gossip immediately burned fiercely as he said, Brother Ling, Lady Zhu, sister, you guys find a place to eat, I'm going to find a few people to have a chat. Without waiting for Ling Han and the others to respond, he already dashed out. If he suppressed it any longer, he'd have internal injuries. Poor Wuxia Luqing, Ling Han said inwardly, yet secretly enjoyed it served him right for being such an unpleasant person. Seeing so much food, Hunyo's eyes instantly glowed, but after smelling it with her small nose, she couldn't help but be disappointed. It's not fragrant at all. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, It's free anyway. Can't be many good things if it's free, just eat casually. Alright, Nyo will eat casually. Hunyo sighed. The two came to a table and began to fill their plates, instantly frightening people on the sides. Were you guys the reincarnation of hungry ghosts, filling up such a tall plate, not afraid of bursting? Eat casually. Yes. Hearing the two eat and talk like this, the people nearby were speechless. Wang family took out a great deal this time. Many foods were made from high-level beast meat and 4th-tier and 5th-tier spirit fruits. Taking any bit of it would sell for a sky-high price. However, as these two people saw it, it didn't appear to their liking at all. More importantly, one should eat less if it wasn't to one's liking, yet they still filled up so much. After a while, Qing also walked in. This time he didn't have the coachman accompanying him. Walking alone, he'd already restored his calm, and became that arrogant genius earlier. However, everyone immediately pointed at him, discussing animatedly, and many people even wore a disdainful look. This bent man. Qing almost passed out from anger. He only arrived a little late, yet Li Fengyu had already spread his orientation to the whole place? Li Big Mouth, truly too big of a mouth. He forcibly composed himself and thought that rumors stopped with the intelligent. The more he argued, the more unclear it would be. A fragrant breeze could be smelled as a girl walked over. After she glanced over Zhu Xian'er's face, she spoke bitingly, "Tisk looks pretty good from afar, but this face, sigh. This great physique was really given to the wrong person." Zhu Xian'er didn't take it to heart. Her appearance was unparalleled, definitely the #1 in the world, rarely seen in 10,000 years. Moreover, a girl would dress up for the man who loved her. Her beauty needed only blossom for Ling Han, and she'd never thought of letting others admire her exceptional beauty. Ling Han's gaze, however, turned cold. With his temperament for protecting those close to him, even if Zhu Xian'er was only a normal friend, he wouldn't allow her to suffer the slight of others, let alone now that the two of them were close to being a couple. "Ugly girl, what did you say?" Ling Han tossed a glare. "You ugly girl?" That girl's expression turned pale, and she immediately burst into anger. He dared to insult her as an ugly girl? She was Jing Shuang, and countless men were intoxicated by her, but now someone actually called her ugly to her face. "Not only is your face ugly, your heart is ugly too, ruin my appetite." Ling Han sighed. People said, a feast for the eyes, but now she actually ruined his appetite, so how ugly did she have to have such destructive power? Jing Shuang trembled in anger, feeling that Ling Han's words were truly like ice, not only cold but cutting her painfully. She saw Zhu Xian'er's figure from behind earlier, and instantly felt put to shame and unable to compare with that beauty that was in the other's bones. She couldn't help but walk over to get a careful look. Who would have expected that Zhu Xian'er actually had an extremely ordinary face, which instantly relieved her inside, and at the same time she couldn't help but mock her. However, she didn't faze Zhu Xian'er, and almost exploded from anger herself. "Fairy Jing, what's wrong?" Her escorts immediately surrounded over. There were a dozen in before their eyes. "This person wanted to harass me." Jing Shuang pointed at Ling Han. Ling Han instantly shivered and said, "Hey, don't disparage my tastes. Even if I had a wolf-like urge, I wouldn't take a fancy to you. You can dream on." Jing Shuang was about to pass out from anger. How could there be such a person with a tongue like a sharp blade, piercing her all over the body? Nonsense. An escort jumped out. "Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Fairy Jing, or else I, Zhu Xiaotian, will definitely not forgive you." Chapter 629, Talk of a Marriage. Ling Han smiled and said to Hunyo, "Someone's disturbing our meal, what to do?" "Send them all flying," Hunyo said fiercely. "Then do you want to warm up a bit?" Ling Han asked. "All right." Hunyo put down her plate. Seeing everyone eyeing them covetously, she couldn't help but ask, "You guys want to rob Nyo's food?" On the second thought, she said with a smile, "Not delicious anyway, no matter." "Humph, so you don't dare to act yourself, letting a little girl take the field?" Zhu Xiaotian sneered. "You're truly deserving of contempt. Asking for a beating." Hunyo charged out, and as her small figure flashed, she already appeared before Zhu Xiaotian, firing a punch. It hit Zhu Xiaotian right in the face, instantly making him have a nosebleed. Once she attacked, everyone was shocked. This little girl's speed was so fast, truly surprising. "Nyo will knock you all down." Once Hunyo attacked, she couldn't stop. Her body turned into lightning and flashed in the crowd, pa pa pa, sending people flying one after another like scarecrows. However, it was only the time of a few breaths, yet all those dozen escorts were knocked down by Hunyou, lying on the ground and groaning in pain. Jing Shuang's body was as if it was frozen. She definitely never expected a little girl to be so strong, instantly defeating her pursuers. Although her pursuers were definitely not limited to this amount, these were strongest ones, or else they wouldn't have qualified to be invited here. Where did this little girl come from? With such a great commotion, the others obviously saw it. Quite a few were astounded, while some others revealed an interested look. So it's young Master Han. A girl walked over gracefully, her figure lithe, swaying gently. Her appearance was extremely beautiful, her skin like white jade and black hair like a waterfall, glowing bright. She was extremely beautiful. She walked over from afar, and the people in her way made way from both sides one after another, their expressions feverish and intoxicated. She was a beauty one grade higher than Jing Shuang. Ling Han looked at her and said, "You are." That girl smiled faintly, and it was instantly like 100 blowers and blossom, bright and beautiful. She said, "Nong Man, also the one who invited you over on Sister Yi Nong's behalf." Ling Han suddenly came to a realization and said, "You're Nong Shuiyun's older sister or younger sister?" "Older sister," Nong Man said with a smile. "I invited young Master Han over, still wanting to discuss whether or not young Master Han could give up that bottle." "Hee, a mere bottle, was it necessary to invite me here to discuss it?" Ling Han said. "I'm afraid that I don't have a place to eat? Lady Man is so kind to me." Nong Man involuntarily froze. She wasn't concerned for Ling Han, and only thought of using such a gathering to pressure Ling Han. She'd never expected that Ling Han would actually intentionally distort it, making her not know how to justify herself in the moment. "Arrogant one, you dare take advantage of Fairy Nong?" Many people instantly berated him. Each and every one was exceptional, and their powerful presences started circulating. Everyone shouting simultaneously formed a terrifying pressure. "You guys dare to be mean to Nyo's Ling Han?" Hunyou was instantly furious. "Beat them, beat the crap out of them." The rabbit only desired to wreak havoc, waving its small claws in instigation. Pooh! Many people immediately spurted out. This beast actually opened its mouth to talk, truly shocking. The scene was somewhat chaotic. Nong Man gesticulated for everyone to quiet down and said, "Everyone keep calm. Brother Ling, I'm certainly very interested in that bottle, and if Brother Ling can sell it to me, Man will definitely not disappoint Brother Ling." "Oh." Ling Han intentionally sized up Nong Man with a smile, and said, "Is Nong family lacking a son-in-law?" Nong Man's expression instantly turned gloomy. This youngster was truly dreaming think of becoming Nong family's son-in-law? Impudence. Nong Shuiyun also squeezed through, then pointed angrily at Ling Han and said, "Who are heck are you, a toad wishing to eat swan meat?" The people nearby laughed loudly. Nong Man was Nong family's beloved daughter, and Nong family's ancestor, Nong Boxan, was even a heaven-grade alchemist, being able to parallel shattering void tears. To marry Nong family's precious daughter, how outstanding would the man have to be? "Oh, Nong family's precious daughter is so noble that even Ling Han can't marry her?" A domineering voice could be heard as Rain Emperor and Mu Rong Qing arrived together. They were both spiritual infant tier experts, boasting great deterring power. The people in the surroundings instinctively made way. The people able to come here were obviously all geniuses, but there weren't many spiritual infant tier ones, and they couldn't possibly resist Rain Emperor and Mu Rong Qing's presence. Two great spiritual infant tier experts stood by Ling Han's side with their arms crossed, posing a supportive stance. Spiritual infant tier. Amongst the younger generation nowadays, there temporarily wasn't a freak in the deity transformation tier, so spiritual infant tier elites were undoubtedly the strongest. Rain Emperor and Mu Rong Qing's battle was well known, and although they had just broken into the spiritual infant tier, their battle prowess was at least 7 to 8 stars, being able to fight elites one generation older. "Hee Lady Man, if you marry my brother Ling, I'll give the snow dragon medal I just got as a celebratory gift." Mu Rong Qing said with a smile, and with a swing of the arm, he tossed out a thoroughly white-colored medal. Its size was not much different from a fist, yet it made many people stare with wide eyes, revealing avaricious looks. Snow Dragon Medal. It was hard to confirm its level because its uses were extremely unique. It needed to be refined and mixed with other rare metals to greatly increase the durability of a forged weapon, allowing 7th tier ingredients to endure 8th tier martial intent. The upper limit was 7th tier. It was impossible to make an 8th tier ingredient into a 9th tier. Even so, everyone couldn't help but look at it with their covetous eyes. This chunk of snow dragon metal was fist-sized, and added to a 7th tier rare metal, it was enough to refine an 8th tier weapon that most people would be satisfied with. Even Nong Man's breathing stiffened, but she revealed an irritated expression. Could she, a dignified descendant of a heaven-grade alchemist, be bought with a single piece of snow dragon metal? No way. In your dreams, she rebuked, feeling like she'd suffered great humiliation. Ling Han sighed, then patted Mu Rongqing's shoulder and said, "Mu Rong, looks like you've got no game. I'd wanted to talk of a marriage, but she turned her nose up at your betrothal gift." "What, me?" Mu Rongqing pointed at his own nose. He revealed a shocked look and then immediately shook his head and said, "I don't want to." Ling Han laughed and said, "Then Lady Nong, sorry? My brother isn't interested in you, so pretend I didn't say those words earlier." Was it really good to play with people like this? Nong Man's almond-shaped eyes burst with fire, and Jing Shuang's expression wasn't any better. On the other side, Zuoqiu Liqing also requested backup, running over in an aggressive manner and surrounding Ling Han and the others. "You guys have overdone it. Think you can look down on people of the world with 2 spiritual infant tier experts?" Everyone looked coldly at Ling Han and the others. Amongst those invited this time, there were a few top geniuses who'd received direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy. Once they arrived, suppressing Ling Han and the others would be as easy as the turn of a palm. Wang, 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 a stream-like sound of an instrument suddenly sounded. It was as if a divine sound, and everyone's tempers suddenly subsided. Chapter 630, Wang Family's Pearl. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and saw that in the pavilion on the middle of the lake, a girl clad in white suddenly appeared. Her black hair was like clouds and snow, and she had a beauty without a shred of earthliness. She was playing a zither, gently fiddling with white hands like jade. Wonderful notes sounded, intoxicating people's mind and soul. This music shouldn't be of this world. The fishes in the lake constantly jumped out of the water and gathered around the pavilion in the lake, extremely lively. In the sky, large amounts of birds flew over and danced gracefully in the sky as if fairies. The zither sounds turned into Tao symbols and entered the water, and caused slight ripples without any destructive power, making the fish joyful and the birds flutter. Everyone revealed an intoxicated look. This girl and this music should only exist in the heavens. How could it descend into the mortal realm? Fairy Yun. What, she's Fairy Yun? Truly devastatingly beautiful. She's actually not Middle State's #1 beauty? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Everyone shook their heads. Wang Yun's appearance was above the level of Lu Yutong, but fell short of Zhu Xian'er's. On top of it, the breathtaking scene obviously infinitely increased her charisma. Zhu Xian'er was somewhat jealous and she moved close to Ling Han's ear. She said in a low voice, "Xian'er also knows how to blow the flute." Ling Han looked at her small bright red lips, feeling his heart sway and said, "All right, let me hear it when there's time." Zhu Xian'er nodded, pleasingly affectionate. "Everyone please be amiable." Wang Yun pressed both hands gently on the zither, yet the lingering sound still reverberated. Her voice was also gentle and pleasant, airy like gentle splash of spring water. Yes. Everyone was persuaded, nodding in agreement. Ling Han was astounded. This girl was only 23 or 24, but had already crossed into the spiritual infant tier, extremely extraordinary. As expected of a great ancient sect's disciple, her tier far surpassed those of her peers. In the North region, definitely no one could compare with her. In the other 3 regions, only a few distinguished ones like Mu Rongqing would qualify to compare. This sect and the other great sects have a prophecy that soon, a great calamity will befall. Wang Yun continued to talk. The entire place was silent, and only her airy voice resonated. In the recent 10 millennia, the calamity that caused great destruction on the vast lands will come again, and this sect as well as the other great sects will do as 10 millennia before greet the powerful enemies hand in hand to bring peace and order to the world. However, to prepare for the worst, the establishment of the Restore Heaven Academy was still decided on to preserve the future hope as much as possible. So, everyone is the key to reinvigorating martial arts in the future, and must not harm our own. With that said, she stood up and tread on the lake, walking towards the shore. With the first step, fishes jumped out of the water playfully, and skylarks danced behind her. It was as if she was a celestial fairy who descended into the world, with beauty much calming and refined. Fairy is truly benevolent. The 5 great sects also cherish the world. If a great calamity were to truly happen, only the 5 great sects could defend the world. Great nobility and righteousness. Great virtuousness. Everyone all praised unanimously. No matter whether it was sincere or insincere, who dared to speak ill of the 5 great ancient sects. Those were super forces with shattering void tier elites. Any of those sects could dominate the world. However, the 5 great sects constantly guarded their own land, and never planned to dominate the world. This made people stick their thumbs up in praise. Wang Yun arrived and smiled sweetly towards Nong Man Man as she said, "Sister Man Man, don't stay angry, okay? For the sake of my younger sister, I obviously won't get angry." Nong Man Man barely squeezed out a smile. The great truth had already been said, and if she were to cling obstinately, she'd be looked down upon by others. So, to have a way with words was also a type of sharp weapon. Being criticized at the commanding height of morality, one could only sulk and lower one's head and say that one was convinced. "Brother Ling," Wang Yun turned her gaze over. "I've heard you and Sister Man Man got into a conflict because of a spirit tool. How about this? I have a 6th-tier treasured tool to give Brother Ling in exchange for that spirit tool." Everyone revealed shocked expression. A 6th-tier spirit tool was casually used as a gift, such boldness, and it showed Wang family's deep roots. Of course, if Nong Man Man weren't a descendant of a heaven-grade alchemist, she definitely wouldn't be so generous. Nong Man Man immediately revealed a joyful look. In reality, she discovered the extraordinariness of the refined celestial bottle, but didn't want to cause a commotion, so she had Nong Shui Yun take action. In the end, Ling Han charged out midway and was richer and more imposing than they were, forcing her to invite Ling Han to the banquet and use the atmosphere here to force him to submit. With Wang family's beloved daughter speaking and being able to receive a 6th-tier spirit tool, Ling Han should agree no matter how one thought of it. After all, selling Wang Yun a favor could be of great use in the future. "No need. I like that bottle very much and have no intention of selling it," Ling Han rejected immediately. No kidding, that stone bowl was Heaven Transformation Bowl's replica, which could refine all things and extract their essence, something more precious than the demon birth sword. Was it something a 6th-tier spirit tool could be used to exchange for? In your dreams. He rejected so resolutely that he not only made everyone surprised, even Wang Yun found it unexpected. Her delicate face revealed an obvious astonished look, and being startled for a while she finally said, "Brother Ling, are you not going to consider it a bit more?" "No need." Ling Han waved his hands, not giving her any face at all. "Ling Han, you're too arrogant." Zhuqiu Liqing took the chance to shout out. Ling Han rejected Wang Yun's good intentions, obviously arousing the anger of the masses. Adding a bit more fire, he could obviously turn Ling Han into the target of all. "Yes, too arrogant. Fairy Yi Yun had good intentions, and you didn't even consider it at all. You really think yourself some big shot. If it weren't for the sake of Fairy Yi Yun, I'd truly want to give him a beating." Everyone all spoke at once. A beauty had the natural advantage, and the more beautiful she was, the more it made people neglect the case itself, completely influenced by emotions, gravitating towards Wang Yun. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Hunyo, full yet?" "Barely not hungry." Hunyo popped out her head from the pile of food. "The things here aren't delicious at all. Nyo's gone through great trouble." Everyone seemed to faint. If it wasn't delicious, why would you eat so much? The plates stacked on the side were taller than you. Moreover, after eating so much, you were actually just barely not hungry. What sort of stomach did you have? "Alright, let's go back and continue to eat," Ling Han said with a smile. Okay. Hunyo clapped her hands while looking at Wang Yun and said in a sweet voice, "You're such a failure of a host, making such nasty dishes for guests to eat." Sigh, Nyo looks down on you. Alright, eating so much of someone else's high-tier beast meat and still looking down on them, this little girl was truly one of a kind. Wang Yun didn't lose her temper at all, still full of smiles as if nothing could sway her emotions, but the people on the side couldn't tolerate it. "What kind of guests are you guys? Don't go, stay." Right, I want to spar with you a bit. That's right, fighting harms harmony, we'll just spar a little. Chapter 631, Well Conned. No one dared to challenge Mu Rong Qing and Reign Emperor, because they were spiritual infant tier elites, but Ling Han was only in the flower blossom tier. Everyone was a genius of the current generation, who feared anyone else in a battle at the same tier. Geniuses were conceited, confident in being invincible at the same tier, so they were even more fearless. If one could force Ling Han to submit, then Wang Yun would definitely think highly of oneself, keeping oneself in mind. Persimmons obviously had to be picked when they were soft. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, "You guys really want to spar with me?" "Of course," those people shouted out one after another. "If you lose, then hand over the bottle." "All right." Ling Han agreed directly. "However, you guys are betting against me with empty promises, so what benefits do I get if I win? Want to spar with me? Time, take out treasures no lower than 6th tier. Who's scared of you?" Instantly, someone took out a treasure and placed it on the table. There were spirit medicine, rare metal, and some ancient articles, all looking to be of great age at first glance. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "All right, those who want to challenge me line up. I'll accept it all as long as you can offer a treasure. Lay the bet together, I only accept reservations now. Come, those who want to challenge me, place the treasure on the table. Xianair, you tally it?" "Yes." Zhu Xianair nodded meekly. They issued a proper challenge. How did it become so trifling? Everyone was young and aggressive and before a beauty who was willing to admit defeat. Many people took out their treasures and threw it on the table. Zhu Xianair was responsible for screening whether someone tried to get past her with a lower-level treasure. "First things first, once the bet is laid, no refunds. You guys can only choose to fight me or not fight and lose automatically. There's no refunding the bet," Ling Han said seriously. He had everyone take out their treasures for the bet first to prevent others from cowering from the battle after witnessing his battle prowess. The youngsters all straightened up their necks and said, "Humph, you think we're afraid of you?" Ling Han looked at the tall pile of treasures stacked on the table. He revealed a smile and said, "Anyone else, anyone else? It's the only opportunity, there'll be no more after this time. Those who want to ingratiate themselves with Wang family's lady, hurry up. A lost chance never returns." He actually advertised for himself. Wang Yun's expression was still unmoved, but she slightly clenched her 5 fingers, showing the fury that aroused within her at the moment. No more people came forward to lay a bet. As the others saw it, with this many people challenging one after another, Ling Han would definitely lose, and with one loss there'd be no treasure bottle, so why would they need to challenge? Ling Han couldn't help but feel regret feelingly this many people could be tricked. He nodded and said, "To save time, those who placed bets just now, you guys come together." Pooh. This guy was so arrogant. How many people were challenging Ling Han? At least 50. These 50 people weren't just anyone but present geniuses, all of whom have crossed into the flower blossom tier, possessing tier-surpassing fighting abilities, varying from 3 to 4 stars to 5 to 6 stars. With these many geniuses teaming up, which flower blossom tier expert dared to be careless? Fighting one opponent after another would be tiring enough, let alone being ganged up on. Every genius wanted face, and obviously none of them were willing to attack. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Since no one dares to attack, then I win. Xianair, take the bets, let's retreat." "You can't go." Seeing Ling Han about to run, these youngsters were dissatisfied. Not that they didn't dare to attack, just that they didn't want to gang up on him. There'd be no glory in winning like that. Besides, who would take the credit? However, Ling Han was about to run, and they couldn't hold back anymore, jumping out one after another and surrounding Ling Han. "I'll take care of you guys in 3 moves, Ling Han said with a smile. Arrogance. The youngsters were all furious, flames bursting from their eyes. They felt that Ling Han was truly hateful, instantly making their tempers flare up. "In 3 moves we defeat you," is about right. Less nonsense. There's nothing much to say to such an arrogant person, so let's just beat him up. All right. At least over 20 people attacked simultaneously. Hong martial intent spread as origin power turned into all sorts of weapons, striking, slashing and cutting at Ling Han, and all sorts of chi overflowed, making for a terrifyingly shocking sight. Ling Han smiled faintly. Powerful origin power gathered, and lightning flickered over his body. Then he simply fired a casual punch. Pung 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 pung. All the origin power weapons shattered at once and all the chi attacks were annihilated. However, the lightning wasn't extinguished, it spread towards those people with supreme speed. Instantly, one figure after another was shocked into the sky, and then descended like scattering flowers and fell all over the ground. 20 people were actually defeated in one move. 2 more moves, Ling Han muttered and said to the remaining 20+ people, you guys have to attack all at once or else with 2 remaining moves, I really can't take care of all of you. In the surround it was a field of silence. This youngster was so powerful. Although no one amongst the 20+ people received qualification for direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy, among those being able to attend the banquet, who wasn't an outstanding talent. However, over 20 people attacking together were utterly defeated with one move. Just how strong was Ling Han? Unless there was suppression of a large tier, those possessing such battle prowess were definitely the biggest geniuses to enter the Restore Heaven Academy. The remaining 20+ people looked at each other, not daring to attack. Their battle prowess wasn't much stronger than that of those lying on the ground, so even if they could stand one move, what difference would it be if they were defeated in 2 moves or 3 moves? Suffering an utter defeat under watchful eyes, wasn't that just foolish? Fight my **s. No wonder Ling Han wanted them to take out their treasures for the bet first. Certainly, after seeing his battle prowess, who would be stupid enough to make a bet? Such a freak. Only the biggest geniuses with direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy could rival him. Zhu Xin air was full of smiles, collecting all the treasures on the table. Other than plundering, tricking people also seems to be a shortcut to making lots of money. Ling Han muttered to himself. He then laughed, raising his voice to say, who else wants to challenge me? Everyone was speechless, placing their gazes at the finest geniuses that possessed the qualification for direct entry to the academy. Wang Yiyun's beautiful eyes lit up and she said, with Brother Ling's great might, you should receive the qualification for direct entry to the Restore Heaven Academy. Ling Han laughed and said, isn't this normal? Brother Mu Rongqing also didn't qualify either, right? Mu Rongqing pointed at his own nose and said sourly, why take me for a comparison again? Just comparing. I didn't ask for your opinion, so please don't interrupt, Ling Han said with a smile and then said to Wang Yiyun, Lady Wang, can we leave? Brother Ling, this time Yiyun invited everyone over to discuss a matter, so please sit for a moment. Wang Yiyun spoke to retain them. The food's so nasty, can't sit anymore. Hunyao struck the table, face full of discontent. Hearing this, everyone lamented for Wang Yiyun. The Wang family definitely spent a great deal to set up this banquet, but in Hunyao's mouth, it became neglecting guests. Truly an injustice. Chapter 632, Striking Heaven Alliance. Wang Yiyun didn't pay attention to Hunyao. Although this little girl was also extremely freakish, she was still young. The emphasis was on Ling Han. Ling Han pondered and said, all right, then let's see what you have to discuss. Wang Yiyun smiled lightly, which was like a gentle breeze in a warm sun, as if nothing could move her spirit. She said, inviting everyone over this time was mainly for a proposal. Everyone is a present-age genius, and when the Restore Heaven Academy opens, many people will be able to enter. She paused and went on, however, where there are people there are sections of society circles. The 5 great sects have a circle for the 5 great sects. The East region and North region have their own circles. If anyone is alone or in a weak force, they'll definitely be mistreated at that time. Everyone nodded their heads involuntarily. In their own sects and families, they were undoubtedly excellent, the best geniuses, but in the Restore Heaven Academy, the geniuses from all over the vast lands would be gathered. They would obviously become the normal level there, and not even be able to enter the Restore Heaven Academy. Ling Han was also at the Flower Blossom tier, but his battle prowess was extremely terrifying, making people's hair stand on ends. Those who offended him now, wouldn't they be afraid of being bullied by him when they entered the academy? One had to know that families and the forces of a sect couldn't be brought into the academy. So, Yiyun has a proposal. We'll form a union and look after each other, resisting people from other circles together, Wang Yiyun went on. This was the true purpose of her hosting a banquet gathering geniuses for her own use. Despite the fact that ones here were a younger generation, they would definitely become the leaders of various families and sections. If these people were brought under her control, it would be an unneglectable force in the future. Ling Han couldn't help but be curious and asked, "This alliance, who will be the alliance's leader?" Wang Yiyun glanced at Ling Han again and then said, "My senior brother Lang Yitian is obviously the best choice for the alliance's leader." Lang Yitian, an exceptional figure amongst the younger generations in Middle State, standing side by side with Yao Hui Yue and Small Saber King. His strength was unfathomable. Being able to strike down geniuses of an older generation, he was unpredictably strong. Everyone was convinced. With Lang Yitian's guidance, they certainly wouldn't need to fear anyone else. Ling Han smiled. He raised his hand and said, "I want to be this alliance's leader, yes or no?" Wang Yiyun was still full of smiles and said, "Since we're forming an alliance, everything is obviously based on strength. If Brother Ling feels that his strength is above that of my senior brother, you may challenge my senior brother. Whoever is more able will take the place." "All right, call Lang Yitian over and let me have a proper go," Ling Han said with a smile. Wang Yiyun's index finger moved slightly, having the urge to kill someone. Why did this guy always argue against her? She said, "My senior brother is cultivating in seclusion. He can cross into the deity transformation tier at any time and cannot spare time." "What, the deity transformation tier? My God. Lang Yitian shouldn't be over 40, right? At most 40. A deity transformation tier at 40 years old, truly frightening." Everyone cried out one after another. They were all hovering around the flower blossom tier, but the strongest genius of the current age was already starting to break through to the deity transformation tier. This gap was unbelievably large. However, if they all decided to join the alliance, then the strength of the alliance's leader was obviously the better the stronger it was. Wang Yiyun looked again at Ling Han and said, "If Brother Ling is still unsatisfied, Yiyun can fight instead of senior brother. However, Yiyun's cultivation is low, and her talent doesn't even reach senior brother's 0.1%, at most having 1% of senior brother's strength." She first deprecated herself, then elevated Lang Yitian to extreme heights. If Ling Han had to spend great efforts to defeat her, or even be inferior to her, how would he qualify to challenge Lang Yitian? This girl was remarkable. Ling Han smiled lightly and said, "Lang Yitian having such a close friend and a better half like you is rather a fortunate thing." Hearing such words, countless youngsters instantly burst into anger. In their hearts, Wang Yiyun was a goddess, a celestial, and celestials were obviously pure and untinged by mortal matters. If she fell into the mortal realm, then would she still be a fairy? Killing intent flashed across Wang Yiyun's eyes. She admired Lang Yitian, and was willing to sacrifice herself for him, so she had to maintain her superior fairy identity. This way she could win over more people, but Ling Han was clearly undermining her. She finally couldn't hold back and said, "Brother Ling, since you're not convinced with my senior brother, then allow Yiyun to fight in lieu of senior brother." Wait. At this moment, a figure suddenly arrived in a dash. It was lofty, with divine golden light revolving around the entire body, just like a deity. Ling Han revealed an astounded look. It was Shenyuan Ziguang. "So it's brother Shenyuan." Wang Yiyun instantly revealed a smile and introduced him to everyone. Shenyuan Ziguang, a current genius which everyone should be no stranger to. Brother Shenyuan already agreed to joining our Striking Heaven Alliance as one of the 5 deputy leaders. Shenyuan Ziguang, long renowned. Even Shenyuan Ziguang joined for the place of deputy leader. This Striking Heaven Alliance is powerful as expected. I want to join. Don't anyone stop me. Shenyuan Ziguang simply stared at Ling Han and said, "Where's Lady Helian?" Ling Han stroked his chin. How did this guy recognize him? However, thinking again, Hunyo was an obvious symbol. Could there be a second little girl that could eat so much and fight so well? He snorted and said, "Defeated rival, none of your damn business." Vanquished opponent. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Shenyuan Ziguang actually fought him hand to hand and was outmatched. Shenyuan Ziguang's gaze grew threatening as he said, "If you don't tell me Lady Helian's whereabouts, I'll kill you today. Your intelligence is truly lacking. A defeated rival still dares to behave courageously?" Ling Han shook his head. Shenyuan Ziguang took large strides towards Ling Han, and with each step, the heavens moved and the earth shook as if the stars in the skies couldn't bear his presence and were about to fall. He extended his finger and pointed at Ling Han. "After the last exchange, how much do you think I improved?" Pooh, as he extended his finger, a saber ray formed, thin as gossamer, yet filled with danger. Saber ray. Ling Han immediately felt an intense warning premonition. This wasn't a pseudo-ray but a genuine saber ray. Could Xianyuan Ziguang have cultivated 30 flashes of qi? For such a genius, he definitely wouldn't pursue transient power and neglect the future, so since he'd condensed it into a ray, then he'd definitely cultivated 30 flashes of qi. Was he the first amongst the younger generation to cultivate 30 flashes of qi and form a ray? One as powerful as Small Saber King still remained at 29 flashes of qi. This Xianyuan Ziguang was truly remarkable. Ling Han didn't believe that he could progress so fast on his own. Whether it be Small Saber King or Yao Hui Yue, their talent was definitely no inferior to Xianyuan Ziguang's, and possibly even surpassed his. Why could they not complete the breakthrough and only Xianyuan Ziguang could? It was probably this guy's bloodline which enabled him to forcibly increase battle prowess by several stars, and even derive all sorts of shadows of divine beasts. Chapter 633, Self-Exploding Spirit Tools. Faced with an authentic saber ray, what more when it was a saber ray that was formed from a total of 30 flashes of qi, not even Ling Han dared to take it head-on. Ray was something surpassing qi, an absolute domination, and the cutting edge that was unbelievably sharp, able to slice apart all in its path. Even if Ling Han had managed to form the body of Iron Sheet, he dared not try to take this strike head-on. After all, this battle was not a mere spar, but could possibly develop into a full-blown duel to the death. He smiled calmly and said, "You have improved, so how could it be that I have not?" A flash of lightning flickered over his body, and he instantly disappeared from where he had originally been standing at a speed so fast that his movements could not be seen with the naked eye. An expression of surprise appeared on Xianyuan Ziguang's face. What kind of movement technique was that? How could it be so fast? Before he had made a move, he had already calculated Ling Han's battle prowess in advance, and he believed that after he had combined his qi into ray, he could force Ling Han into a retreat in defeat. Ling Han should not even have the strength to parry his attacks. But he had never thought that after a mere few months, Ling Han's movement technique would actually have improved to a whole different level. Indeed, he was not the only one who had improved. "It's more than enough to kill you," Xianyuan Ziguang sneered. He drew his saber and slashed forth. This time the saber ray shone brilliantly, and was as long as 300 meters. It transformed into something that resembled a waterfall and swept towards Ling Han. "Is that so?" Ling Han turned into a flash of lightning, and as he used the demon fairy steps, he was as slippery as a fish, moving as nimbly as he liked. Moving his left arm into the form of a bow, his right hand pulled on empty air, and Wang instantly an arrow formed of origin power appeared. It was completely white, but exuded a frightening cold air. Exterminating Dragon Star Arrow. Go! With a light humph, the arrow of origin power shot out. Xiao, in a flash, it had arrived in front of Xianyuan Ziguang's chest. One shouldn't underestimate this single arrow, as it had the combined force of 3 different mystical powers. The Eye of Truth saw through to the weakest point in Xianyuan Ziguang's defenses. It was followed by the activation of the exterminating Dragon Star Arrow, which was then sped up with the power of lightning, increasing the speed of this arrow to its maximum, which, at the same time, was shot towards the point that Xianyuan Ziguang would find the most difficult to defend. Xianyuan Ziguang paled drastically, and at the first possible moment, activated his bloodline inheritance. Endless flames surged out from within his body, and in an instant he had surpassed the level of the flower blossom tier, and stepped onto the plane of the spiritual infant tier. Ancient divine beasts such as true dragons and true phoenixes roared around him. He looked like a son of heaven that had descended onto the mortal plane, with the air of a supreme ruler. Pooh! The arrow hit its target, yet did not pierce through Xianyuan Ziguang's chest. There wasn't even a sign of blood. It merely tore through the part of the clothing that covered his chest, and revealed a navy blue armor. It was currently shining brightly, and had forcefully disintegrated the arrow of origin power. Ha ha ha, destiny rides on my shoulders and I can even pick up treasures while walking on the road. Since I am destined, how could I possibly be defeated in your hand? Xianyuan Ziguang declared, laughing wildly. With a wave of his right hand, 36 treasured sabers of various shapes and sizes flew out, and surrounded Ling Han. "Heaven Star Annihilating Saber Array," he shouted. "Here it is again." Every time you throw a move you must announce its name. Don't you get annoyed? Ling Han mocked, though he did not dare to show the least bit of carelessness in his expression. This saber array was considerably terrifying, and possessed the ability to pose a threat to him. Tell me the location of Hellion Sun Shui or I will definitely kill you. Xianyuan Zi Guang took control of the saber array without immediately releasing its might, and merely looked coldly upon Ling Han. You're crazy. Ling Han refused in disdain. He drew his long sword, and the desolate hell sword displayed its awesome power, standing steadfast against the terrifying saber intent. Heng, so you are planning to ask for trouble? Xianyuan Zi Guang declared coldly, and manipulated the saber array to charge at Ling Han. Ling Han brandished his sword to parry the oncoming attack, but Xianyuan Zi Guang was really very strong. Under the attack of saber ray, ferocious light was all that was left within the saber array, and every streak of light could become a mortal threat to any flower blossom tier cultivator. No, even spiritual infant tier cultivators would be shaken. That was saber ray after all, and the destructive power it possessed was really too terrifying. Qi and Ray were on two completely different levels, just like how there was a large difference of power between flower blossom and spiritual infant tiers. Ling Han was having a really tough time staying on the defense. Thankfully, not only was he nimble, his defenses were also very shockingly powerful. Firstly, he had origin power which he could form into a defense. Additionally, he also had a physique on the level of Tier 6 treasure metal, and even if these two layers were penetrated, he still had the indestructible heaven scroll circulating inside his body, which would allow him to instantly heal majority of his injuries. Worst come to worst, he still had 6 drops of indestructible true fluid, which was more than enough to revive him quite a number of times. The saber ray ripped forth and Ling Han cut a very sorry figure. These 36 sabers should belong to a whole set, and belonged to some great cultivator from the ancient times, yet had for some reason fallen into Xianyuan Zi Guang's hands. Just like this guy had said, he could easily pick up treasures by merely going outside, so he was born with great luck. Fuck, do you think you're the only one with treasures? Ling Han humphed and said, just some pieces of scrap metal, just see as I take them all in. Just continue to brag. Xianyuan Zi Guang sneered coldly. Tell me the location of Hellion Sun Shui. He could really be considered a romantic. It was apparent that Hellion Sun Shui had not paid him much attention, but he still was deeply in love with her. Ling Han flipped his right hand and drew out the Heaven Transformation Bowl. Take them. He activated the treasured item, and instantly, multiple interwoven patterns appeared. Wang, the stone bowl instantly rose into the air, and shone with endless light. Shio shio shio. Immediately, 3 treasured sabers were taken in. What? Everyone was struck completely dumb. They could all plainly see the might of the saber array, yet this stone bowl that Ling Han had drawn out could actually destroy the saber array and take in the treasured sabers. It was really an unbelievable sight. Xianyuan Zi Guang was even more dumbfounded. He was very clear about the power that these 36 treasured sabers had. After they were taken in by that stone bowl, he had completely lost all contact with them, as if they had completely disappeared from this plane of existence. Shio shio shio. A stone bowl did not have any kind of emotions. It merely continued to take in the treasured sabers, and in the time for a few breaths, it had taken in another 7 sabers. This is, Nong Man's beautiful eyes shone. She recognized that this was the bottom of that refined celestial bottle, which was something that she had her eye on. She had never thought that it was actually a stone bowl, and would actually possess such powerful might. Her desire to obtain it increased. Wang Yun's eyes narrowed as well. She imagined that if her senior brother Lang could obtain this treasure, he would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Even the little saber king Yao Hui Yue or Dong Ling heir would easily be swept aside by senior brother disciple Lang's might. However, how would she be able to obtain this treasure? Ling Han would bend to neither force nor persuasion, and was not that easily handled. Xianyuan Zi Guang hardened his heart and shouted, "Explode!" The remaining 26 treasured sabers shone with a sharp light at the same time, and the patterns on their blades spread out as if they were cobwebs before instantly vanishing. The spirit tool would self-explode. Ling Han was astonished what kind of spirit tool was capable of exploding by itself. Only those spirit tools that had formed their own tool spirits, but since they had formed their own tool spirits, the latter would be similar to ordinary living creatures, wherein life was their most important priority. Unless in desperate straits, they would definitely not self-explode. For example, the Black Tower. If Ling Han actually wanted Small Tower to explode itself, just see if Small Tower would actually pay him any attention. But with the command of Xinyuan Ziguang, these spirit tools all chose to explode at the same time, as if he was the ruler of the spirit tools. Now that his command was announced, they were unable to refuse. Fuck, these spirit tools were level 7 treasures and were unable to express their full might in Xinyuan Ziguang's hands, but the moment they exploded themselves, just imagine, if 26 high-level spiritual infant tier cultivators chose to use their full might, and unleash a move that would kill themselves along with their enemies, how terrifying would the power of this blow be? Without another word, Ling Han rode on lightning and tried his best to break out of the siege. Chapter 634, Music of the Qing. 26 treasured sabers exploded at the same time, and instantly became a blinding light in the skies. The terrifying power of the explosion descended, and peng peng peng, this side courtyard of the Wang clan was instantly reduced to rubble. So what if they were in the flower blossom tier? Faced with the shock wave, they were all spitting up mouthfuls of blood, and spiritual pedestal tier cultivators were even worse off. In the best case scenario, some were completely covered with blood, whereas those who came off worse had their bones broken and ligaments torn. Being equivalent to 26 high-level spiritual infant tier elite cultivators sacrificing their lives in a full-out attack, the power of this strike was naturally very terrifying. Zhu Xianair was still all right as she had 3 spiritual infant tier cultivators, who were more than enough to nullify all the power of this shock wave by her side. Hunyo was even more special. With a wave of her tiny hands, she had sliced apart the shock wave, which split into 2 halves which passed on either side of her, and did not manage to hurt a single hair on her head. Very far away, Ling Han appeared. His face was pale and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, a pleased expression appeared on his face. The Heaven Transformation Bowl had taken in 10 treasured sabers, and by this time had completely refined all of them, and they had now become a pool of liquid metal. He poured the liquid out and it rapidly solidified to become a block of metal. He weighed it in his hand. It was about 50 kilograms in weight. However, compared with the total weight of the 10 treasured sabers, it had at least been lightened by 100 times. This was the use of the Heaven Transformation Bowl purification. They had been level 7 treasured sabers previously, and now that they had been purified they should reach level 8. However, as this block of metal had become a mixture of various metals, not even Ling Han was sure what he should call this metal anymore. Never mind, it was still a level 8 precious metal in any case, so he would be able to forge a considerable number of arrows from it again. He circulated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, and the injuries on his body were immediately erased. He smiled faintly and said, "Wealth-delivering boy, do you have any other treasures to gift to your grandfather?" Xinyuan Ziguang was thrown into a flying rage. How could he have wanted to gift treasures to Ling Han? He had just not thought that Ling Han would have been able to draw out a strange stone bowl, which was able to easily break through his saber array. He had made the sabers self-destruct purely because he would rather destroy them rather than gift them to Ling Han. But even in doing so, he was not able to inflict a serious wound on Ling Han, which caused him to feel strong dejection. Ling Han decided not to kill off Xinyuan Ziguang. This man had luck in defiance of the natural order. Merely going outdoors, there would be treasures crashing down right in front of him. Thus, Ling Han would just let treasures continue crashing down on him so that he'd be able to once again loot him. This was akin to planting garlic chives. If he pulled out even the roots, he would only be able to harvest once. However, if he left the roots behind, he'd be able to harvest again and again. If only Xinyuan Ziguang knew of Ling Han's thoughts. It was a wonder how he would feel then. Wang Yiyun looked at the whole area of destruction, and though a slight smile was still on her beautiful face, there was an additional flash of killing intent in her eyes. A grand, proper banquet was ruined just like that by Ling Han and Xinyuan Ziguang. However, Xinyuan Ziguang was one of her own, so if she wanted anyone to hate, she could only hate Ling Han. Brother Ling, I've already said as such just now. If you will not recognize my senior brother disciple as the alliance leader, then Yiyun shall battle you in place of my senior brother disciple. With a wave of her silky sleeve, her manner was refined and elegant, just as if she was a deity. Ling Han glanced at her, then smiled and said, "Do you too plan to make a gamble with me?" that stone bowl. Wang Yun pointed with a slender finger. If I win, you will give that stone bowl to me. Ling Han pondered for a moment, then said, all right, then if you lose, you must accept my brother's marriage proposal. He pointed at Mu Rongqing. Pei, I don't want to marry this ugly girl. Mu Rongqing jumped up in anger. Don't keep putting me on the spot. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, AI, there's nothing to be done. My brother does not like you, so just offer some kind of precious metal or spirit herb as a stake. How dare you? Quite a number of young men shouted in rage. Ling Han actually dared to desecrate their goddess. Wang Yun, on the other hand, was extremely calm and casually tossed out a spirit herb and said, this is Danyang Phoenix Cry Grass. Amongst 7th-tier spirit herbs, it can still be considered something of high quality. Would this be enough? Just passable. Ling Han nodded. Putting aside level 7 spirit herbs, not even 10th-tier divine herbs could compare to the Heaven Transformation Bowl, but he had full confidence he would win, so it would be fine even if he would earn less from this wager. Wang Yun continued, however, since that stone bowl is your stake, I would like Brother Ling to put it to a side. Yun is worried that if Brother Ling loses, you would not admit your defeat. This woman was very shrewd. For Ling Han, the stone bowl was a very powerful spirit tool. In the face of Xinyuan Ziguang's terrifyingly powerful saber array, he could still shatter it, but now with a mere few words from Wang Yun, this item could not be used. She indeed had an artful thought as well as meticulous thoughts. Ling Han laughed loudly and casually tossed the stone bowl to one side. Then he said, you are very smart, but be careful, do not go for wool and come home shorn. Wang Yun smiled slightly, and with a wave of her hands, a qin appeared in front of her. It looked to be extremely ancient, and there was a great number of armored warriors engraved on it. They were currently shown to be fighting a bloody battle, which was slightly misfitting. She sat in mid-air, her figure slowly rising, and said, please listen to a song from me, Brother Ling. Wang. With a move of her hands, the sound of the qin immediately surged out in waves. It was gentle and melodious as if the sound of nature. Everyone looked captivated and dazzled. Wang Yun possessed outstanding beauty, and coupled with her extraordinary skills with the qin, she indeed had the charm to enchant countless people. The sound of the qin spread out, and slight confusion appeared in Ling Han's eyes. She wanted to disturb his heart. A cold smirk immediately appeared on Ling Han's face. She was really too naive. He was one who possessed a sliver of divine sense of heaven tier, and she, a mere spiritual infant tier cultivator, wanted to enchant him. Chong. The sound of the qin suddenly changed from its previous gentle, beautiful state to a harsh tone as if there was an ambush around every corner, and war was on the verge of breaking out. Wang Wang Wang. Those fully armored warriors on the body of the qin shone respectively, and as the music of the qin rose and fell, they actually walked out and stood one by one in midair. There was a total of 81, and each one of them had the might of a high-level spiritual infant tier cultivator. This qin was actually a spirit tool as well, and could summon 81 spiritual infant tier elite cultivators. What a shock. No wonder Wang Yun devised a scheme for Ling Han to set the Heaven Transformation Bowl to a side. She feared that her treasured qin would be suppressed by the Heaven Transformation Bow. Now, with the appearance of 81 high-level spiritual infant tier cultivators, how was he supposed to block them? One had to know that they were mere summons of a spirit tool, so they held no fear of death or injury, and could be claimed to be similar to the likes of corpse soldiers as they were the most loyal of deadly soldiers. These warriors were attired in extremely sturdy full armor, and wielded various weapons in their hands. Multiple patterns shone, and without the slightest hesitation, they charged towards Ling Han in attack. Everyone felt as if they were about to suffocate. Previously there were only 36 treasured sabers, but now there were 81 spiritual infant tier warriors, which was even more impossible to stand against. Ling Han, on the other hand, was not afraid. Xinyuan Ziguang, in a single breath, drew out a total of 36 level 7 spirit tools, and these 81 spiritual infant tier warriors in front of him now were merely birthed by a single treasure, so their might could not be compared to the former. He drew the demon birth sword directly. Wasn't it just a competition of spirit tools? Who would cower? One, the patterns on the demon birth sword lit up. 1, 2, 3. There was one more. Don't look down on it for simply having one additional pattern lit up. This was a level 10 spirit tool, so how could just having one additional pattern light up grant too little power? Immediately, an endless aura of might spread out. Ling Han stood with a sword in hand as if he was a great demon king, exuding an extremely terrifying aura, which completely suppressed all 81 spiritual infant tier warriors. Chapter 635. Repeated appearance of ultimate techniques. Everyone was struck with disbelief. 81 spiritual infant tier soldiers should have the might to overturn rivers and empty oceans, but Ling Han had merely drawn out a treasured sword, and it was enough to make the figures of those soldiers quiver as if they were on the verge of being destroyed. This was suppression of a whole different level. Level 8 or perhaps even a level 9 spirit tool, someone exclaimed in a shaking voice. Spirit tools were not common ordinary weapons, but treasured tools that, on the foundation of being forged from level 7 precious metals, followed by the cultivation by one's martial intent, possessed supreme power. The power of these spirit tools was very terrifying, and even when wielded by flower blossom tier cultivators, they were capable of possessing the might of the spiritual infant tier. For example, that Qin of Wang Yun definitely had to be a 7th tier spirit tool to be capable of releasing 81 spiritual infant tier warriors. Although they were not physically real, their might was not inferior to the real thing, and they had no fear of death or injury. And the higher the level of the spirit tool, the more difficult it was to complete it. That was because there were so many powerful people in this world, and cultivating a spirit tool would at least be a matter of a few dozen years, and as time passed, the martial intent inside could possibly be erased as well. That was unless the spirit tool managed to form its own tool spirit that would allow it to automatically take in energy from the surroundings, and ensure that the martial intent inside would not be worn down, but rather be destroyed only with the destruction of the spirit tool itself. Thus, when the two of them showed off their high-level spirit tools, this was a great shock to the masses. This was a power display for a party. Otherwise, even if you possessed a level 7 or level 8 precious metal, so what? You would only be able to forge a weapon of this level, but it would not possess the power of a spirit tool. An apparent change in expression finally appeared on Wang Yun's face. The demon birth sword put on her a huge pressure, causing her to no longer feel as confident as she had been at the beginning. How could the spiritual infant tier lose to the flower blossom tier? She felt very vexed. When geniuses reached the peak of the flower blossom tier, they were indeed capable of defeating some low-level or even mid-level spiritual infant tier cultivators, and she indeed was only in the second layer of spiritual infant tier, but her battle prowess had reached 10 stars, and no matter how she looked at it, she was at an absolute advantage in this battle. She definitely couldn't allow herself to be scared off by her opponent. Her playing of the Qin became even faster, and the notes transformed into a powerful army. The 81 spiritual infant tier soldiers instantly regained their divine might as if fresh blood had been pumped into them, and they charged towards Ling Han. Ling Han meanwhile smiled calmly. Followed by the increase of his comprehension level in the sword arts, he had finally unlocked another pattern on the demon birth sword, and had increased the power of this level 10 spirit tool by another level. What kind of concept was a level 10 spirit tool? With the full release of its power, it was equivalent to the might of a shattering void tier ultimate elite. He waved his sword and 29 flashes of sword chi combined to form a pseudo-ray. With a pu, it slashed at a spiritual infant tier soldier. That soldier hurriedly used his battle spear to parry, but this pseudo-ray had been struck by a level 10 spirit tool, so the destructive power behind the strike was even more terrifying than a real ray. That soldier, along with his weapon, was immediately slashed in half by this strike. One strike and it was enough to kill off a spiritual infant tier soldier. Everyone inhaled sharply, their only thought was that Ling Han was strong to a spine-chilling extent. If Ling Han had been a nature-defying monster like Yao Hui Yue or the Little Saber King, then they would still have been able to accept it. After all, these guys had all broken through to the spiritual infant tier, and with their battle prowess, they were naturally capable of sweeping aside all opponents in the same cultivation level as them. The problem was that Ling Han was only in the flower blossom tier. Ling Han continued to endlessly brandish his sword, and one wave meant one opponent would be downed. He was definitely capable of standing strong and continuously brandishing his sword 81 times, and those 81 soldiers were completely slashed apart. Logically speaking, they did not have physical bodies, so naturally should have no vital points, and should be able to reform even after being sliced in half and continue battling. But the sword ray unleashed with the demon birth sword naturally contained the might of a level 10 spirit tool, so how could they possibly piece themselves back together? Naturally, their only fate was to be erased. Wah! Wang Yiyun spat out a mouthful of blood, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had long since refined this treasured qin, so her heart and spirit were joined with it. Now that the 81 soldiers had been sliced in half and destroyed, she was also harmed. She felt as if her heart was on fire, feeling incredibly awful. She was defiant, and with a light pat on her treasured qin, Wang, a sharp sword actually shot out from inside the qin. This sword was extremely thin, and the blade was like a string on the qin. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it at all. Wang Yiyun struck out with her sword, and the blade that seemed akin to a string from the qin actually turned into a silk thread that charged to entwine Ling Han. Furthermore, it seemed endless. Like the blood-sucking origin gold, it could be endlessly lengthened. But this sword had not been forged from the blood-sucking origin gold. Thus the sword qi and origin power she shot out had combined in an amazing way, and headed to entwine Ling Han as if she had spread out a large net over him. This is the Wang clan's ultimate art, falling shadow twining silk sword technique. Years ago, this was the ultimate art the ancestor of the Wang clan used to move unhindered in the world. I'd never imagined that Wang Yiyun would have already learnt it. She really deserves the title of genius. Fairy Wang, cut this brat in half. Everyone was exclaiming in shock, and a greater number of people was cheering Wang Yiyun on. They naturally hoped that this fairy would be able to emerge victorious. Interesting, Ling Han murmured, and with a shake of his right hand, fierce sword qi swept out of the demon birth sword, which easily sliced apart the sword threads around him. As long as the power gap was not too big, a level 10 spirit tool naturally possessed an overwhelming advantage. Wang Yiyun soared up, her white robes floating around her as if she was the fairy of the moon who was dancing gracefully. However, every slash of her sword gave rise to a fierce flash of sword qi, soaring in various arcs towards Ling Han, which made for a bizarre sight. Ling Han used the thunderclap 9th heaven, and his battle prowess spiked greatly, reaching 15 stars of the spiritual infant tier. He charged towards Wang Yiyun. Ding 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 ding. The two swords clashed against one another endlessly, a terrifying light blooming as a result. Even flower blossom tier cultivators dared not stare continuously at the sight, fearing that their eyes would be blinded as a consequence. Wang Yiyun paled in shock. With every exchange, her body would feel numb as if she had been electrocuted. The feeling was so awful that she almost felt on the verge of spitting up blood. Even her origin power was routed, and she was unable to release her full power. In a head-on confrontation, she was actually inferior to a flower blossom tier cultivator. One could only say that the thunderclap 9th heaven was really too forceful, so strong that it was capable of seriously subduing even a super genius the likes of Wang Yiyun. Ling Han dominated Wang Yiyun in battle, and in a mere few dozen moves, her sword was sent flying from her hands. Wang Yiyun gritted her teeth and pulling out a hair clip, threw it into the air. Instantly, a crystal-clear light shone from it, which rapidly enlarged until it was about 10 feet long, appearing like a very strange-looking boat. Ling Han frowned and said, "If you continue to pester me, I'll spank your behind." Wang Yiyun was embarrassed and infuriated, so how was it possible that she would listen? She continued to control the hair clip, and origin power focused at its tip. It became a ball of light that exuded a terrifying aura as if it was capable of destroying the earth and heavens. Disobedient. The light of thunder flickered on Ling Han's body. He was as of yet unable to transform into lightning, but his speed had spiked up by a whole 3 times, and in a flash he had appeared above Wang Yiyun. The demon birth sword swept down, and struck directly on Wang Yiyun's star. Ah! Wang Yiyun shouted in shock, firstly due to the pain and secondly due to shame. This man actually really dared to spank her behind. However, she was still a prodigy of this generation. Even in such a situation, she still continued to control the hair clip to shoot out an attack towards Ling Han. Shio! A flash of light shot out with incredible destructive power behind it. Ling Han slashed out with his full power, completely destroying this flash of light, yet felt a numbing in his right hand so much that he almost could not raise it back up again. He could not help but be surprised. One had to know that his physique was of an extremely shocking level, but after facing such a strike he would actually feel so bad. This hair clip was really extraordinary. Pa pa pa. He repeatedly spanked Wang Yun's star. Chapter 636. Zhu Xian Air breaks through. Everyone was dumbstruck. That was Wang Yun, a publicly acknowledged fairy. Moreover, she was also the treasured daughter of the Wang clan as well as an outstanding disciple of the Blue Thunder sect. And now, she actually had her behind spanked by a man. This. So envious. They very much wanted to spank her once too, but they wouldn't be using a sword, but rather their bare hand to truly feel the plumpness and bounciness of that star. A considerable number even began cursing Ling Han secretly. He did not take more advantage even when gifted with such a great opportunity. Was he stupid? Since he had already formed an enmity with the Wang clan, what was the point of acting reserved? Who knew if it was too late to change anything, Fairy Wang would fall wholeheartedly for him. But even more people bristled with fury. This brat actually dared to commit a blasphemy against the goddess of their heart. She truly deserved to die 100 times. Wang Yun could not help but exclaim in shock as well. To have her behind spanked publicly like this was an experience she had never had before. She felt ashamed and enraged to death. But what made her feel helpless was that she was completely no match for Ling Han, and could only allow the latter to torment her backside. Ah! She released an embarrassed cry, but finally made no further attempts to continue fighting back. With a flash of her figure, she had returned to the ground. Her expression had regained its previous serenity, and she had once again become the otherworldly fairy that she had been before. You admit your defeat? Ling Han asked, smiling. Wang Yun's eyes spat fire, wanting nothing more than to tear Ling Han into a million pieces, but what could she do since she was no match for him? Though there were a few spiritual infant-tier cultivators present, their prowess was more or less on the same level as hers. Since she was no match for Ling Han, she believed that no one else would be able to suppress this young man. She forced down her fury as she still had to maintain her calm, fairy-like demeanor, and said, Yun is not skilled enough. Thus I admit my loss. Ling Han grabbed her gambling stake, smiling calmly, and asked, Now, is there anyone else who would like to stop me from leaving? No one spoke. Ling Han was really too strong. He should be in existence on the level of monsters, and only the likes of Yao Hui Yue and the Little Saber King, the strongest prodigies of their generation, would be able to subdue him. Even if anyone else wanted to step up to the challenge, they would only be seeking a thrashing. Let's go. We'll change locations and drink to our heart's content. Ling Han said to the Rain Emperor and Mu Rong Qing. All right. Both of them nodded. They left in a grand display, making many eyes spit fire at them. They ate, thrashed, played, and now decided to leave just like that, leaving behind shambles and a mess in their wake. Wang Yun too wanted to slam the door and leave, but she was the host here and still had to take charge of the overall situation, so how could she do as she liked? She could only open her mouth and say, Everyone, let us discuss the details of the Striking Heaven Alliance. Ling Han, the Rain Emperor and Mu Rong Qing arrived at the mountain peak. They found a clean rock, then brought out good wine and food and began to eat heartily. Additionally, they also plucked over a dozen bowl-sized peaches from that branch of spiritual peach. Their fragrance wafted all over, making them all salivate at the aroma. This is what good food is. As Hunyeo ate, she gave her judgment. She was wolfing down so much that her little face and hands were all oily. Zhu Xian, meanwhile, was very reserved, taking small bites and swallowing slowly, displaying fully the demeanor of a refined lady. The three men all had grand ambitions and forthright character. Due to their drunken stupor, they decided to simply recognize each other as brothers. The Rain Emperor was naturally ranked the eldest, Mu Rong Qing was second eldest, and Ling Han could only settle for being the youngest, which made him feel very dejected once he had come out of his drunkenness. With his 2 lifetimes added together, he was over 200 years old, and now he actually had to call 2 young men first brother and second brother. Feng Piyun was another story as he indeed was older than him, so it was no loss to him to call the former big brother. Still, he only felt momentary depression. Even if they had recognized each other as brothers while they were drunk, that was still because the temperament and character of the Rain Emperor and Mu Rong Qing were to his taste. Actually, Uncle Rabbit too wanted to join in on the fun. It said it had lived for several hundred years, so it wanted to become the first brother. As a result, Ling Han and the other 2 looked at it in disdain, and said they would be ashamed to be grouped together with an animal, and so pushed it out of consideration, making it cry out in fury. Although Wang Yiyun meant to keep the event secret, there had been many witnesses, and added with the fact that it was about a spanking, such a captivating subject, news about what had happened the day before very quickly spread all over. When they spoke of Wang Yiyun, everyone would give an "oh," and share an expression of mutual understanding. Naturally, the gossip became more overblown as it spread. At the beginning it was a mere spanking, but as the gossip spread, it became that Wang Yiyun had been captured by Ling Han, and the young man and woman spent a night together alone. When Wang Yiyun came out, her clothes were disheveled and she couldn't even close her legs. However, at the same time Ling Han's battle prowess was sufficiently acknowledged. Everyone was sure that unless the greatest prodigies that had obtained a direct ticket into the Restore Heaven Academy made an appearance, no one else would be a match for Ling Han. Furthermore, they would have to be someone like Small Saber King or Lang Yitian. If they were not that powerful, they couldn't be too weak either. Still, in such a way, Ling Han was considered to have clearly established an opposition with the Blue Thunder sect. The disciples of the other 4 ancient great sects also maintained an acceptable distance from him, so he was unable to act on the plans he had about befriending 1 or 2 disciples of an ancient great sect in order to get hold of an ancient map. However, he found Qin Yi and had him act on this plan in his stead. Anyways, it was just a map and no treasure map either, so in his thoughts, it shouldn't be too difficult of an undertaking. After another 3 days, an important moment arrived for Zhu Xian'er. She was about to break through to the flower blossom tier. Actually, since 1 or 2 months ago she was ready to break through, but Ling Han had her try her utmost to perfect the foundations of her cultivation before breaking through. After all, this was the first step of transcending mortality, so it was extremely important. However, there were really too many cultivation resources available to her when staying by Ling Han's side. Thus, in just a short amount of time she had polished her cultivation in the spiritual pedestal tier to an incredibly sturdy level, and with no way to make her foundations any stronger, she began breaking through. Because she had really accumulated a lot of energy, and also because Ling Han had prepared a large amount of alchemical pills and spirit fruits for her, her breakthrough was smooth as well. In less than half a day's time she had planted the spiritual seeds, and 3 days later, the divine flowers bloomed, and she had officially entered into the flower blossom tier. Zhu Xian'er was extremely happy. Advancing into the flower blossom tier not only meant that she had taken a very important step on the path of martial arts and that she could fly with her own power, or that she no longer needed to depend on normal food as nutrition, but most importantly, it meant she had obtained an additional 200 years of lifespan, which had drastically slowed down the rate of aging for her. This meant that in the following few dozen years, not only would her beauty not decline, she would even look younger. For women, especially one that could definitely be considered an extreme beauty, what other reward would be better than that? "How many divine flowers have you managed to cultivate?" Ling Han asked. He was more concerned about Zhu Xian'er's future potential. After all, she was one of the strongest prodigies of the North region, so she had better not neglect her martial arts and affect her advancement because of him. 3 flowers, Zhu Xian'er said, pleasant surprise all over her face. Ordinarily speaking, flower blossom tier cultivators should only be able to cultivate a single divine flower, and only geniuses would be able to cultivate 2, and those that managed to cultivate 3 were definitely considered the geniuses amongst geniuses. With every additional divine flower, one would be able to borrow double the natural energy of the world when they attacked. Furthermore, flower blossom tier cultivators managed to transcend immortality by depending on natural energy. Thus, an additional divine flower did not mean a slight increase to one's battle prowess, but a complete upgrade. Ling Han nodded. 3 flowers was not too bad, and she could be considered one of the top geniuses with this feat. However, for the likes of Yao Hui Yue and Small Saber King, they definitely did not have merely 3 flowers. They could possess 4 or even 5 or 6. Nonetheless, he believed that 6 flowers had to be the limit. In case of someone like him who had 10 flowers, that was because he possessed 2 spiritual oceans and 2 spiritual pedestals, which was an incredibly unique condition. There should be no one else capable of achieving the same as he. Chapter 637. Buying Million Treasures City. In truth, Ling Han too could try breaking through to the spiritual infant tier, but he chose to delay it. In his last life he was only concerned with pursuing advancement through cultivation levels, but in this life he naturally would not be so rash. Instead, he wanted to perfect his cultivation on every cultivation level before he chose to begin breaking through. Anyways, he was still young, not even 20 years old yet, so there was no need for him to rush. He wanted to form 30 flashes of sword chi and develop the indestructible heaven scroll until the diamond tier before breaking through to the spiritual infant tier. This way, when he raised his spiritual infant, it would be tempered by his sword ray and supported by the indestructible heaven scroll, so it would be indestructible. However, 29 flashes of sword chi had been recognized as the ultimate limit since ancient times. Even mysterious 3000 was only 3000, and not 3001, which showed how very difficult it was to breach this gap. Furthermore, it was also extremely difficult to form body of diamond. Ling Han had eaten so many natural treasures, but his body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much he ate, there was no one instance that his body was filled to the brim. Of course, one reason for that was also because he had cultivated the 9 Dragons Tyrant art, so a lot of essence had been used up on the improvement and strengthening of his physique. On Qingye's side, it was proceeding very smoothly. With the various alchemical pills and treasures that Ling Han provided, he had cultivated an image of himself as the spoilt young master of some hidden great clan, brandishing his various treasures and casually throwing them at others. He looked completely like an idiot who was practically inviting others to con him. He befriended a true disciple of the Heaven Sword sect, and using various alchemical pills and precious ingredients to pave the way, he threw so much at the latter that he was extremely willing to declare Qingyi his brother. When Qingyi saw that it was about time, he threw out the secret of the ancient treasure map, and asked him to take out an ancient map so that they could make a comparison and retrieve the treasure together. That true disciple naturally agreed happily. Anyways, there were still over 4 months until the opening of the academy, so there was completely enough time for him to make a return trip. Now the only thing left was to wait. Another few days passed and the Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing had returned. They had been training all this time in the mountains, improving themselves through continuous battles with the most ferocious of beasts, and also earning some pocket money in the meantime. After all, spiritual infant-tier demonic beasts were extremely valuable as their blood, hide, flesh, and bones could all be sold for high prices. However, now they handed all their gains over to Ling Han because only in his hands would they get the most out of these things. Ling Han had never mistreated his own people before, and naturally gave without any reservations to these 2 sworn brothers of his. They could enjoy as they liked the food ingredients and various nutritious foods inside the Black Tower, as well as spiritual fluids. These were all extremely nutritious and nourishing items, and could rapidly speed up the accumulation of origin power. For 2 geniuses like the Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing, comprehension of martial arts was nothing too difficult. On the other hand, it was the accumulation of origin power in which they had to make every step they took sturdy and solid, as it was impossible for them to build a castle on empty air. Thus, as the 2 of them increased their comprehension of cultivation in the midst of battles, accompanied with the use of spiritual fluid to increase the accumulation of their origin power, they improved very quickly, and at the rate they were going, they would be able to reach the peak of the spiritual infant tier in 2 years at most. This was something very scary. Even such monsters like the small Saber King and Lang Yitian had only seen hope of breaking through to the deity transformation tier when they were close to their 40s, so no matter how fast they were, they would only have reached the peak of the spiritual infant tier after they were 30 years old. The Rain Emperor was older in the first place, so he couldn't be counted, but Mu Rongqing was only 25 years old. This meant that he would be able to reach the peak of the spiritual infant tier before he was 30. If he was lucky, it would not be impossible for him to break through to the deity transformation tier by the time he was 30 years old. One had to know that the small Saber King and Lang Yitian had obtained the full support of ancient great sects to be able to surpass them in cultivation level. This was naturally a tremendously shocking feat. There was nothing to be done. Ling Han was the Alchemy Emperor, and added with the fact that the Black Tower could speed up the growth of spiritual herbs, it would be strange if their progress was slow. How could such a godly treasure like the Black Tower be inferior to mere worldly existences like the Ultimate Saber sect and the Heaven Sword sect? The Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing brought back 2 pieces of news. They were huge news that could stun the whole Middle State or even this whole world. About a month ago, the Thousand Corpse sect bought the whole Million Treasures city, the Rain Emperor said. Ling Han instantly choked. They could do that. Neither the Spirit Treasures Pavilion nor the Alchemist Society lack wealth. How could they have possibly agreed to selling their base? He asked in confusion. What kind of price did the Thousand Corpse sect offer that an ultimatia-shattering void-tier elite cultivator and 2 heaven-grade alchemists had no way of refusing? If they had not dreaded coming up against these 3, the Thousand Corpse sect would not have lured them away the first time when they intended to attack the Million Treasure City by force and make it so that it would be too late for them to do anything afterwards. Precisely because they had not wanted to go into a head-on confrontation with these 3 had the Thousand Corpse sect compromised and bought the Million Treasure City instead. The Thousand Corpse sect definitely paid an astronomical price, Rong Qing said. To be able to move the rich and imposing Spirit Treasures Pavilion and Alchemist Society, the Thousand Corpse sect must have paid a great price. Furthermore, to move even an ultimate elite of the Shattering Void tier and 2 heaven-grade alchemists, I surmise that this price involved the secrets of becoming immortal, as well as divine pills, perhaps? Ling Han nodded. In these 10,000 years, aside from Jianghu Feng, whom he suspected to have entered the realm of immortals, he had not heard of anyone else rumored to have shattered the void and become an immortal. Even Jianghu Feng's case was mere deduction on Ling Han's part, as there were no legends he had left behind. Feng Piyun had said as well that shattering the void now was possibly very dangerous, so he dared not break through immediately. Instead, he chose to further increase his cultivation, and wait until he had reached the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier before making any further moves. For an ancient great sect like the Thousand Corpse sect, their inheritance was definitely not inferior in any way to the likes of the Heaven Sword sect. Thus who knew? They might have got a hold of certain secrets regarding becoming an immortal, and it would be nothing strange if they possessed a few formulae for divine-grade alchemical pills. Whatever was the case, it was a fact that Million Treasure City had now fallen into the possession of the Thousand Corpse sect. However, since the Thousand Corpse sect has paid such an astronomical price, their motive must definitely be even bigger, Ling Han said slowly. Previously he had already deduced that either there was a great number of Shattering Void tier elite corpses buried in the Million Treasure City, or there might be some ultimate treasure there, which would make the Thousand Corpse sect become even stronger than before. The 5 ancient great sects are very displeased with this matter, and have already decided to deploy troops to attack Million Treasure City. Their stand on this matter is extraordinarily firm, the Rain Emperor said. From this standpoint, the 5 ancient great sects are really hot-blooded. This is practically unlike them. Ling Han shook his head, confusion all over his face. It wasn't that there had never been unrest in history, but it was a rare case that the 5 ancient great sects would make a move. Only when the Thousand Corpse sect appeared would they become very proactive, as if they had some great enmity with the former. The 5 ancient great sects battling against the Thousand Corpse sect, this is indeed a big issue. If not handled properly, it may implicate and cause turmoil in the whole world, Ling Han said after some thought. He could not help but sigh. He was currently growing, and his greatest hope was for an environment in which he could cultivate quietly. He definitely did not want to witness a great war happen. The Thousand Corpse sect actually dared to appear in public in such a grand manner. I'm afraid that they must be very confident to do that, the Rain Emperor said. Ling Han nodded. With the Thousand Corpse sect making such a public comeback, it was obvious that they had made preparations for all sorts of scenarios. If they were to be easily destroyed by the 5 ancient great sects, that would be too much of a joke. What's the situation now? He asked. The 5 ancient great sects are currently gathering their troops, and have even issued a request for reinforcements to the whole world in order to destroy the Thousand Corpse sect together, the Rain Emperor said. However, it's very far from us, so the news took some time to get here. Therefore, it's uncertain whether they have begun the battle or are still preparing. Chapter 638, Reckoning. Ling Han thought for a moment, then said with a smile, with our current ability, we would only be able to think about this kind of thing. No matter who wins or loses, it is not something we can interfere with. The Rain Emperor and Rong Qing exuded a strong battle intent as they both looked impassioned. The Rain Emperor was a formidable character, whose dominating aura was the strongest, whereas Rong Qing had a sloppy temperament, being only interested in becoming the world's strongest. The 3 of them had varying characters and personalities, but they shared a common characteristic, and that was all 3 had a furious passion for martial arts. All 3 had steadfast determination and fearless resolution. If that had not been the case, they wouldn't have recognized one another as brothers in the first place. After another 30 years, it will be our turn to make big waves, they declared ruefully and passionately. They wanted to compete with great shattering void-tier elite cultivators after merely 30 years. If these words spread out, others would definitely laugh at them with such a ridiculous notion, but the three of them were filled with self-confidence. With their natural talent as well as Ling Han's alchemical pills, they definitely had the chance to reach shattering void-tier and pass judgment on the world. Ling Han calmed his emotions and asked, "There was another piece of news?" This piece of news is a little interesting." The Rain Emperor paused. Not too long ago, a small city in the Middle State suddenly announced its establishment as the Purple Moon Empire, establishing their nation's leader, and created a system of officials for all its citizens to pay respect. Ling Han was dumbfounded. Sumyon actually established their own nation. What were they playing at? Aside from the desolate north, the four regions and the Middle State did not have any concept of a nation. There were only the various ancient clans and sects dividing the territory amongst themselves, and each would have jurisdiction over their own territory. In comparison, there were no laws in this world, and the only fact publicly acknowledged was, strength was power. The mutually agreed upon idea was that strength was the law. Comparing the 9 desolate areas with the outer world, in truth, establishing nations was not a bad idea. There would be laws that everyone had to adhere to, which would greatly decrease the amount of bloodshed. Of course, if those in charge were corrupted, then it would be the same whether it was an empire, a sect, or a clan. A sudden thought came to Ling Han. Why were there no empires in the Middle State and the 4 regions? One had to know that power of the nation was a good thing. In the past, the Rain Emperor only had 1 foot into the Flower Blossom tier, yet was capable of standing against someone who was actually in the Flower Blossom tier. Aside from the Rain Emperor himself being strong, the power of the nation was also a vital factor. Since power of the nation was so good, why did no other parties consider the idea? In this world, empire is a taboo, Mu Rongqing said. There is a firm law in our south region. Any party can freely fight over territory, but definitely must not establish their own empire. Otherwise they would be destroyed by the entire south region. The Rain Emperor nodded and said, I've also searched through ancient records. The founding emperor of our country only thought of establishing a country after discovering a secret scroll from ancient times in the Devil's Sky Mystery Realm, and if wasn't for the fact that the desolate north is really too small and too remote from the mainland, we would probably have long been destroyed. I wouldn't have thought of it if we weren't on the subject. Power of the nation is obviously something very good and beneficial to cultivation. Yet, why have there never appeared any empires in this world? Ling Han wore a curious expression. In his last life there similarly had not been any empires. However, at that time his full focus was on alchemy, so he had taken no notice of this fact at all. However, in the ancient times, the real ancient era, there were indeed empires in the world, and furthermore they were incredibly powerful, he said. The thunderclap ninth heaven, for example, had been obtained from the treasure trove of an ancient empire. Moreover, this was not the strongest mystical power there was either. That was something from dozens of millennia ago. That ancient empire wanted to bring the whole world and ascend to the realm of immortals, but obviously they failed their mission. At the time, this ancient empire could be considered to have united the whole world and was extremely powerful. Could it be that this Purple Moon Empire intends to follow the example? The Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing exclaimed in surprise. Who is the nation's leader? Ling Han asked. His surname is Ma and is named Ma Duo Bao. He calls himself the Purple Moon Divine Emperor. The Rain Emperor answered. Ling Han once again accidentally spat out his saliva. Fuck Ma Duo Bao. He remembered that back in Million Treasure City, Ma Duo Bao had once earnestly invited him to join in the venture to split open the skies. He had not thought that after a mere few months, this guy had really performed a great feat. Still, without the support of an extremely powerful party, how long would this Purple Moon Empire last? Hold on, that ancient empire seemed to have failed to split open the skies before their destruction, and Ma Duo Bao also mentioned he wanted to split open the skies, and even established a nation. Could it be that only a nation could split open the skies? Ling Han felt his thoughts were slightly in a mess. In this life, whatever crazy thing could really happen. Ma Duo Bao was definitely not an idiot. On the other hand, this man was unfathomable. Ling Han could not see through him at all. Either he had some kind of secret technique, or his ability was at least at the late stage of the heaven tier. On one side there was the Thousand Corpse sect, which definitely would not be content with their place. They were definitely aiming for all life in this world, wanting to cause great suffering so that they could refine everyone into corpse soldiers. And on the other side there was the Purple Moon Empire. Since they had established their own nation, then it would be natural to expand their territory, so it was inevitable that they would launch a worldwide expedition, and the might of that ancient empire would reappear. It seems like the world is about to experience a great upheaval. Ling Han sighed. Furthermore, the 5 great sects have also predicted that a great catastrophe akin to what happened 10,000 years ago would happen again. Really, all the excitement is happening at the same time, the Rain Emperor said. We can only work hard at our cultivation and increase our own power so as to gain the power to protect ourselves and speak, Mu Rongqing concluded. Ling Han and the Rain Emperor nodded. That, Uncle Rabbit had listened from the side for a long time. He raised his little paw and said, Lord Rabbit has some knowledge about that so-called great catastrophe. Oh, speak quickly. Ling Han was instantly interested. Rabbit put on an act and said, where is Lord Rabbit's tea? It had wanted to act coy for a moment longer, but the result was crying out in pain when Hunyo bit him. Say it. Hunyo said in displeasure. This rabbit was really a little lowly. It obviously knew that Hunyo very much liked to bite it, yet still continued to repeatedly provoke Hunyo into biting it. It coughed, then said, there is a myth transmitted with Lord Rabbit's bloodline. Once every 10,000 years or so, there would be a great reckoning in the world. At that time all life would be in terrible straits, and only a very very few people would manage to survive. Reckoning? Ling Han was astonished. This was yet another theory. For someone like Lord Rabbit that has an ancestor living in the realm of immortals, we would be those who would be spared, and no one would dare touch a single hair on Lord Rabbit's head. But for those like you, it would be terrible. Rabbit said. Ling Han could not help but snort. This reckoning really bullies the weak but fears the strong. Brat, this is life. Get over it. Rabbit him comforted, but no matter he looked at it, it seemed to be showing off. Reckoning? Why does there have to be reckoning? And who would be doing the reckoning? Ling Han asked. Rabbit pointed at the skies and said, as for why, Lord Rabbit does not know either. The sky. The sky meant the realm of immortals. The Tao of this world should not be wanting to bring ruin to all life. And from the memory crystal that Zishuxian had left behind, someone who wanted to destroy all life in this world, had indeed come from the realm of immortals. Ling Han still came back to that old problem: if the realm of immortals really wanted to do a reckoning, with merely the power of the 5 ancient great sects, how could they possibly stop them? There had to be another reason for it, and the answer was possibly hidden inside the Clear Harmony Palace Hall. Ling Han could not help but want even more urgently to obtain an ancient map. Ling Han, come out to your death. Chapter 639, The 3 Brothers Join Forces. Ling Han, come out and die, a cold voice rang out. It was as if a blade had sliced through and leaves from around them dropped, torn into pieces. Quite a number of people threw up blood, and they were even more shocked. Who was this man that would be so terrifying merely his voice alone could cause them to collapse? Third brother, your enemy? Mu Rongqing asked. He looked very spirited. Wait for me to take him down. Ling Han smiled and said, second brother, I fear you are no match for him. Oh, who is that man? Even the Rain Emperor had become curious, and looked to be filled with battle intent. Small Saber King. Wang, a figure appeared. He had a tall, slender build and saber-intent wound all over his body, transforming into uncountable sabers of various shapes and sizes. There were long and short sabers, gold and silver sabers, and there were closely woven patterns on every blade, exuding a powerful aura. Everyone felt terror. There were some who were forced to their knees, which overwhelmed them with shock. One had to know that all those who could come to this place were geniuses, and no matter what, had at least formed one flash of qi, having the potential to become a ruler within martial arts. But even so, they could not defy this man's aura, which showed how utterly terrifying this person was. A ruler amongst rulers. In this place, many geniuses had gathered, and as close to a month had passed, there were naturally even more present. But due to the oppressive aura of Small Saber King, a dozen thousand people could not even release even the slightest sound, as they were all subdued by a single person. This was the bearing that a ruler amongst rulers should have. Merely standing there would force innumerable geniuses to bow their heads in submission. Ling Han stepped out, and the Rain Emperor and Mu Rong Qing stood on either side of him, showing clearly their attitude that they would advance or retreat with him. Small Saber King, someone at the peak of the spiritual infant tier. Even if the three of them joined forces, no one would say anything. The difference in cultivation level was there after all. Putting aside the idea of 3 people attacking together, even if 10 people attacked together, they would not be blamed either. No way, this brat is enemies with Small Saber King too. TSK just some time ago he did that to Fairy Yun and offended the Blue Thunder sect. And now he's being hunted down by Small Saber King of the Absolute Saber sect. Out of the 5 ancient great sects, he's actually offended 2 of them. Why does Small Saber King want to kill this brat? Could it be that Small Saber King likes Fairy Yun? No way, I heard that Fairy Yun is in love with Lang Yatian. TSK, a love triangle, what a mess. No, now that this brat is added into the bunch, it's obviously a love rectangle. The spectators mumbled amongst themselves. Not only women but in fact men also tended to be quite gossipy, especially someone like Li Fengyu, who would want nothing more than to yell out such spicy gossip. Small Saber King stood proudly in midair. He had been on the hunt for Ling Han all this time, yet lost his tail, and it was only when he heard that Ling Han caused a great commotion at Wang Yun's banquet some time ago that he rushed all the way here. As his eyes swept over Ling Han and his 2 sworn brothers, condescension curled the corners of his lips up as he said, "With the power of just the 3 of you, you intend to stop me? How would we know if we don't try?" Ling Han said heroically. These 2 sworn brothers of his were similarly rulers in martial arts, especially the Rain Emperor. As the saying went, a great talent matured slowly, but on the other hand, good preparation was the key to success, so he had terrifying battle prowess. Snort, foolish. Small Saber King was no longer interested in speaking, and directly drew out his saber in a slash. A terrifying saber chi rolled past, as if it was a blade that would startle even the sky, and slid down from the skies. Pseudo-ray. Ling Han gave a loud shout, and directly drew out the demon birth sword to parry. Against a powerful foe like Small Saber King, it was impossible for him to hold back in the slightest. If he did, that would be joking around with his own life. With a ding, the treasured sword clashed with Saber Ray, but Ling Han was forced into a sliding retreat. His feet were like 2 spades that dug out deep grooves in the incredibly hard mountain rocks. Break! Ling Han shouted loudly, and as his long sword waved down in a slash, the Saber Ray was cut in half, and slashed past either side of him. In the meantime, the Rain Emperor and Mu Rong Qing had already charged out. Both of them used fist techniques, and with martial intent and origin power wrapping around their fists, they possessed very terrifying destructive power behind their blows, which enabled them to take on a sharp blade with their bare fists. Heng, 2 minor characters that had just broken through to the spiritual infant tier actually want to stand against me? Small Saber King sneered and pulled out his saber in a slash, his aura majestic. The Rain Emperor roared in rage, and as he brandished his fists, Fist Ray rushed forth, extremely ferocious. Small Saber King finally exclaimed in surprise. Ray, even if it was the condensation of 10 flashes of chi, it surpassed 30 separate flashes of chi. This was a natural suppression. Mu Rong Qing showed his might as well. Although he had not condensed a ray in terms of chi, he had formed a total of 29 flashes, so his battle prowess was similarly not to be underestimated. On the ground, Ling Han charged up with his sword as well. Haha, 3 minor characters not worth mentioning. Small Saber King immediately regained his cool. Though the Rain Emperor had condensed a ray, he had broken through when he had merely formed 10 flashes of chi, so his power was limited. Meanwhile, he was at an absolute advantage in cultivation level as he had half a foot into the deity transformation tier, whereas his battle prowess had long since spiked up to this level. He had at least 5 stars of the deity transformation tier, so he was spine-chillingly powerful. With a slash of his saber, Ling Han and his brothers, who dared not take it head-on, could only retreat. Ha 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 ha. Small Saber King laughed loudly and slashed wildly at Ling Han. This man had killed his father, which filled him with deep-seated hatred. Furthermore, there was also a little girl that had obtained his Thunderclap 9th Heaven mystical power, whom he definitely had to kill as well. He would directly pluck out her soul from her body. Ling Han gave a humph and lightning flickered over his body. In an instant, he had a parried by the side of the small Saber King, and swiped his sword forth in a slash. What? Small Saber King exclaimed in shock. It was not because Ling Han moved too fast, but rather because there was a flicker of lightning with his movement. That obviously was the thunderclap ninth heaven. How could that be? A mystical power could only be learnt by one person, so why would Hun Yo be followed by Ling Han? Two people who had both learnt thunderclap ninth heaven. If he knew that not only Ling Han and Hun Yo, but also Helian Sun Shui had learnt the thunderclap ninth heaven, who knew what kind of expression he would have? He would probably be so overcome with shock that he would not be able to accept such a fact. How could you have possibly learnt the thunderclap ninth heaven? Small Saber King exclaimed in a severe tone. It was obvious that Hun Yo was still on the ground, and it was impossible that she was capable of astral projection, so where had Ling Han learnt this mystical power? None of your business. Ling Han brandished his sword in a quick slash. 29 flashes of chi condensed into pseudo-ray, which whizzed towards Small Saber King. This was a pseudo-ray that had been shot out by a level 10 spirit tool, so its power was almost no weaker than a real ray's. Even Small Saber King dared not be too careless, and had to wield his saber to parry. Otherwise, if he was hit by the sword ray, even he would be deeply injured. The eyes of the Small Saber King iced over, and he said with a sneer, "All right, then I only have to kill you alone." Though he did not take Hun Yo seriously, the speed of the little girl's movements shocked even him, and he absolutely could not guarantee that he would be able to take her down successfully. He pushed out with his left hand, and swept it towards the Rain Emperor and Mu Rong Qing, whereas his right hand wielded his saber to slash towards Ling Han. Every single strike was merciless. He only wanted to take Ling Han's life. Ling Han and his brothers joined forces to attack, but Small Saber King was really too strong. His battle prowess that was on the level of the deity transformation tier allowed him to be at an absolute advantage, and every blow he struck caused Ling Han and his brothers to be battered and exhausted. Unless Ling Han used the exterminating Dragon Star arrow to impede him, at this moment, the three of them were already heading for a crushing defeat. Ling Han swallowed a pill. It was the 5 Revolutions Black Jade pill. He had concocted a total of 3 pills. In the previous battle against Shenyuan Ziguang, he had already taken one, and the pill he was taking now was the second one. As the alchemical pill entered his stomach, its effects were immediately seen, and he gained an upgrade of a total 9 stars to his battle prowess. Initially, his battle prowess had reached 15 stars of the spiritual infant tier, or perhaps even more than that, and now, with a power upgrade of 9 stars of battle prowess, he had immediately soared up to the level of the deity transformation tier. Chapter 640, Yao Hui Yue Comes to Aid. This was really inconceivable. He was merely in the flower blossom tier, yet already possessed the battle prowess of the deity transformation tier. Although that was only equivalent to having 1 star of the deity transformation tier. Still, the effects of the alchemical pill were rapidly weakening. Previously, when Ling Han had taken the first 5 Revolution Black Jade pill, he had gained a power upgrade of 10 battle stars, and though his power upgrade had only decreased by a single star now, it was still indeed on the decline. There was nothing that could be done about it. All alchemical pills would have an immunity level, and the higher grade the alchemical pill, the higher the immunity level would be. Now he could still increase his battle prowess by 9 stars, and next time it would drop down to 8 stars, followed by 7 stars, 6 stars, 5 stars, and finally there would be no effects at all. Just like when one ate 1,000-year ginseng to extend one's lifespan, the first stalk could add another 30 years of life, but the effects of the second one would be halved, and the third one would be once again halved. With a long whistle, Ling Han brandished his sword in a slash. He had finally gotten the qualification to stand against Small Saber King. Still, there was still quite a big gap between the two of them. 5 stars against 1 star, that was an absolute domination. Thankfully, there was still the Rain Emperor and Mu Rong Qing impeding from the side. Although their respective battle prowess was far from the deity transformation tier, they were still geniuses after all. One had already formed Ray, whereas the other had formed 29 flashes of Qi, and not even Small Saber King dared take on their attacks carelessly. Ling Han became the main attacker, and naturally was too busy to retreat to a farther distance so that he could pose a threat to the Small Saber King. The might of archery could only be displayed with adequate distance, and in a close-up battle, there was practically no space for archery to be used. However, the flash of lightning was wrapped all over his entire body. This was a great mystical power from the ancient era. The power of lightning was extremely terrifying, and after being attacked, not only would one experience a numbness in limbs, there would even be a stagnation in origin power, which greatly decreased Small Saber King's battle prowess. This caused Small Saber King to be enraged, and have even more thoughts about the Thunderclap Ninth Heaven. If he could learn this mystical power, it would be enough to raise his battle prowess by another 5 stars. No, 10. Just think about it. He was only at the peak of the spiritual infant tier, yet would be capable of killing an elite cultivator in the 9th layer of the deity transformation tier. How shocking would that be? His killing intent blazed, and he slashed forth with his saber, endlessly striking blows at Ling Han. Ling Han used the Demon Fairy steps. He was the main attacker but was not so stupid that he would take on Small Saber King on directly with his strength. There was still quite a large gap between the two of them, and he completely did not have the qualification to take on the latter in a face-to-face confrontation. Small Saber King displayed a bearing of invincibility. Alone he was battling against 3 super geniuses, and not only was he not on the losing side, he actually completely gained the upper hand. He could only be described with the word, terrifying. All around them, the dozen thousands of people all watched in astonishment. They were shocked by how powerful these 4 people were. Small Saber King was strong, but Ling Han and his brothers were not weak either. After all, there was a gap in cultivation level. Otherwise, if all of them were fighting with the same cultivation level, it really would be undecided who would win or lose. But it was at this moment that another figure appeared and charged at them with a sword in hand. Who was this again? A slash swept out and 29 flashes of sword chi danced. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was wrong with this world? Forming 10 flashes of chi would qualify one to condense his chi to form Ray and call himself a ruler amongst rulers, and there were very few that managed to form 11 or 12 flashes of chi. But now, people that had formed 29 flashes of chi appeared in quick succession, and it seemed like they were very commonplace nowadays. This attack was aimed at Small Saber King. Yao Hui Yue. Small Saber King roared furiously. He struck out with his saber at the sword chi and peng, the sword chi was instantly shattered, but he was also now too busy to attack Ling Han. The number 2 sword of the world, Yao Hui Yue. Who would have thought that this person that had suddenly made a move would actually be Yao Hui Yue? Even Ling Han was slightly stunned. There did not seem to be much friendly relations between himself and Yao Hui Yue, so why did the latter act like he was a very close friend of his now? This man is my rival and can only be killed with my hand. Yao Hui Yue stood with sword in hand. As the mountain breeze blew, the corner of his robes floated, and he looked like a deity descended. The Small Saber King was enraged. This was his fuck reason? He looked at Yao Hui Yue darkly and said, "You are still unskilled. Even if there were 10 of you, you would be no match for me." Yet Yao Hui Yue did not take his words to heart at all and said, "You have only cultivated a few more years than I. If we battled on the same cultivation level or at the same age, it would be a piece of cake for me to defeat you. Small Saber King, I have never taken you seriously. The greatest genius of the Absolute Saber sect is Su Xiu Ran, and only he is qualified to become my rival." The Small Saber King could not help but look angry. This was undisguised looking down on him. His saber shook and he said, "Yao Hui Yue, do you want to die? Do you have that ability to kill me?" Yao Hui Yue stepped forward with his sword in hand, and joined forces with Ling Han against Small Saber King. He too had advanced into the spiritual infant tier, but was only at the 3rd layer of the spiritual infant tier. Still, his battle prowess was terrifyingly high and extremely shocking. The treasured sword he wielded was also a high-level spirit tool, and as he slashed out with 10,000 techniques returned to 1, which had shocking destructive power, even Small Saber King had to face him with utmost seriousness. Naturally, Yao Hui Yue had also condensed pseudo-ray. He had not yet breached the huge barrier that was 30 flashes of chi, and thus, did not choose to form point. Otherwise, if he chose to use 10,000 techniques returned to 1 at that time, this destructive power would be even more astonishing. Ling Han sighed internally. He too knew the mysterious 3,000 technique. Unfortunately, after he came to the middle state, he did not dare to use it much anymore. Only when it was a matter of life or death would he actually use it. However, he was now the main attacker and blocked Small Saber King's direct attacks, and Yao Hui Yue, the Rain Emperor, and Mu Rong Qing were able to calmly unleash their full battle prowess, which naturally posed a great threat to Small Saber King. Merely looking at the circumstances, Ling Han and the others were naturally still in a crisis, just as if they were walking on a tight rope. However, Small Saber King did not appear to have his victory assured either because he only needed to be slightly careless, and it was possible that lose the whole game and be destroyed by Yao Hui Yue and the other two. Especially Yao Hui Yue, the might of 10,000 techniques returned to one was really too powerful. Damn it! Small Saber King roared in rage, yet abruptly turned around and left. With these four great prodigies joining forces, even if he was at an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation level, he could do nothing else to them. It would be meaningless to continue the battle. He could meet his gains or losses bravely and so left at once. He would not believe that there would always be so many geniuses following by Ling Han's side. Damn it, he had not brought the diamond puppet with him. If not, with the aid of a puppet on the level of the deity transformation tier, it would be a piece of cake to totally annihilate these four men. Ling Han put away his sword, then looked at Yao Hui Yue and said with a smile, "Yao Hui Yue, I really had not thought that you would step out." "Hang, I was not helping you. I merely did not like how Small Saber King was taking unfair advantage with his superior strength. Furthermore, I should be the one to end your life, and this was something that I had said long ago." Yao Hui Yue said coldly. "Ha, I am much obliged." Ling Han clapped a hand on Yao Hui Yue's shoulder, and felt that this guy was actually quite interesting. "Don't act so familiar with me, I am not your friend," Yao Hui Yue declared coldly. "It's fine even if we're not friends. Come, let us drink some wine," Ling Han said, smiling and forcefully pulled Yao Hui Yue down to sit. Shin air. Yao Hui Yue did not refuse too firmly. He dropped onto the ground and immediately looked towards Zhu Xianair. Yet when he saw her face, he could not help but look extremely astonished. Who was this woman? Zhu Xianair merely smiled reservedly, and maintained an appropriate distance. Yao Hui Yue was stunned. Judging by her figure, this was definitely Zhu Xianair. Also, when he called her name, she had responded. This was really Zhu Xianair? This was definitely not his Zhu Xianair. Chapter 641, Heaven Cloud Purple Thunder. Yao Hui Yue felt unbearably pained. His Zhu Xianair actually looked like this. In the north region, merely her figure and the personality she revealed were sufficient to entrance him. He would willingly fall to his knees for her, but now, after seeing her real appearance, it was as if someone had sliced a knife into his heart. This discrepancy was really too big. And just like that, his first love came to nothing. Ling Han laughed loudly and slung an arm around Yao Hui Yue's shoulders as he said, "Small Yao, even if we fight to death tomorrow, that is something that would only happen tomorrow. Thanks for today. Come, let us drink some wine. No one's going home sober." For someone with excellent self-discipline like Yao Hui Yue, he was naturally unwilling to get himself drunk, but now the only thing he wanted was to drink himself to forget all his troubles. Without a word, he sat down and did not refuse any who offered him a drink. He gulped down one cup after another and very quickly with a pah he collapsed and began snoring away. "What poor capacity for liquor," the Rain Emperor commented with a laugh. Meanwhile, Ling Han said in a meaningful tone, "When one drinks wine with a troubled mind, it is easier to get drunk." When Yao Hui Yue awoke the next day, he discovered that he was lying alone on a rock. The moment he got to his feet, he felt a throbbing headache. The effects of a hangover were kicking in. He gripped his head, and swore that he definitely would not get himself drunk in future. He looked up at the skies and could not help but show a self-mocking smile. Previously, he kept himself at Zhu Xianair's beck and call, and tried his best to gain her favor, but had he really fallen in love with her? She was a woman whose face he had never even seen before, so how could it be possible that he would develop true feelings for her? It was simply that he had deceived himself with his own feelings, and imagined her to be an extreme beauty, which was why he admired her so completely, and now, his dream had shattered. From now onwards he could place his full focus and attention on martial arts. Yao Hui Yue's thoughts cleared, and instantly, an expression of great happiness appeared on his face because he had touched the barrier to the 30th flash of sword qi. Indeed, a great emotional upheaval had a great influence on grasping qi. Previously, no matter how hard he cultivated, he could not get the gist of it. "I want to become the #1 person in the young generation," he declared passionately, completely forgetting his disappointment in romance. The greatest genius naturally had unsurpassed self-discipline. Ling Han waited another 5 days. Qin Yi was still awaiting the arrival of that disciple of Heaven's Sword sect when another piece of news reached the man. Earthquake had happened at the Great Brilliant Mountains, and it seemed like a great treasure had appeared. Flashes of lightning shot skywards and illuminated the skies. For this reason, a great many people had already departed to make their way towards Great Brilliant Mountains. It was located in the Flying Blossom County anyways, and it would only be a matter of 1 to 2 days to get there. Waiting for Qin Yi, Ling Han could only stay behind calmly. Furthermore, flashes of lightning did not mean that an ultimate treasure had really appeared. Previously, when he had guided lightning into his body to cultivate the thunderclap 9th heaven, hadn't he also caused lightning to flash for a whole night and day? Who knew, this might be caused by a person who cultivated a thunder-type technique and was currently taking a very important step in his cultivation. Ling Han waited patiently, but the Rain Emperor and Mu Rong Qing had already set out. They said that if there really was some treasure with lightning traits, they would definitely bring it back for Ling Han so that he could truly form a body of lightning. This was his two brothers' sincerity. It would not be appropriate for Ling Han to refuse, so he could only watch as they left. However, Ling Han did indeed very much want to form a body of lightning. Currently he could only speed up his movement with the aid of lightning, but if he could actually become lightning, his speed could still increase another level, and be on par with Hunyo's. Great Brilliant Mountains, aren't they one of the mountain ranges suspected to be boundless mountains? Zhu Xian'er asked Ling Han after she found out. Ling Han nodded and said, it can't be such a coincidence that the Clear Harmony Palace Hall really is there. It was not impossible because Zi Shuexian cultivated power of lightning, and there were flashes of lightning soaring skywards at the Great Brilliant Mountains, which was really too much of a coincidence. We'll wait one more day, and if there is still no news from Qin Yi, we'll set out. Ling Han decided to go and take a look. However, when Qin Yi came over that night, he brought back a piece of bad news. That true disciple of the Heaven Sword sect was actually unable to bring back an ancient map. He said that his sect watched over it extremely closely, and treated it like it was a top-grade cultivation or martial arts technique, so there was no way they would allow it to be seen by outsiders. Not just outsiders were unable to see it. Even if their own disciples wanted to study the ancient map, they had to ascend to a certain level, such as the Heaven tier, or be a prodigious, genius disciple like Yao Hui Yue. Fuck. Ling Han could not help but curse. It was just a map. Was there a need to treasure it to this extent? The Heaven Sword sect feared that they would find out something? Was it the secret that Zi Shuexian had left behind? It should not be possible. How would they know that she had left behind last words? Moreover, so many years have passed, and it could be that the place was eternally buried underground or had been destroyed completely. These 5 great sects were acting abnormally. Ling Han hesitated no longer. Together with Zhu Xian'er and Hunyo, he rushed towards the Great Brilliant Mountains. Naturally, Rabbit followed them as well. All day, it would chew on 1,000-year ginseng like it was a carrot, and boast shamelessly that this was only interest. Only when Ling Han paid him 2 stalks of Dragon's Blood Overlord ginseng would he no longer have to pay it interest. The consequence of having such a bad mouth was naturally being bitten by Hunyo, which caused it to yowl in pain. Yet it still made no change in its behavior, just asking to be bitten. Talking and laughing, having fun and bickering all the way there, they soon arrived at the Great Brilliant Mountains. The Flying Blossom County was not the largest county in the Middle State, but was definitely the county that had the most mountain ranges. This Great Brilliant Mountains were also a huge mountain range, extending over several hundred miles, shocking in its great size. This place was filled with a primitive air. There were terrifying demonic beasts rampaging here. Common people dared not travel too deep into the mountains, as the slightest bit of carelessness could cause them to lose their lives. Ling Han glanced over. The trees here all grew like they were precious swords, and the average height of the trees here was 300 m and above. They grew straight and upright. Branches were rarely seen, and the sight of them made for an image of austerity and harshness. And in the east of the mountain range, there was indeed a flash of lightning shooting skywards, rushing forth, prancing and sweeping over the whole mountain peaks. Let's go and take a look. Ling Han and the others flew towards that area. Now that Zhu Xian'er had broken through to the Flower Blossom tier, the power of their team could be considered quite strong. Very soon they arrived at the foot of the mountains. They could see occasional flashes of lightning rush out halfway up the mountains. This was the origin of the flashes of lightning. It had affected the whole mountain, so no one dared approach. An expression of utter astonishment appeared on Ling Han's face, and in spite of himself he exclaimed, "Heaven Cloud Purple Thunder! A brat like you actually knows about the Heaven Cloud Purple Thunder?" Rabbit asked in surprise, looking very curious. "This is one of the 10 great ultimate thunders of ancient times." "What 10 great ultimate thunders?" Zhu Xian'er asked curiously. Rabbit was the type to get hyped up in front of an audience. With a willing listener, it instantly got the urge to show off, yet had not predicted that he would be the target of a ferocious glare from Hunyo. In the end, it rubbed the many wounds that had yet to recover on its backside, and dared not seek trouble. Thus it said, "There are spirits in the world. Even this mountain and water, this stone and fire, could possibly grow their own consciousness and become a unique kind of life form." "Oh, so aren't they fire spirits, stone spirits and water spirits then?" Zhu Xian'er came to a realization. Then she clapped her hands abruptly and exclaimed, "Could it be that there is a thunder spirit here?" Ling Han nodded and said, "That should be the case. Furthermore, it is an impressive guy too." Chapter 642, Entering the Zone of Thunder. "How impressive?" Zhu Xian'er asked. Ling Han thought for a moment, then said seriously, "There are differences in strength for even spirits developed by the world. To rank thunder spirits in terms of power, Heaven Cloud Purple Thunder could be ranked amongst the top 10, so it's very powerful." "Then how would the Big Rock Man and Strange Fire be ranked?" Zhu Xian'er was curious. Only when there was something to compare against would there be a clearer understanding. Ling Han made a rough comparison and said, "Small Rock at most can be ranked in the top 100, and Strange Fire couldn't even be counted in the top 100 before, but after being refined, it should be able to rank in the top 100. Only now did Zhu Xian'er's expression change. Merely those being ranked in the top 100 had such great power, so how powerful would a spirit ranked in the top 10 be? Just like the prodigy role of the North region. At that time, being in the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier would qualify one to be ranked in the top 100, but what kind of existence would the top 10 be? The spiritual pedestal tier. There was no small gap between the two. Looking at it this way, this Heaven Cloud Purple Thunder would be very terrifying. Ling Han looked closely and said, "The uncontrolled appearance of lightning is proof that the thunder cloud is about to appear. If it really became something that possesses intelligence, I fear no one would be able to obtain it." Putting aside how terrifying the battle prowess this thunder spirit would have, merely in terms of speed, how many people could catch up to it? Ling Han was only in the flower blossom tier, but his speed was enough to be on par with the deity transformation tier. A thunder spirit had a body purely made out of thunder, so how fast could it be? Perhaps only if a shattering void tier ultimate elite cultivator moved would it be caught. Hold on. Ling Han paused. Those years ago, the Zishuxian was definitely in the shattering void tier, so could this thunder spirit actually have been caught by her? It had been suppressed here all this while, and after these 10,000 years had passed, the strength of its fetters had weakened, and coupled with the environmental changes incited by the earthquake, the restrictions weakened further. Finally, the thunder spirit managed to escape, and began the last step of its metamorphosis. This place, could it really be the boundless mountains from years ago? Ling Han was moved. He was yet unable to transform into lightning, but if he could refine the Heaven Cloud Purple Thunder, he would definitely be able to reach major achievement in his cultivation of the Thunderclap 9th Heaven. No matter what, he would at least reach minor achievement level, and he would have truly learned it and not be half-assed like it was now. He was so excited that even his whole body was trembling. By that time, how terrifying would his battle prowess be? By then, he'd probably completely be able to battle an enemy on a whole cultivation tier higher than himself. He, a flower blossom tier cultivator, could fight on equal footing with an opponent in the deity transformation tier. That really sounded like something out of a myth. I am only one step away from Body of Diamond, and also one step away from 30 flashes of Qi. If I really could obtain this Heaven Cloud Purple Thunder and refine it, who knows, I might be able to reach Body of Diamond and form 30 flashes of Qi. At that time, I would be able to condense a ray, birth a spiritual infant, and thunder and lightning would temper my physical body all in one go. Thus, once I break through to spiritual infant tier, I should be able to battle on equal footing against the strongest deity transformation tier cultivators. This was really inconceivable. If one could battle an opponent 5 battle stars stronger than himself, he would be considered a super genius, and those that could battle with a power gap of 10 stars would be nature-defying ultra-geniuses the likes of the Sword Emperor and the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. But if Ling Han released his full power, he would be able to fight someone 20 stars stronger than himself. Of course, this took into account the 3 mystical powers, the Demon Birth Sword, the mysterious 3000 technique, and the indestructible Heaven Scroll. If he excluded any of these trump cards, that would mean that his battle prowess would drop a few stars. However, if he really managed to fuse with this strange thunder, he could possess more than 20 stars of battle prowess with merely the 3 mystical powers and fighting barehanded. And that would be enough to suppress the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden, that fierce woman. Ling Han mumbled. No matter what, he was a chauvinistic male, so he would definitely not resign himself to being suppressed by the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. Still, I don't know what level this fierce woman currently is. Even if she is the lowest level immortal, I'm afraid that she could still suppress me with a single finger. AI, the path to suppressing the fierce woman is long, and I still have to search everywhere for a means. Ling Han was absent-minded for a while, then snapped his fingers and said, Xian you should stay here. Zhu Xian understood and nodded. She pretended to want to say something quiet to Ling Han, and pulled him into the forest. When Ling Han extended his divine sense to take her into the Black Tower, she planted a kiss on Ling Han's cheek first before entering into the Black Tower. This girl? Ling Han shook his head. He had occasionally spoken of the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden to Zhu Xian, and most likely, his momentary absent-mindedness previously had been accurately interpreted by the latter that he had been missing the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. Zhu Xian was clever in how she was obviously jealous, yet treated Ling Han even more tenderly than before, so Ling Han too would remember her closely in his heart. Women truly are transformed from demons. At any place or time, they desire to steal your heart, Ling Han mused as he walked out of the forest. Hunyou placed her hands at her hips and declared with utmost seriousness, Nyo not transformed from demon. Ling Han could not help but laugh loudly. Then he turned to look at Rabbit and said, Hoodlum Rabbit, in front of us the heaven cloud purple thunder is about to appear, and the power of lightning is incredibly dangerous. Do you still intend to follow? If you die, I can only plant the 2 stalks of dragon's blood overlord ginseng in front of your grave next year. Go away. Lord Rabbit is going to have a life as long as 100 years, and definitely is no short-lived rabbit. Rabbit flexed its tiny paws. Haven't you already lived a few hundred years? Hunyou said curiously. That's a very long life. Rabbit was dejected and replied, Lord Rabbit misspoke. Can't I live as long as 10,000 years? Then take responsibility for your own life, and it's your own responsibility whatever the consequences, Ling Han said, smiling. He and Hunyou had already learnt the thunderclap 9th heaven, and so had a close affinity with power of lightning. Compared to any other, they were better able to withstand the power of lightning. Furthermore, worst come to worst, didn't he still have the Black Tower as a backup plan? Rabbit was disdainful. Didn't they know that the characteristic trait of rabbits was that they could flee very fast? In flight, if Lord Rabbit admitted to be second place, what person would dare to claim to be first? The 2 people and 1 rabbit advanced. The power of lightning had enshrouded the whole peak. The purple-colored lightning was incredibly terrifying. It would scatter everywhere, and upon striking the trees or the mountain rocks, without an exception, they were all reduced to ash. Ling Han stretched out a finger and Z absorbed the power of lightning that had overflowed. The 5 elements mixed chaos lotus moved and its stalk shone, guiding the power of lightning to traverse throughout Ling Han's body, allowing his physique to take 1 step closer to transforming into a body of lightning. This power of lightning was insignificant, so it was naturally extremely slow to transform it, but Ling Han did not mind in the slightest. At most, this could only be considered an appetizer, whereas the main course was the heaven cloud purple thunder. As long as it had not completely transformed into a thunder spirit, it could be devoured. But if it succeeded to transform into a spirit, he had best flee. Hunyou was even more of a monster than Ling Han. She already had a body of lightning, and the power of lightning actually scrambled to enter into her body, which caused her to giggle uncontrollably as if she was being tickled. Really, different people had different lives. He had obviously also cultivated the thunderclap 9th heaven, so why was there such a tremendous gap between the 2 of them? Ling Han sighed and was very envious of Hunyou. Don't be envious. This girl's ancestor is definitely a supreme elite from the realm of immortals. Even Lord Rabbit has to admit defeat in front of her bloodline inheritance and astonishing powers. Rabbit said from the side. Ling Han gave an "oh," and said, "You think that Hunyo's ancestor is some supreme elite from the realm of immortals? What else could be the case? Just tell Lord Rabbit, how else could a kid of 7 or 8 reach the flower blossom tier?" Rabbit said in a tone of certainty. Ling Han picked Rabbit up and said, "It seems that you have much of an understanding about the realm of immortals. So tell me, how many different levels are immortals divided into?" Chapter 643, A Dog That Blocks the Way. Rabbit rolled its eyes at Ling Han and said, "You think your Lord Rabbit is an immortal? How would I know when I've never been to the realm of immortals? Then how do you know that Hunyo's ancestor is a supreme elite from the realm of immortals?" Ling Han interrogated. "Che, how could she possibly be such a monster if her ancestor was not a supreme elite?" Rabbit humped. Ling Han shook his head and thought that it was not Hunyo's ancestor that was awesome, but she. The spirit base in her dantian was too terrifying. At least until now, Ling Han had not felt a stronger pressure than that from anyone else. Not in his last life, nor in this one. Not even those at the apex of humanity like Feng Piyun and that giant silver spider that were in shattering void tier could compare to a mere glance form that maiden. The more time passed and the higher his cultivation level advanced, Ling Han grew increasingly wary towards that human-shaped spirit base, and felt that it was increasingly inconceivable to him. Ling Han looked at how happy Hunyo was, and there was only one wish inside his heart, that Hunyo could always be so unfettered and carefree. As they advanced towards the mid-mountain area, the power of lightning became stronger and stronger, and Rabbit was forced to circulate origin power as defense. Though it was a demonic beast that had a strong physique, it would not be able to withstand the continued barrage of lightning. Without considering anything else, even if it was merely his snow-white rabbit's hide being charred, it'd rather it did not happen. Ling Han and Hunyo on the other hand advanced smoothly. Though the power of lightning here was powerful, it was not berserk, so they could absorb it as easily as if it was thunder-aligned spiritual qi. The only difference was that it was denser as it could take actual form and appear. Naturally, they were not the first group of people to come here. There was a great number of people already in the process of ascending the mountain. They had all stretched out their origin power to shield themselves, and every step they took was difficult. No one dared to soar in the skies. The lightning in the skies was too chaotic, appearing as if it was the heaven's wrath. Perhaps only deity transformation tier cultivators would dare force their way through. Otherwise, everyone else would simply have to obediently walk on the ground. Those walking ahead moved slower and slower. After all, there were not many that had a thunder-aligned spirit base, so they had to use their own origin power to shield themselves. Thus, they expended considerable amounts of origin power, and it was also a harsh burden on their stamina. For those that did not cultivate body techniques, they could only take a rest every few steps. Ling Han very soon stopped walking. That was because a narrow and winding road actually appeared in front of them, but there was a person that had actually sat himself down in the middle of the path to rest. If one wanted to continue the journey by passing over his head, it would be inevitable that he would be attacked by the lightning, which was an extremely dangerous thing. "Hey, please either take a few steps ahead or take a few steps back. Don't block this path that everybody has to pass through," Ling Han said. That was a man in his 30s. He was a high-level spiritual infant tier cultivator, and could even possibly have reached the peak. Though his blood and vitality was strong, he was not as young as he looked. After all, once a cultivator broke through to the flower blossom tier, his aging would be slowed. Spiritual infant tier cultivators possessed a 500-year-long lifespan. Only those whose real age was below 200 years old would appear no different than someone in their 30s. That man swept a sideways look at Ling Han and Hunyo, and could not help but throw a look of despise at them. He said in disdain, "A mere junior in the flower blossom tier dares to ask me to make way? Tsk, you're going to be in big trouble. Lord Rabbit guarantees it with my integrity." Rabbit immediately took delight in the man's upcoming misfortune. Demonic beast. That man gasped in shock. This rabbit actually could speak a human language. Make way. Ling Han's expression had also turned cold. That man no longer bothered about a rabbit knowing how to speak in a human language and turned back to Ling Han. He said with a sneer, "You actually dare to speak to me in this way? Are you tired of living?" Lord Rabbit thinks that you're the one who's tired of living. Rabbit always had to interrupt. Ling Han said calmly, "As the saying goes, a good dog does not block the way. So, I had best kick away a naughty dog like you." "How dare you?" That man erupted into a towering rage and actually made the first move. He stretched open his hand and a black-colored whip flew out, twining towards Ling Han's head. An expression of cruelty appeared on his face. As long as it was entwined in his whip, with the terrifying attack of his origin power, he would be able to instantly pluck Ling Han's head from his shoulders. A cold light flashed in Ling Han's eyes too. Putting aside the fact that this man blocked the way, not allowing others to pass, he was really vicious with how he aimed to kill from his first move alone. There was naturally no need to be merciful towards such a man. Ling Han moved as well. Lightning encircled his hand, popping and crackling, and he took hold of the whip firmly. The power of lightning instantly passed through the whip to its wielder. "Ah!" that man exclaimed. When the power of lightning was transmitted over, his whole right arm was numbed by the electricity. Furthermore, he had lost all feeling in his fingers, so he could not help but loosen his hand, and the whip dropped from it. He hurriedly stretched out his left hand to once again take hold of his whip. It was created from entwining flying cloud gold silk around blackwood cane, and was extremely valuable. But the whip twisted around like it was a snake and shot towards Ling Han quickly. Soon it had fallen into his hand. "Give it back," the man called out. Ling Han rolled his eyes and asked, "Is there something wrong with your head?" "Brat, are you planning to seek your own death?" that man asked darkly. "You speak as if you had not meant to kill me just now, and was merely playing around with me." Ling Han shook his hand and waved the whip so that it flicked towards the man. Because the whip's body was entwined with metal, it became the best conductor for lightning. The whole whip had turned white, lightning twined densely around it, and ancient patterns flickered on it. "Fuck," the man cursed. There was lightning all over this place, which doubled the power of any thunder-aligned cultivator. They would be able to guide the surrounding lightning to complement their own attacks. Flower blossom tier cultivators could guide the surrounding spiritual chi to complement their own attacks, but this place had become an ocean of lightning. Cultivators aligned with any of the other 5 elements would not be able to borrow any kind of spiritual chi corresponding to their own elemental alignment, and would only be able to fight with their own power. This naturally was a great restriction on their battle prowess. But for thunder-aligned cultivators, this place was equivalent to a paradise. That man could only scramble backwards so as to dodge this attack. Ling Han pursued him and struck out again with his whip. His battle prowess had reached the peak of the spiritual infant tier, and added with the fact that there was lightning here to empower his own attacks, he was naturally capable of oppressing any spiritual infant tier cultivator unless the latter, too, possessed a thunder-aligned spirit base. How would that man be able to defend against him? Ling Han pursued closely and the man retreated successively. The whip shot out with pops and cracks, and as lightning wrapped around it, it was a very terrifying thing to behold. The man's head was entirely covered with cold sweat. The lightning here was extremely terrifying, and like wading through a muddy swamp, every step was a difficult one to take as one had to defend against the surging ocean of lightning. This would consume greatly both one's origin power and stamina, which was why there was need to take a rest every few steps. But now, a whip was striking above his head like crazy without giving him any time to breathe. Thus he could only scramble forwards like a crazed dog. He could be no more battered than this. Damn it! Damn it! That man felt incredibly angered and humiliated. "Brat, don't go too far. I am a member of the Li clan of the Iron Tree Silverflower. Our patriarch is an ultimate elite of heaven tier that the whole world reveres. Oh, I'm so scared. As long as I kill you, I would remove any possible future threat." Ling Han said, smiling, striking out with the whip even faster. The man released a growl of humiliation. As people passed, many had witnessed his miserable appearance, and those looks of peculiarity were enough to make him feel incredibly furious and ashamed. Chapter 644. Someone interferes. Poor man, There wasn't even any cursing heard from him now because he could barely breathe now. If he did not run, he would be struck with the whip, and not only would it cause heart-rending pain, it would even numb his entire body so he couldn't even breathe. But if he ran, the lightning here was really too terrifying, which tired him greatly, and he was now entirely covered with sweat like it was raining. He was about to collapse from exhaustion. In terms of stamina, he was only slightly superior to any other person. How could he last under such torment? Body arts are really quite important. Ling Han nodded internally, instantly feeling that it was no loss that he had spent so much time on the indestructible Heaven Scroll and the Nine Dragons Tyrant art. If he wanted to become a truly outstanding elite, he had to reach perfection in every aspect. Otherwise, you might look disdainful in this situation, but in another situation, it'd be game over for you. What kind of elite would that be? Don't hit me anymore, that man pled. He was really about to become a dead dog now. He looked as if he had been fished out of the water as his whole body was covered with sweat, and even his clothes had become wet. But he did not even have the time to curse, and could only continue to flee endlessly. You tell me not to hit and I should obey? Who do you think you are? Ling Han asked calmly. Did everyone think he didn't have a temper? On the other hand, if he, who had been the alchemy emperor in his last life, really wanted to throw his weight around, it would be a bigger temper tantrum than anyone else. Pa pa pa. The whip struck a successive series of blows. The man began to throw up blood not because he had been whipped, but because he had overexpended his stamina and was overloading his circulation. Isn't this Li Yuan Ming? There were 3 people who were resting some ways ahead, and when they saw that man they stared blankly at first, thinking where had this beggar come from, but upon a closer look, they discovered it was actually someone familiar. Brother Chao Hang. Brother Chao Hang. When the man saw the speaker, he instantly felt as if he had seen his savior. He hurriedly leaped over and was about to break into tears in his excitement. Brother Chao Hang, save me. One of the 3 people, a tall and sturdy man, stood up, and made way so that Li Yuan Ming could duck behind him. He then raised his hand to catch the whip and said calmly, Young man, anyone can make mistakes, you should forgive them when possible. Don't be so pleased as to lose your own sense of measure. There was actually lightning also twined around his hand, but it was not white in color. Instead it was blue. The whip fell and the sturdy man took hold of it. The blue-colored lightning instantly crept up the whip, heading to attack Ling Han. Ling Han abandoned the whip, and stood with his hands placed behind his back. At the first glance, it was obvious that the sturdy man had the upper hand as he had forced Ling Han to abandon the whip. This was normal. He was a high-level spiritual infant tier cultivator, and in terms of density of origin power, it was obvious that he had more of an advantage. However, power and battle prowess were 2 different things. Ling Han's battle prowess was better shown through his use of 3 mystical powers, the indestructible Heaven Scroll, his sword techniques, the 10 spiritual flowers, and his strong physique. If he were to compete with a spiritual infant tier cultivator with brute force, that would really be comparing his weakness to his enemy's strength. Previously, Li Yuan Ming had been subdued by the lightning in this area, but this sturdy man himself had a thunder alignment, and was naturally unaffected. On the other hand, there was an upgrade to his battle prowess. Kowtow and apologize to Brother Yuan Ming, and I can spare your life, the sturdy man said. His voice boomed like it was the sound of thunder. Though Li Yuan Ming was internally very displeased, and would prefer to kill Ling Han, it was already very nice of his acquaintance to give him a hand. It would not be proper for him to ask for too much. After all, he was one of the stronger members of this adult generation of the Zhao clan. The Hand of Thunder, Zhao Chao Heng, was considerably superior to himself, both in terms of reputation and status. Ling Han smiled calmly and said, You are not even familiar with the ins and outs of the story, but still command me to kneel and apologize. What a tyrant. So what if I am a tyrant? Zhao Chaoheng asked coldly. It was not that he had very close relations with Li Yuan Ming, but both of them came from parties that possessed heaven tier level power, and thus belonged to the same circle. The fact that Li Yuan Ming was thrashed like a dog was enough to cause him embarrassment as well. Thus, he definitely had to get him out of this predicament. Then we'll fight. Ling Han was unafraid and raised his fists. He was only playing around when he was waving the whip, so how could he have possibly shown the true level of battle prowess? Zhao Chaoheng laughed loudly and said, You were able to suppress Brother Yuan Ming merely because this is an area of lightning, and thus you gained a natural advantage. However, I too am thunder-aligned. In that case, cultivation level would be the deciding factor. I am in the spiritual infant tier, and furthermore, I am in the 9th layer, so what do you have that could allow you to fight me? From my point of view, I think you are in the 9th layer of the chattiness sect. Ling Han teased. If we're fighting then let's fight, but you're still noisy. Tell me, what else could you be but in the chattiness sect? Zhao Chaoheng's expression darkened. He casually tossed the whip back to Li Yuanming, and gripped his hands into fists. Pa pa pa, the sound of his knuckles cracking was endless, and his whole body of muscles vibrated, showing that the power of his physical body was extremely shocking. Ling Han nodded internally. They were both from a powerful party, and were both at the peak of spiritual infant tier, but Zhao Chaoheng was a dozen overtimes stronger than Li Yuanming. That was because even in a party with heaven tier level power, their resources would still be limited. Thus, these resources could only be concentrated on developing and nurturing those clansmen that had outstanding natural talent. As a result, though Li Yuanming's cultivation level had reached the spiritual infant tier, his battle prowess was appalling. This Zhao Chaoheng could not be underestimated. Ling Han similarly stretched out his tendons. Cracks that sounded like thunder rang out from within his body. Furthermore, it was even more astonishing than Zhao Chaoheng, and the noise was enough to make one's heart explode in their chest. They both cultivated body arts, but the 9 Dragons Tyrant art originated from the 12 Palace Halls, and was definitely in the immortal grade. Wasn't that awesome enough and sufficient to suppress all other kinds of body arts in quality? Zhao Chaoheng's expression changed slightly. He cultivated a body art, and so knew very well what astronomical sacrifices one had to make to cultivate body arts at the same time as normal cultivation. Firstly, there were not that many body arts techniques. If one were to cultivate a poor quality body art, it would be better not to learn in the first place, as it would be a pure waste of time and energy. Secondly, the moment their physique was established, the need for natural treasures would be too high, and the further they advanced, the more shockingly high their needs would be. Even for a party with heaven tier level power, they could only choose about 5 clansmen every generation to nurture. But this young man was obviously younger than himself, and had a lower cultivation level than his, yet had surpassed him in body arts. This was something he could not accept. Could it be that he had come from an even more powerful party? It was the first time that Zhao Chaoheng felt that this was a troublesome matter. Perhaps he had really caught a hot potato with his interference this time, but now that things had progressed so far, he could no longer step back and could but grit his teeth and continue. Make your move, he said. You are only in the flower blossom tier, so I'll let you have the first 3 moves. You can choose to back out of a difficult situation. I only ask you to apologize to Brother Yuanming, and this matter would be considered over. Unconsciously, he had already conceded, and made no more demands for Ling Han to kowtow and apologize. Ling Han merely had to apologize so that he could keep his pride, and that would be fine. Yet Ling Han smirked coldly. Why did he have to give him face? Face was not something to be given by others, but to be earned with one's own power. With a long whistle, he shot out an attack at his opponent and said with a smile, "If you allow me to have the first 3 moves, I fear that you would have no chance to make your own move." Heng, I said I would allow you the first 3 moves and I will. I zhao fuck. Zhao Chaoheng's expression changed drastically. Ling Han delivered a punch and a dragon image of about 30 meters in height appeared. It was pale gold in color, and there was lightning entwining its entire body, which made for an incredibly terrifying sight. He hurriedly raised his fist in a counterattack. Too strong, he was really too strong. If he really allowed Ling Han to have the first 3 moves, he would be completely suppressed by the latter, and he would have absolutely no chance to make a comeback ever again. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.